God damn it. What is this situation? Sir Robert, please don't let go. Lady Lucille, please remain calm. Grrrr. Roland was pushed down from the ledge and fallen along with his brother and the blue-haired frost mage. He managed to lodge his thick iron staff into the side of this chasm while also grabbing Robert's foot with one hand. Robert was now dangling upside down while also grasping Lady Lucille's hand. There was also a fourth person here, Agni. Roland's tamed beast jumped right after his master into the large pit below. He somehow managed to grasp one of Roland's ankles with his muzzle and was now also dangling around. Stop squirming around, all of you, or we will fall. He shouted at the two below him as the piece of metal that he shoved into the side of this rock was already twitching from the weight. There was no way that anyone from above will come to save them, so it was up to him to do something about it. Is there somewhere? Wait, what is that? While examining the situation, he noticed something in the distance. There wasn't much light here, so he quickly activated his helmet's night sight spell. Thanks to it, he could see a somewhat larger opening in the wall. It might have been a natural cave or one made by the volcanic worm creatures. The important part was that it would allow them to stand. There is a cave there, but it's about 50 meters away from us. 50 meters? We will never make it, Robert replied while sweating. There was no way of him being able to do anything here. He could only see Lucille's scared face and behind her the dark, unknown abyss. Okay, hold on. I'll make a platform. Roland, on the other hand, had ways of getting all four of them out of this predicament. He had no knowledge of spells that could make people float, so he went with a different option. His free foot was raised up and he was just close enough to the wall to touch it. He risked losing his grip while doing this, but there was no other way. The two people below him shook around and the woman started screaming, but after an orange flash of light, she started to quiet down. By pressing his foot against the wall, Roland activated one of his attacking spells, the one that could produce spikes made from hard rocks. On the fly, he altered the runic code slightly to make these spikes wider and girthier. 1, 2, 3, 4, and 5 smaller platforms sprung up in a matter of seconds. He aimed them directly under the group of people hanging. He wasn't sure how many he needed to support all of their weight, but he would figure it out the hard way. His magical rod started bending down and the rocks it was slammed into finally gave out. Ah! New! Lucille screamed as she felt gravity taking over once again. Robert, on the other hand, quickly yanked the woman upwards while trying to shield her from any harm. The fall wasn't steep now, though, as both of them landed on the platform that Roland created with his earth spell. Roland inserted his staff into the rocks once more while also pulling Agni up and placing him over his shoulder. The two slid down some more and also safely landed on this pile of rocks that he magically created. It's holding. He let out a sigh of relief as the ground under them was able to sustain their weight. Agni! Roland called out to his ruby wolf that was now somehow clinging to his shoulder. Agni, even without being given the order, knew what he was supposed to do. The small gem that was on his forehead quickly lit up to show everyone the way. What was revealed to both of them was Lucille, who was clinging like a chimp to Robert's chest. It looked like the young girl had closed her eyes and even now was trembling from fright. Robert, on the other hand, had also plunged his sword into the wall for some added support as he mimicked Roland. Wait a moment. I will create more platforms. We must get to that cave there. Roland pointed into the distance, and now thanks to Agni's light, even Robert could see the opening. The walls were also covered with many smaller exit holes that were probably made by those monsters. It seemed that there were no more volcanic worms out here anymore, which would allow them to safely reach that cave. Please do. Surprisingly, Robert just nodded while moving himself out of the way. He clung to the wall with the woman in his arms. It seemed that he knew that he needed to rely on Roland's magic, and Lucille didn't look like someone that could help them as she was still panicking. It was up to Roland to get them out of this predicament. This time around it wasn't his foot but his hand. His armor didn't need to have specific spells placed on them anymore. Now, after figuring out the runic programming language, he was able to customize his armor even more. The main runic structures were all in the chest area, while his hands and legs were used to discharge the spells. He could activate any of them from any extremity, He just needed to activate the correct executable in his pre-made program. Thus, after placing his palm on the wall, more platforms started to appear. There was some space between them as they were just made for them to walk to the other side. "Let's go." Robert nodded while Roland moved first. The knight carried the shaky mage girl in his arms while Roland created more platforms for them on the way towards the cave opening. In about 10 minutes of slow walking, they finally made it and ducked inside of this unlit cave. Woof! Agni flopped his tongue out while also jumping down. He sniffed the air around and informed Roland that he could not detect any danger. "This cave, it doesn't look like it was made by those monsters." Roland quickly examined the walls in here. They didn't look to have been dug by the monsters. The ceiling here reached up to about 5 meters and the width was about 3. It was quite the spacious cavern and all of them could fit in it nicely. "Are you too?" Roland turned around as he didn't get a reply. "Please give her some time," Robert replied while giving Roland a stern look. Lucille looked quite shaken up from this fall that almost killed her. It was a natural response to something like this, he had almost forgotten. This woman was a sheltered noble lady. This was probably the first time her life was at risk. He nodded while Robert carried her further into the cave. "Agni, stay with them." After leaving the light source with them, Roland moved to where the cavern started. He looked down and even with his night vision on he could not see an ending in sight. When he looked up he could also not see anything past a certain point. How far did we fall? He had panicked a bit after getting shoved into the pit. Due to this his perception of time had been skewed, if he knew that he could calculate how far they went down. "Can anyone hear me?" Roland moved his hands to his mouth and shouted out. His voice echoed through this chasm, but he did not get a reply. "Hello!" He shouted a few more times, but he did not get a reply back. Silvio with his enhanced senses might have been able to hear them, but he, on the other hand, could not. While pointing up with one of his fingers, a bolt of light energy appeared. He shot it up into the sky and could see the place lighting up. His spell traveled up and up before finally dimming and it coming undone. He did the light signals a couple of times before stopping, but even when waiting he could not see anyone replying. If the party couldn't hear or see the flashes of light up there, they might have fallen in too deep. "How are you?" Roland returned into the cave and he could see Lucille leaning up against the wall. "Ah, Sir Wayland, I'm fine now." Robert was right next to her along with Agni. "I'm not sure if they could hear me. I don't see any way up or down either." There were a couple of options here. They could try climbing up by Roland creating small platforms for them to stand on. His mana wouldn't last long though. He would probably have more luck going up himself and leaving those two behind here. The other option was to just wait. Maybe someone would see the light signals or hear them shouting for help. They didn't know if the others even made it out alive. Everyone could have very well fallen down into this deep chasm. Then there was the third option, going deeper into the cave. It might connect to a secret unmapped path through which they could get out. For this decision to be made, they needed more information, but contacting the others would be paramount. "Any injuries?" "No, Sir Wayland, I'm fine." "And you?" Roland turned to Robert, who looked as grumpy as ever. "I'm fine." "Adventurer, do you know where we are?" "No, this is a portion of the dungeon that has not been mapped before. There is no way for me to know where this cave leads either. If we could contact my party members, maybe we could get some help." Robert nodded while Roland grabbed his heavy staff. He looked to it and to the walls. There was a certain code similar to Morse code in this world. Maybe if he tapped the walls here, the sound would travel far enough for Silvio to notice it? He believed that that man would probably know the code and maybe even be able to hear it with his enhanced senses. Contact them. Before he could go forward with his plan, Lucille called out to him. "Yes, we need to see if they are alive. They might be able to organize a rescue party if they know our location." "Ah, give me a moment, Sir Wayland." Lucille looked like she remembered something. The woman still had her spatial satchel strapped to the side and she moved her hand into it. After a moment she pulled out a crystal ball. "Is that?" "Yes, it is." Lucille nodded and Roland nodded back. Robert, on the other hand, narrowed his eyes at the ball, not knowing what the thing was. Excuse me, Sir Robert, this is a transmission stone. Lady Charlene has a similar one. I should be able to talk to her with it. Give me a moment to set it up. The young frost mage got to work. Agni helped out by lighting the way. The girl needed to draw a magic circle around this magical device to activate it. Roland paid attention to the drawing and was sure to glance at the item that she was holding. Regretfully, it was not a runic item of any sort. It seemed to use the enchanting language instead, and this was probably why it also required an outside magic circle for it to function. With not much else to do, he decided to glance at his brother's status screen. With his level eclipsing his and his analyzing skill gaining some levels, he was even able to see his full stats. The only thing he could not see were the skills that he managed to learn through the years. Name: Robert Arden L56. Classes: T1 Warrior L25, X. T1 Squire L25. Secondary: T2 Sword Knight L6. Main: HP 1965/1965. MP 639/639. SP 2564/2564. Strength 75. Agility 45. Dexterity 40. Vitality 70. Endurance 73. Intelligence 27. Willpower 39. Charisma 16. Luck 17. Strength, vitality, and endurance were his main three stats. Robert's strength was even above Roland's, even though he outleveled his brother by over 20 levels. This was mostly due to Roland's 50 levels of both Mage and Runic Manuscribe. Both those classes mostly added to his willpower and intelligence stat while ignoring his physical stats. Even though his strength was 4 points below Robert's, he was still stronger. This was all thanks to his Lord class. Robert's Tier 2 multiplier was only 1.5 while Roland's was 2. With the multiplier, Robert's strength would come out to 112, 5 points. Roland, on the other hand, with his 71 points in strength, would have 142 points in it. The class that he received was truly prestigious and gave him a big advantage over Tier 2 classes. Robert would need another 20 strength to equal things out. Raw stats weren't everything though. Physical classes also possessed skills that could boost their attacks and multiply them even further. Just like Armand was able to temporarily give himself a boost, a sword knight with a proper sword would not be an easy target to defeat. Lucille, on the other hand, would remain a mystery. He could not examine her stats at all as he could only see question marks everywhere. It was clear that the girl was wearing some kind of item that was blocking his identifying attempts. There, it's done. Another 10 minutes passed, and even when listening in, there was nothing but howling winds coming from outside. They were still at the entrance of the cave. Wandering deeper into it was not yet an option. Lady Lucille, will this really work? It should. I hope Lady Charlene is okay. Roland went quiet for now. He knew some basics about this crystal ball. He was worried a bit that it wouldn't be able to reach outside the dungeon. For some reason, all types of communication devices would not connect to any people outside of the dungeon. Thus, this Lady Charlene would probably be the only person able to receive this message. Lady Charlene, can you hear me? The small crystal sphere began glowing in blue light and the magic circle around it activated nicely. After a minute of trying, there was no reply, but Lucille wasn't yet worried. This could take a while. She will need to create a similar magic circle, but she should be notified about our existence. She replied while keeping her eyes on the crystal ball. Roland only nodded and moved a bit towards the insides of the cave without moving too far away from the magical circle. With his night vision, he could see further than what the dim light from Agni's forehead was showing them. He could see that this cave went on for quite a bit as the tunnel continued before turning a corner. Roland pulled out his own magical mapping device and gave it a go. With it, he could see that there were some red dots further inside. The dots representing monsters weren't moving in any particular direction, which told him that they weren't aware of their existence just yet. D.Y. Luke? Ill. I'm here. Can you hear me? Suddenly, he heard the blue-haired lady's ecstatic voice. After returning to the communication device, he could see the Earth Mage appearing on the small crystal orb. By the gods, you are alive. I was sure that you fell to your death. There was some static at first, but soon the audio became clearer, and it was not possible to converse with Lady Charlene. Though the blonde girl was quickly pushed to the side by the commander, Lord Percival. Lady Lucille, where are you? How did you survive? Can you tell us where you are? The young man looked a bit frantic for some reason as he asked all the questions that Lucille tried to answer. She gave him a quick recount of the situation about how Roland managed to catch them and that they were in some cave. The adventurer? I'll be sure to reward him when he comes back. Lady Lucille, could you ask if they heard or saw my magic? Ah, of course, Sir Wayland. Lucille explained Roland's attempts at contacting them by making a lot of noise, but Percival denied hearing anything. There was also another problem. The Knight Commander explained that they had to move from the path as it had partially collapsed afterward. It was a miracle that all of the knights and adventurers were still alive. Roland could only blame his bad luck that he was tossed down while everyone else somehow remained on top. It seemed that they would not be able to climb back up, at least not until a rescue party was formed that could climb down. Please be assured, Lady Lucille, I will do everything in my power to get you home safely. The conversation continued for a while before the communication device needed to be shut off. This type of item needed to cool down after each usage. What should we do now? Lucille asked while looking at Robert and then to Roland that was deep in thought. Don't worry, Lady Lucille. I will protect you with my life. Robert took this chance to reassure the lady once more. She just smiled and nodded. Roland, on the other hand, looked at his bags of holding. Let me ask you, do you have any food in your travel bags? Food. The porters were tasked to carry it. The girl replied. Robert as well shook his head. None of them were adventurers, so they let the servants worry about the food. I thought so. Think we will have to see what this cave has to offer. Roland looked into the dark depths of this cave, knowing well that monsters were waiting inside. Cling. Clang. Phew. It's done. A certain half-dwarf looked at a piece of armor that he had created. He placed it to the side while grabbing a small monocle. After holding it out in front of the item that he made, he could see floating words above it. Good. Next I'll make the greave. Then it will be time for the Polian, but first things first. He. Bernier stepped out of the secret workshop and sat himself down on a wooden rocking chair that he made himself. In his hand was a dark bottle filled with beer he had previously brought over. Thanks to Roland's runic fridge, he was even able to keep it cool through the day. Working for a runesmith sure is great. He cheered to himself while taking a swig. It had been about a week since his boss had gone out on the expedition. From what he knew, it would last for at least 2 more weeks before they returned, so he had the whole place to himself. Should I bring that girl over? Bernier smirked a bit after remembering a certain waitress that he met at the local tavern. She was a similar mix to his own race and he was getting good vibes. Then he recalled his young boss and how he had told him that he would know if there were other people here. Bringing over guests that he did not approve of was strictly forbidden. A wench is not worth losing this job over. The idea was quickly shelved after he remembered the previous months. He was finally able to reach a Tier 2 class and the future looked bright. What if his boss decided to kick him to the curb after finding some knickers stashed behind the couch? I need to finish this armor before he comes back. With runes on it will sell for a high price. Since Roland had gone away, Bernier had been busy with work. He didn't sleep much and the drinking of alcohol had also gone down slightly. His intent was to surprise his boss with an intermediate deep steel suit of armor of his own making. From his calculations and current speed, he would have it ready in about 10 days. His fast pace was all thanks to several runic tools that he was able to use now. Soon he was back at it, but unbeknownst to him, he was being watched by an unknown guest. A shadowy figure was hidden away upon a faraway tree. He had a portable telescope in hand and was looking through it at the only person present in the walled-off house. The person on a tree continued to watch until the half-dwarf ducked back into the house before leaving. At a steady pace, he returned to the city and headed over to the part of town that Roland had his second run-in with Armand. In a similar-looking establishment, he found a group of 3 people sitting at a table. Okay, What did you find out? One of the men asked. As I suspected, he is living by himself there. No signs of that Wayland character. How about you? The man answered while all of the people present here smirked. Yeah, I've dug up some information from the guild. Listen to this. A week ago, a large expedition into the dungeon was started. It wasn't officially posted, but that bastard should be gone for another week or two. So, are we going to move? I've heard things about that Wayland. Remember the boys from Dread End? No one has heard from them ever since they tousled with that guy. He even broke their legs. Another person from the group commented while downing an alcoholic drink. Yeah. If we do this, we will have to skip town. The guild is also getting involved with him. I agree, there might not be a chance like this ever again. He must have many magical contraptions stashed away along with gold. We can leave the island and sell them off at the mainland guilds. That will be best. The guild doesn't have a strong presence here yet. We can always come back later when things calm down. We need to prepare the escape route first. Check when the ships are leaving. We'll then join the caravan and head to the port town. The group of 4 chatted for a bit more before leaving. Their faces were covered by robes, so no one could really get a good look at them. Even without it, most people knew to evade these thieving types that could slit your throat for a silver coin. We should have enough water to last us for a while. Roland showed off a leather water container that he brought onto the trip. It was a regular spatial bag that was filled with only water. Thanks to the spatial magic, the amount of water that it could contain was truly immense. As for food, it's mostly bread and dried meat. On the other hand, the rations of food would be limited. He only had an emergency portion for himself while most of the rest was left with the porters. Oh my, what will we do? Lucille panicked a little bit. The group of 3 and a wolf were now around each other. Roland had asked them about their belongings as they might have to stay in this cave for a while. Don't worry, my lady, you can have my share. Robert quickly replied while Roland rolled his eyes. He was the only one with any food or water, but his older brother didn't even think about asking for it. It was as if it was a given that he would need to share it with the group of 3. It's Sir Wayland's food. He should decide. On the other hand, this girl had more sense. He was even questioning her noble routes. She didn't act as one of those stuck-up girls that he saw on some of the noble get-togethers he had to attend. Most of them were more similar to the young woman that liked to stick close to Percival. Before we divide anything, we need to decide if we are moving or staying. There are monsters inside. They could also be a source of nutrients. Even though most people didn't eat monster meat, it didn't mean it was not possible. Most monsters were just too wiry, some poisonous and some not even made from flesh in the first place. If they found any monsters that could be eaten remained to be seen. Monsters inside? Shouldn't we just wait for the rescue party? Sir Robert. She looked to Robert, who looked a bit troubled. None of them had much experience with dungeons. Lady Lucille. I'm not sure if they can form a rescue party this fast. We might have to remain here for many days. Roland was a bit surprised that Robert didn't sugarcoat it, but this would hasten the process. He is right, the main camping area wasn't that far from that location. They will probably return there and have some of my party members go through the lava lake. Roland wasn't sure if the exam would be abandoned just like that. Now, with the important noble lady trapped here, they would probably send for help but might also remain here and wait. They had all the provisions so they could wait it out till a proper rescue party formed from the adventurers outside. How long will that take, Sir Wayland? How long? If they are fast, 3 to 4 days. If not, it could take weeks. Finding adventurers that can climb the chasm down won't be that easy. They might have to bring a specialist from an outside town, which might push the rescue operation further back. He continued talking, and with each theory, the rescue became farther and farther away. In a worst-case scenario, they could be stuck here for even a month. With only food for a couple of days, it would be hard not to starve. Roland and Robert had higher vitality stats than Lucille, which would allow them both to last longer than the mage. She, on the other hand, would feel it the worst. Then there was also the hot, stuffy air, which only made them sweat. This would make them lose precious water and also salt plus minerals with it. Sir Robert, I think Sir Wayland should make the decision. Lady Lucille? He has the most experience from all of us, and we would have died if he didn't rescue us. I just froze. Lucille dropped her head in shame as she recalled her clinging to Robert while they were outside of the cliff. If that is what the lady wishes. Robert looked at Roland in a strange way. These were not the eyes of the young boy that liked to punch him whenever they came across each other. Then he did something even more unexpected by walking forward and bowing. As a knight of Arden, I must thank you for saving the lady and myself. We from the Arden estate always repay our dues. Ah, me too. Lucille for some reason moved right next to Roland and started bowing as well. These two were truly strange. They did not know his noble routes, yet they still lowered their heads. This was something unfathomable, even less for someone like this lady who was from a Viscount family and was also a magician. You don't need to bow. I'm just following my contract. Roland coughed into his palm awkwardly and quickly turned around. The detection device that he previously used was still in one of his hands. He tried to forget about the embarrassing situation by activating it. This item didn't go unnoticed as Lucille quickly looked over his shoulder. What she saw was an illuminated map of some sorts with various dots of different coloring. Oh, what is that, Sir Wayland? Ah, it's just the map of this area. Do you see the red dots? Those are monsters. He gave her a short explanation of this map while also pointing that not far from here there was some kind of monster lurking. There weren't that many red dots there, only 2. This also meant that the swarm of volcanic worms was not here. Monsters? Where are they? Robert, on the other hand, looked at the map but then quickly moved in front of the 2. He looked into the dimly illuminated cavern by Agni's forehead gem. The monsters haven't noticed us yet. We should be able to surprise them, but first, tell me about your weapons. Roland could see that Robert was missing his shield. He only had a one-handed sword with him along with a hidden dagger as a backup weapon. Their frost mage had lost her main magical staff during the fall, but her satchel was still there. In it, she had some magical items along with potions and a backup one-handed rod. Roland even contemplated giving her his oversized rod of frost magic, but due to the peculiar operating system it was running on, it would be hard to control for anyone other than him. Let us head out. For now, Robert and Roland both stayed in the front while Agni was given guard duty with Lucille. The Ruby Wolf was tasked to make noise if he spotted anything creeping up from behind. Even though this was still only a one-way cave, it didn't mean that monsters couldn't burrow through the walls or use some sort of stealth skills. Lucille was given Roland's mapping sphere as he had to pay attention. Looks like it's a volcanic variant of a scolopendra. Roland peeked out of the corner and saw an insect-like creature that looked close to what a centipede would look like. Its hide was covered in dark red carapace and it had many legs. These types of monsters can't see well. Watch out for their spit. It's hot magma. The common variant of this Tier 2 monster mostly spat out poison at their opponents. This poison, if inhaled, would slowly seep into their victim's body, rendering them immobile. Thus, it was quite the troublesome creature. Luckily, this volcanic cousin didn't possess this attribute. There are 2 of them. Stand back for a moment. When I give the signal, we'll attack together. Sir Robert was it. His true identity wasn't revealed yet, and he was still resolute in keeping it this way. Robert only nodded at the question while slowly moving his sword into position. Roland grasped his magical rod and pointed it at the creatures. They had remained silent, so they hadn't been spotted quite yet. This monster was practically blind and would mostly use its antennae to locate its prey. Soon it felt something, but it was too late as a basketball-sized ball of ice collided with its head. The monster didn't suffer much damage from the ball of ice but was rendered paralyzed due to the sudden drop in temperature. Its friend that was to the side suffered the same fate. Now, Robert and Roland dived in for the kill. Roland switched out from his magical rod to the arming sword that was attached to his hip. Both of them quickly severed the insects' heads in one strong slash, killing them instantly. The 2 men didn't drop their guard just yet as they observed the surroundings. Luckily for them, Roland's detection device was working as intended, and now the 2 red dots were gone and no monsters remained. Good work, Sir Robert, Sir Wayland. Robert smiled at Lucille that peeked her head out of the corner while Roland just nodded his head. He pushed the creature over with his rod and looked at the spot that he cut off its head. "Don't think this one's edible." The two nobles looked like he was a madman for even considering such a thing, but they didn't voice their thoughts. There was one member from the party that saw this as an opportunity to feast. "Woof! You sure you want to eat that? Go ahead then." Agni started nibbling on the monster meat that was now exposed after the slicing. Everyone looked at the ruby wolf with slight disgust after witnessing him feasting on giant insect remains. At least this meant that they had one less mouth to feed. The wolf would even be able to consume raw monster bodies to sustain himself. "That spot is. So you can tell?" Lucille, being a mage, had the mana sense skill as well. She could clearly tell where the mana stones were hidden inside of the monster's remains. Agni could do this as well, and he was in the process of devouring one of the mana stones as they were speaking. It's a special skill he developed. He can't eat too many of those stones though. Fascinating. Robert looked between the two without knowing what they were talking about. Before he could mope for being left out of the conversation, they continued deeper into the cave. The plan was to see if it led anywhere with an exit while remaining vigilant. They scouted further into the cave. After about 200 meters, they came across more monsters. This time around, it was a strange slug-like creature that was crawling on the ceiling. It had a red tint to it, and the mucus it was soaked in looked quite hot. Like the other monsters in here, it could not handle ice magic at all, dropping dead after a single hit from an ice ball. Thanks to Roland's detection device, they were able to avoid any hidden monsters, and luckily no traps were along the way either. After 15 minutes of walking, all of them halted. In the distance, they saw some kind of strange light. It looked green at first, but then switched to blue. It was in the distance, and the mapping device showed a larger open area there, along with a couple of red dots. It looked like a more open battle was approaching them with more enemies this time around. Roland stopped in his tracks and looked to Robert, and after a moment of silence, he handed him his runic shield that he wore on his back. "Here. It's set to an ice shield if you activate it." "Ah, you have my thanks." Robert had lost his shield during the fall, and with only a one-handed blade he would not be at his best. Roland, on the other hand, had his magical rod along with his sword, plus his armor that could also cast some shielding spells. Before entering, they quickly discussed the combat strategy. Then they headed towards the light. Maybe after arriving in that bright room, they would be able to figure out where they dropped down to. Roland glanced at the inside of the strangely lit-up room. In it, he spotted a ruby variant of the volcanic salamander as well as some other monsters. "How many enemies?" Robert asked while getting ready for some monster slaying. "There are 6. I saw 2 of those scolopendra crawlers around," Roland explained to his impromptu party. His detection device showed 6 monsters hiding in the open cavern. He took a peek outside to see the closest monster nearby. To his surprise, it was a rare variant of the volcanic salamander. The rest were creepy insect types that were even crawling on the ceiling. "Sir Robert, can you be the vanguard?" Roland asked while Robert nodded without even complaining. He feared that he would have a repeat of what happened during the bandit attack all those years ago. This wasn't the first noble lady and her knight that he was teaming up with. Robert didn't seem overprotective of Lady Lucille. It seemed that he had some trust in her magical abilities. "I'll be right behind you then, and Lady Lucille, give us some ranged support if you can." "Leave it to me, Sir Wayland." "Stay safe, Lady Lucille. If something happens, just run." Robert turned to the ice mage. The woman just nodded while also replying. "Don't worry, Sir Robert. I'll be fine. Sir Wayland's tamed beast will protect me." Agni moved his snout up high. It was as if he was saying, "Leave it up to me." This ruby wolf was the weakest member of the party, but he could at least stall some of the monsters. This could give Lucille precious time to finish an incantation and land a finishing blow. The plan was to use ranged attacks. Robert was the only person who lacked those capabilities. He was tasked to keep the monsters from getting past him while Roland and Lucille pelted them with spells. "Everyone ready?" Lucille and Robert nodded at Roland's question, and they entered the strangely lit cavern. It was of moderate size with about 100 meters in length with 50 in width. The ceiling was quite high, over 10 meters. The layout was also quite peculiar as there were many glowing gemstones everywhere. Even before entering, Roland and Lucille could feel the mana concentration spike. The light was coming from these crystals that hang down from the ceiling like stalactites. There were small holes in the walls with enough size for the centipede and slug-like monsters to crawl from. Along with them, there was also one pool of lava in the middle, probably through which the ruby salamander came through. Mana. Source of all power, heed my call. The battle started with Lucille beginning her incantation. She was quite speedy with her words, much faster than Roland ever was when he was still training his magecraft. Even with that, Roland only needed to raise his magical rod to produce a burst of cold energy. This was a spell called Icicle Rain. It created many small sharp icicles that would fly in a burst of cold air in a wide area. These creatures would all lose some of their bodily functions when exposed to freezing temperatures. The best way to do this was with an area of effect spell. The open cavern had a small lava pool in the middle which would make this process more difficult. It was also closed off from most sides and the area was limited, which gave this strategy some validity. Roland kept spraying cold air and icicles in all directions while Robert guarded him. Lady Lucille managed to finish her incantation. The spell she used sprayed cold energy along with snow in all directions. Cone of cold. The monsters that were here were a bit slow to react as the party of adventurers was not aiming at them directly. The red scolopendra crawlers started wiggling around as they felt the shift in temperature. By instinct, they started to back away from the source of this cold energy. Two slug-like creatures that were hanging on some of the stalactites started compressing into themselves while falling down. The ruby salamander reacted as well, but instead of attacking it, started retreating away towards the nearby lava pool. No, you don't. Roland quickly reacted by sending an ice arrow towards the fleeing monster. Could not escape them, it was far too valuable and needed to be stopped before it could flee. The ice arrow connected with the creature's leg. It went right through those red gems while freezing the entire leg in place. Roland's high intelligence stat, paired with his high-grade rune weapons, was not something that a creature of this level could hope to resist. The ruby salamander gave out a maddened shout while turning its head towards the person that injured it. It opened its mouth wide. Soon a wide-range flaming attack was produced and headed right towards its attacker. This was the moment that Robert was waiting for. With his shield forward, he jumped between Roland and the salamander's flame breath. The runic shield that was given to him produced a blue light. The blue light began glowing brighter before expanding outwardly into a frozen block of ice. This block of ice took the form of the kite shield with which the flame breath collided with. The runic shield kept radiating cold, which successfully doused the flames without letting any heat pass. Roland used this chance to take aim once more, this time blasting the ruby salamander with more freezing arrows. The monster's body was soon covered in icicles and it stopped moving altogether. Knowing magic sure is handy, he looked around the now frosted-over cavern. The other insect monsters weren't looking so great after he and Lucille lowered the temperature in this room. He could even see Robert shivering from the cold. The rest of the battle was quite uneventful as they went around and finished the paralyzed monsters off. Think that was all of them? Let me check. Before pulling out his detection device, he took some time to look around. It didn't seem that there were any more hidden enemies around now, and that was soon confirmed with the help of his magical item. Thanks to the pool of lava in the middle, the ice began to quickly melt. Even with that, it would take some time, and thanks to this the party of 3 and a pup could cool down. What is this place? Lucille commented after stepping into the cavern. Robert was quick to come over in fear of any monsters popping up. The mana in here is strange. Those crystals, are they Elikin's crystals? Both Roland and Lucille could feel that large quantities of mana radiating from some of the glowing gems in this cavern. They seemed to be crystallized forms of the mana fluid used to power magical items. There were quite a few of them in this cavern and would probably be worth a lot of gold. Roland leaned down to grasp one of these crystals. They looked like blue gems but were much softer. When applying too much force, they would break easily and even turn to liquid when used as fuel after a while. From what Roland knew, The harder the crystal, the more mana could be stored in it. I could probably stick one of these into a golem. Wonder how long it would last. Golems, just like any other magical item, required a power source. This would be either something like Elikin's fluid or a magician using their own mana. Roland was trying to develop his own batteries that would use his old world knowledge, but this would work just as well. This wasn't all there was to this cave. After some of the frost had melted, he spotted some other strange-looking rocks. One of them was quite red and had some metallic luster to it. Could this be? He spoke out without noticing, which brought the attention of his two noble companions. They saw him taking out his runesmithing hammer along with a chisel. "Did you find something, sir?" "Wayland?" Lucille asked, but didn't get much of an answer as Roland was busy hammering a spot in the ground. After a moment, they saw him pulling out some kind of reddish rock. "What is that, sir?" "Wayland." "Oh, excuse me." Roland was finally able to snap out of his trance. He was somewhat shocked that he managed to find something like this here. "If I'm not mistaken, this is red mithril." "Red mithril?" Lucille, who was interested in magical items and also runes, was aware of the qualities of this ore. Robert, on the other hand, looked at the shiny rock. He was aware of the regular silver variant of this ore but had not heard of the red one. Yes, it has the same qualities to usual mithril, but due to absorbing fire elemental mana for many generations, it is also fully fire-resistant. Roland explained while looking at the rock. There was more of it here. If he managed to fashion his entire armor out of this metal, he would probably be able to even dive in the lava pools. The metal fully blocked any heat from going past it. It was also lighter than deep steel. What some craftsmen did was to graft thinner sheets of this metal over other heavier alloys. Even a thin layer of this metal would be more resistant to cutting than a thick deep steel one. It was done this way as mithril was quite rare and a thin armor made from it would still bend a lot. Thus it needed to be placed over something that would keep its form in place. Due to this, quite a few craftsmen used the brigandine design to go with this fantasy metal. Then there were some other metals it could be mixed with to get a good result. Wait, isn't that? A sound of a rock hitting the ground echoed through this cavern as Roland saw something in the distance. He quickly ran up to the wall with some more. There he saw a blue-grayish, or that was next to one of the mana crystals. The two minerals were somewhat interacting with each other, which brought it to his attention. This might be Ethereum. Ethereum? The metal they use for making magic tower cores. Lucille was quick to follow after Roland. Robert did the same. While the two magicians continued to talk about magical items, he was busy keeping an eye out for monsters. The same. Its magical absorbing properties are paramount. The runes on it will very rarely deteriorate. Even though this metal wasn't all that resistant and soft, it was still something runesmiths craved. It could be mixed with all the various minerals to produce the best runic or enchanted gear. With an Ethereum alloy mixture, the runic structures, even up to Tier 3, would almost never deteriorate. Roland took out his hammer and chisel and started to hit the walls like a madman. His rush to get the metal was halted by a hand that belonged to Robert. "Ha! You are making too much noise. What if the monsters hear us?" He was snapped back to reality by his older brother. The sight of a precious metal that could help him create superior weapons and armor made him forget about the situation they were in. Even though this was a treasure trove filled with precious metals and magic crystals, they were useless to him if he couldn't use them. "Ah! I'm sorry." Roland placed the hammer and chisel back into his spatial bag before stepping away from the rocky wall. There were other various metals that he couldn't identify just yet, but they would need to wait. First, they needed to get out of here. If there was no way connecting to the rest of the dungeon, then he would not be able to use these ores anyway. Right? We should see if we have really cleared this chamber. Let us stay close together, try not to touch any strange things. We are still in a dungeon. There could be traps. Agni, go check. Roland called Agni over that, at this point, had gained some detection skills. With them, he could at least point them to any regular traps and even magical ones, as he did possess the mana sense skill. The group started to slowly move around the cave once more, this time looking at the walls more thoroughly. I was sure that there was a passage somewhere. Roland remembered seeing a larger tunnel leading out of this section of the cavern when looking at his detection device. It was able to show a small minimap-like area in holographic form. After coming in here, he couldn't see any paths leading out. There were some smaller holes in the walls of the ceiling, but not large enough for them to crawl through. Some of those bug-like monsters must have gotten in through those while the salamanders swam in through the pool. No one of them could swim out through this lava to see where it came out, not even Agni that had the highest fire resistance here. After going around a few times, they didn't find anything out of the ordinary. There were no traps or any more monsters here. The cavern was still filled with magic crystals and rare metals that were waiting to be mined. This was something that he was very much interested in, but first, he needed to survive. Roland took out his orb and injected some of the mana into it. The holographic map showed up, but it was flickering on and off as if there was something interfering with it. Strange. During the flickering, he saw something that looked like a path, but that spot was blocked by a wall. "Did you find something, Sir Wayland?" Lucille commented while Robert also chimed in. "I don't see anything here." Roland looked at this wall as he moved closer. He remembered that there were many paths that he could open thanks to his debugging skill, thus he activated it. Jackpot! He saw a familiar runic structure like in all the other secret rooms that he discovered. Thus he leaned up and injected some of his mana into this structure to make it move. "Ha!" Robert jumped back with the shield raised as he heard the wall rumbling. Soon a small opening appeared, just large enough for someone of Roland's size to go through it. After removing his hand, the opening closed up once more and he took a step back. "Sir Wayland, this is a dungeon. There are similar hidden paths scattered around. Luckily, I know the way of opening them." He didn't really want to disclose that they were based on runes. If word got out, other runesmiths might be commissioned to open these hidden treasure troves. This one, for instance, he would like to keep for himself. The metal ores would be a big help for his future creations. "Oh? How did you do it? Are there runes involved?" I think we should do something about our food shortage." It seemed that the girl was fast on the uptake, so he tried to shift the conversation in another direction. He turned around and started walking towards the dead monster. "The salamander?" Robert asked while looking at the partially frozen monster. "Yes, its meat is edible. We can roast it at the lava pool." His party had already tried eating the volcanic salamander variant. This one would not taste much different, they just needed to remove the outer shell to get to the juicy meat inside. "You expect the lady to eat monster meat? Are you mad?" Robert looked at the killed ruby salamander that was in the process of being sniffed by Agni. The lady in question looked at the dead monster and backed away while holding her hand over her mouth. It seemed that neither of his two new companions were too keen on eating this dead salamander. "Do you have any better ideas? My rations won't last us more than a few days and we could be stuck here for weeks." Without waiting for a reply, Roland moved over to the partially frozen monster. He was not a specialist at cooking or dismembering monsters for parts. Bernier mostly took care of that part, but he had seen him and others do it. It would be a bit troublesome, but he knew how to prepare the meat. "If Sir Wayland thinks so, maybe we should consider it. But what if you get sick? What if that meat is poisonous?" Robert replied while looking at Roland that was now busy cutting up the monster carcass. While listening to the conversation, he turned to his older brother. "Didn't you learn about this at your night school? Monster meat is edible. Unless it's a poisonous type, it's mostly safe." It didn't seem like these noble types were taught any real-life survival skills for these types of situations. The lady here was stuck with her nose deep in books while the knight was mostly interested in swinging his sword. It seemed that they only focused on the things that their classes were good at and weren't interested in much beyond that. "I'll try it first if you are afraid. We need to take the meat with us. This will be a good place to take a break before we move. There is only one way out and it's blocked." There were two passages leading into this cavern. One through they came in and the other the one locked behind a runic lock. There were still the smaller openings through which the monsters could crawl in and the lava pool. He and Robert would need to keep watch while the lady rested. She looked quite tired, her vitality being drained during the walk and fight. The sounds of hammering metal were heard in the dim-lit room. Each time the hammer descended on the heated steel plate, it produced more sparks that brightened this workshop. Bernier was at it again. This time around he had moved up to the upper body part. He used his tongs to place the piece of metal into the runic forge. Thanks to the whole thing being run on electricity, he didn't need to worry about blowing any wind into this forge with the bellows. Instead, there was a little crank on the side that, when wound up in the right direction, would make the forge produce heat. He had no idea how this tool really worked, as his boss was quite cryptic about it. It didn't matter, as the important part was that it made crafting items a lot easier. He continued striking the metal frequently and consistently until he got it in a somewhat rounder shape. He was aiming to craft the cuirass portion today, at least the front side, before the day ended. The whole process was sped up thanks to some of the machines that Roland had left behind. Before, he needed to mold everything into shape with his hammer, but now things like drilling holes, quick sharpening, or even cutting were possible. It was now quite easy for him to create the desired shape from the diagram. Then drill some holes through which he could rivet the parts to each other. The most bothersome parts were still the areas for the mana stones. These grooves needed to fit the mana stones just right, otherwise they could either fall out or be crushed during combat. After most of the day had passed, Bernier was left with a deep steel armor part. It was the breastplate this time around. What was left was giving it a nice shining before attempting the creation of the rear plate. When both parts were connected, they would form the full deep steel cuirass. Good. Intermediate grade. Bernier used the identifying monocle on the piece of armor before putting it to the side. With this, he would have the lower portion along with the chest almost done. Then came the arms, shoulders, and the last would be the helmet. He didn't bother with putting any intricate designs on this armor. After it was put through runecrafting, it would already be quite stylish. With the addition of mana crystals, it would look even better. This would also add to the all-around cost. I hope the boss will like it. Bernier yawned out while putting the piece of armor on an armor rack. Together with all the other pieces he had made, it was looking fine. Was it supposed to be 3 weeks? Or 4? Bernier had been busy working, but that didn't mean that he liked living here alone. Without his boss's frowny face, it didn't seem right. He hoped that he would return soon. He was very much interested in all the runic contraptions that he made and how he could aid in their creations. For him, a proper dwarven craftsman, it was quite an honor to work on the costly magical equipment. His boss also had a knack for it. He was able to come up with various items that always blew Bernier away. He was looking at one of them just now. It had a spherical shape and was up on a thin stand. On the stand was a little indent for his thumb. When he injected some of his mana, a bright green illusion would appear. It depicted the whole workshop, and he could even see the tunnels around it. This never gets old. Let me see. Bernier had lived mostly a mundane life, thus a magical item like this was quite a novelty. His boss even told him to use it often, as it detected if there were any people or monsters nearby. After a minute of glancing at this light show, he removed his thumb. It was time to go up, get cleaned, and have one last drink before going to bed. At least that was the plan, but before he could go out, he heard a whistling sound. What the? It was followed by a red light going up in the corner of the workshop. This was something that his boss had warned him about. He quickly moved back to the detection device and turned it back on. The red light and whistling meant that something was amiss. This was an alarm feature and would only activate if someone was close to the property. Blue dots, there were 4 of them, and they were all close to each other. Roland had given him an explanation about the various colors. Red would be monsters, green would be regular animals, and then there was blue, people from the many races. They are close by. Maybe an adventurer party just looking around. This workshop was close to the city and between the dungeon. From time to time adventurers did come through here. Some of them even hunted the animals in the forest as well as the lesser monsters. But why would they still be here at this hour? It was quite late, close to midnight. Everything had gone dark and there was no light outside. The city was bright from the outside, so it was easy to spot, but this house was not. He was sure to put out any lights when going down into the workshop so as to not waste any electricity that could go into the runic tools. He started to sweat. Memories of the party of thugs that ambushed him in the forest started coming back to him. The moment of weakness passed soon as he managed to snap back to reality. No, this time it won't be the same. Bernier looked to the wall, on it a somewhat strange-looking tube with a large gun chamber attached to it. To the side, there was also a vest with pockets, in them quite the assortment of various colored spheres. After recovering his gaze moved back to the lit-up hologram. The 4 blue dots were still in one place. Before acting he needed to make sure that they were actually enemies and not some passers-by. "Is everyone ready?" One of the hooded men called out. All of them were here for one thing, and that was to get rich. They knew that the problematic owner of this house had left on a dungeon expedition. It would take at least another week for him to return, which would give them enough time to skip town. Yes. The other 3 thieves nodded while the boss looked to the large wall. This house was a bit strange. The bottom part was hardwood, but there was a metallic fence with barbed wire above it. Remember, it's only one blacksmith. He should not pose a threat. Kill him on sight. The group had been looking at this area for a whole week and came prepared with a plan. They knew about the only resident inside and were aware that he would pose no threat to them. All of them were Tier 2 rogues, with their boss being at the highest level. "Let's go." They all nodded at each other and silently moved towards the fenced-off home. They moved in from the back, going all together. There was something strange about this fence. Thus they knew that it would be best to evade it. One of the hooded men stopped and moved his hands together. With his help, the other 3 were able to easily vault over this barbed wire without even touching it once. The 4th, on the other hand, had to take on a running start to barely jump off the fence. He almost touched one of those metallic barbs and felt a strange sensation wash over his body as he was passing by. "Wait! We need to be careful." The group knew that there was something strange with this whole house. One of the thieves that was versed in traps crouched down while activating his skill. From the outside they could not tell that there were any traps, but when being so close by it was easy to notice. The ground has been dug up. He did not know what was buried there, but he knew that there was something. There were various possibilities here. Traps came in various shapes and sizes. This being a runsmith's home, they speculated that they were magical in nature. Instead of trying to disarm them, it was better to just evade setting them off. "Use that item to be sure." One of the men took out something that looked like a pocket watch. After injecting some of his mana into it, the item reacted. It sent out a dim blue light that, when making contact with the traps, illuminated them in red color. "It's working. Let us continue." They used this item to show them the way. There were quite a large amount of these traps. The sheer number made them think that there was something good waiting for them inside of that home. No one would bother to place so many if there were no treasures inside to plunder. It seemed like they would make it. They were already halfway into the backyard before something happened. Suddenly the boss of the thieves heard a strange noise. He glanced up, and thanks to his night vision skill, he could see some kind of small orb. This was his first mistake. This orb suddenly burst into a bright light, blinding him along with his party of 3. What? The whole place was illuminated by this golf ball-sized orb. Thanks to it, the group of 4 was clearly visible even during this pitch-dark night. "There you are." They heard a voice coming. Instead of from the main house, it seemed to be coming from a different location, this being the log cabin to the side. They all turned to see who it was. Being still blinded, they could vaguely see a blurry person. This person was holding something in his hand that looked like a tube with a handle on it. "Take this." A sound of pressurized air was heard as something was launched towards the group of stunned thieves. The boss, even when in distress, kept his cool. He knew that there were still traps all over this place, so he quickly backtracked through the path that he had already taken. This left his party members open to the incoming attack. They saw another sphere traveling towards them, but before they could react, it collided with the ground next to them. Instantly, it turned into a large ball of flames. The closest person to it was thrown to the side, his dark robe catching on fire. This wasn't quite over, as when he tumbled, he collided with one of the many traps on the ground. This produced another large explosion that caused him to instantly die on the spot. "You think you can come here and rob us?" The voice of an angry half-dwarf echoed through the area and was followed by many explosions. Due to the chaotic nature of his attack, the thieves had a hard time reacting. En nu. Ack. Even without the glowing orb of light above them, the whole place was well lit up by the explosions. The thief boss was the only one fast enough to evade the initial bombardment and was also able to recover from the blinding effect. What he saw was his maimed party members. One looked dead while the other had his legs blown off. The third one was curled up while missing an arm. It was clear that this was a bad idea, but he was still alive. He looked in the direction of the man that caused this, a slightly larger dwarf that lived here. The thief boss could see him pointing a strange rod at him. It flung something his way that was round in shape. He was ready this time around and reacted accordingly. Having superior agility, he quickly stepped to the side while also being careful of where he stepped in. This flung sphere collided somewhere close to where he used to stand. Instead of exploding into a ball of fire as he expected, it sprayed some kind of liquid all over the place. The pressure was so high that it got onto his own clothes. His party members were unable to react at all as they were quite immobilized. Wait, is this? He quickly removed his robe and threw it to the side before hearing another orb being fired off. The moment it collided with the ground, it produced a fireball. This ball of fire, when coming in contact with the liquid, lit it up even more. The three party members that were already injured started burning up as everything went up in flames. The liquid was flammable oil that, when coming in contact with the flames, continued to burn everything in a set radius. The thief boss looked into the distance. He could see the man that killed his men standing there. There wasn't much distance between the two, but he was unsure of that weapon he was holding. It decimated his party of Tier 2 rogues in a matter of moments. Then an opportunity arose. He could see the half-dwarf opening this strange weapon up. In his hands some orbs that were previously flung at him and his party. It looked that this was some kind of archer-like weapon and he needed to reload. The old thief boss made a decision. He charged towards his opponent. He could see him fumbling around during reloading. The old thief was unwilling to leave without getting something in return. He lost all his men and would need to find a new party, but that would require funds. These he could receive by killing this half-dwarf and selling that weapon that he had. During the initial blast, quite a bit of the traps had been activated. He now had a path towards his enemy. In both of his hands he was holding sharp daggers. The half-dwarf managed to insert the ammunition in. His hand went to the crank on the side, but before he could use it, the thief boss threw one of his daggers. Ah! The thrown dagger embedded itself in Bernier's shoulder and brought him tumbling down to the ground. The thief grinned as he saw his enemy lose his weapon. He had aimed for the arm that was holding the weapon in place and was successful. Now what remained was to get closer and go for the throat. He could see the half-dwarf going for something on his vest, and he judged it to be some sidearm. Nothing that he couldn't handle, so he prepared for it as he jumped in for the kill. His sharp knife went towards Bernier's uninjured hand, while he on the other hand held an item out. Ha! The thief expected it to be some kind of bladed weapon like a dagger or knife. Instead, he saw a small card-sized parchment with some strange runic symbols on it. It was now too late. The tip of his dagger collided with the runic writing, but the item was already activated. ARGHHHH. A flash of electricity erupted from this small card, causing the thief to stop. The man could feel a massive amount of lightning energy going through his body as he was affected by the spell. His skin started melting as he was flung back. Why, you bastard! He was still alive, but his body was numb. This was due to being hit directly by a Tier 2 electric spell that came out of that small runic card. I'm going to kill you. Then I'll kill your family. The man started shouting at Bernier while not being able to get off the ground. He knew what was about to happen. Rage took him over as he still couldn't believe that he was done in by a blacksmith. Go to hell! Bernier fired off one last grenade towards the remaining assailant. It caused another explosion that made quick work of this thief. Ha! The victor was now clear. The 4 home invaders were left devastated in the yard. Their body parts were scattered in various places, and some were even burning up. Bernier could barely stand up while having a dagger stuck in his shoulder. This is going to take a while to clean up. He chuckled to himself weakly while also looking at the dead bodies. He started to become nauseous. The body parts were everywhere, and this was the first time that he killed a person himself. Before barfing all over the place, he quickly turned around. I need to get a health potion. Bernier waddled over to the log cabin while trying not to pass out. This dagger had lowered his health pool by 1/3, and he was losing more due to the bleeding status. The attack was over, but he needed medical aid, after which he would need to douse the fire and take care of the bodies. The night was not quite over, but he had been victorious. He didn't come out unscathed, but he managed to protect his new home. I did it, boss. Ugh, this hurts. How do those adventurer types do this? He mumbled while disappearing into the cabin. Before pulling out the dagger, he needed to make sure that he had some healing potions to douse on this deep wound. The party of 3 and a wolf rested for the night. Roland's sleep resistance skill had been maxed out after pulling so many all-nighters, and after he reached his Tier 2 class, it evolved. Now it was called sleep immunity, and he would be able to function for up to a week without needing to sleep. Due to the nature of this predicament, he chose to remain on guard. The lava pool in the middle of the cave was dangerous, as more of the volcanic salamanders could appear out of it. Then there were the smaller holes in the walls through which the centipede-looking monsters and slugs came out. They had no tents, so sleeping would be hard, mostly for the noble lady, as she was clearly not used to extreme conditions like this. It was quite stuffy to begin with, but the lava pool only made things worse. Luckily for Robert and Lucille, they had a craftsman with them. There were also many various metallic ores in this place, along with crystallized mana giving fluid that could be used as fuel. Lucille still had the plate that she used to control ice with. With some modification, Roland was able to use the crystals to power it. Thanks to this, an area with purified air was established and they could rest. Lucille could barely sleep in Roland's backup sleeping bag that didn't really add much softness to the hard ground. Roland, on the other hand, continued to examine the cavern. Besides mithril and ethereum, he managed to find various other metals and minerals. Some could be sold off to the Alchemist Guild, while others he could use directly for his own wares. He did not have a pickaxe nor much space in his traveling bag. It pained him to leave all of these resources behind, but they needed to move. The longer they stayed here, the more danger they would find themselves in. With his hammer and chisel, he managed to snag a couple of the rarer materials, but if he could return here alone remained to be seen. He would need to convince these 2 nobles to not mention this cave when they got back. Then he would also need to be able to return here in one piece. Going down the chasm would be quite hard unless he brought some climbing specialist along. The slug-like creature collapsed after being frozen by an ice arrow. The monsters continued to appear after intervals, which meant that this place was not safe to stay. It was time to leave. The edible monster salamander had been gutted and the meat had been roasted over the lava pool already. Where do you think this will lead us to, sir? Wayland? Lucille asked while Roland opened up the secret passage. I don't know, but it could be a way out. Some dungeons like this have secret passages. They mostly take you to a treasure or are a shortcut to other sections of the dungeon. It could even lead us to where our companions are staying. This place was already a trove of treasures. These many magical crystals and precious metals would make even Tier 3 class holders salivate. Roland hoped that this passage would take them back outside into the main dungeon area. Fascinating. Lucille's eyes sparkled with naive wonder. The girl was still quite chipper and didn't realize that they could very well be walking into a trap. Are you sure that it's safe? Wouldn't it be better to wait for Lord Percival to organize a rescue? Robert, on the other hand, kept a cooler head. Even though they were stuck here, it might have still been safer than to venture into the unknown. Roland turned to the 2 people here. He wanted to move into the secret passage. He did not want to put his faith in other people too much. You have 2 choices. Either you can stay here and wait, or you can come with me. I won't force you. I will go in alone if I have to. He had already made his decision. He would go explore all the possibilities. These 2 could wait here if they wanted. The monsters weren't that strong, and with Lucille's ice magic they would go down rather fast. You intend to go in without us? Robert looked a bit surprised by Roland's proclamation. Apparently, he still thought that Roland was working for them and was obligated to listen to their orders. Unbeknownst to them, this was not what was written on the contract that he signed. There was no clause specifically forcing him to take orders from the nobles. He was there more as a support than a defender or a fighter. Yes, the volcanic salamander meat should last you for some time. Lady Lucille also seems to know water magic. You won't even need my water bottle. You can remain here if you deem it too dangerous. Remain here. Robert turned his head towards the cavern that they rested in for one night. After thinking for a moment, the brother turned to the blue-haired lady that when their eyes met just smiled. Isn't it fine? My lady. I think we can trust Sir Wayland. Ah, if the lady says so. Robert awkwardly turned towards Roland and his face instantly became stern. He nodded to indicate that they were ready to move. Agni. The ruby wolf wagged his tail around while turning on the light-giving gem on his forehead. After activating the runes, the passage opened up and all of them quickly squeezed inside. The door soon closed behind them. It was time to move on. Not much space in here. I'll lead the way. The corridor was about 2 meters in width and 3 meters in height. It was wide enough for Roland and Agni to go in the front while Robert remained at Lucille's side. Just like before, there was no light anywhere. Without Agni, the two people behind him would have a tough time moving around. Roland, thanks to his helmet, was able to see clearly, but the path was long and winding. They continued walking, and it took them quite a bit to finally reach a fork in the road. 2 paths stood before them. Which should we take? Asked Robert while Roland took out his mapping device. Regretfully, it had limited range and only showed more winding corridors that somewhat intertwined with each other. It was hard to make out where they were going. I don't see any traps. No runes either. Agni moved forward as well. He used his wolf nose to sniff for potential clues, but he also came out short. With a whine, he looked up to Roland that just patted him on the head. We'll have to depend on luck with this one, Roland said while looking at Lucille and Robert. He knew that his own luck stat was abysmal. It would be better if one of them chose. How about you decide? He pointed to Robert as he wasn't sure how Lucille's luck stat looked and Robert's was above his by some points. How about we go right? Roland nodded, but before heading inside he moved his finger towards the wall. From his fingertip, a slight blue hue escaped that crafted a runic symbol above the path they were entering. Sir Wayland. Just marking the way. I hope that I'm just being paranoid, but it will help us if this is what I think it is. They continued forward, and as Roland had presumed, they came across another fork in the road. After putting a symbol above the path that they took, they ventured forward into a corridor that one of the noble youths pointed them in. 10 minutes turned to 30, then to an hour as they continued walking into multiple paths. Then finally they came to a path that they had traveled through before. The symbol above the pathway was clear. This is the first path that we entered through. Then that path would lead us back to the chamber with the mana crystals. Oh, is that why, sir? Wayland put those symbols above the pathways. Lucille clapped her hands as she finally figured out what Roland intended with the markings. Thanks to his good memory, he would be able to remember which path they had already tried. They started to retrace their steps. Now they entered the unmarked passages to see if they guided them to an area that they weren't in before. With the help of this trick and Roland's good internal mapping skills, they finally reached a larger cavern. This one looks different than the rest. The entrance they were looking at was different by having 2 lit torches on the sides. It was clear that this was the exit from this mini labyrinth that took them a few good hours to go through. Sir Wayland, is that a door? Could it be the exit from this place? We should be careful. It could be a trap. Roland replied while activating his debugging skill, but there was nothing out of the ordinary on this door. He couldn't feel anything magical on it either. After scanning the surroundings with his map once more, he could only see a long straight corridor. Agni, can you smell or sense anything? He asked his tamed monster as he was the only person with trap detection and tracking skills in this party. Lucille regretfully also didn't know any trap detection skills, so she wouldn't be of much use. Agni perked up and started sniffing while moving closer to the door. The 3 humans followed slowly after the ruby wolf, but it didn't seem like there was anything out of the ordinary. Okay. I'll open it, stay vigilant. Robert and Lucille nodded while Roland grabbed the door handle. He pushed the door open and just like his magic item showed, it was a long wide corridor. Why are there so many tiles? Lucille asked after peeking over Roland's shoulder. The room was quite well lit with torches on the walls. The peculiar thing about this corridor was the floor. It looked out of place as it was composed of symmetrical square tiles. They had various designs on them, some had pictures of monsters while others of people. I can feel the mana. It's concentrated on the ground. Roland nodded at Lucille as he could feel it too. The whole floor was magical in nature. From what he could tell, it was dangerous to move forward. This was probably some kind of puzzle that they needed to go through. If they stepped on the wrong square tile, something deadly could occur. Let me see. After activating his debugging skill, a little smirk crept onto his face. He could see it. Beneath those drawings there were runic structures. After getting a good look at them, he took out a small rock from the outside. Step back for a moment. He threw it on one of the tiles, and the moment the rock connected with the ground, a burst of heated energy shot up. Robert took a step back as he saw the column of fire reach all the way up to the ceiling. It was clear that whoever stepped into that trap would be roasted alive. Magical traps. Fascinating. And so many of them. Did someone create them in this dungeon? The girl raised a good question as to how the traps in the dungeon appeared was unknown. No one knew if the dungeon core somehow created these here or if they were created by some other being entirely. If we take the wrong step, we will activate the traps and die. How is anyone supposed to reach the other side? Robert asked. Probably in another section of the dungeon, there is some sort of map that guides you through this place or some kind of riddle. This wasn't anything out of the ordinary. To get past traps like these, you sometimes needed to solve a riddle, find something that guided you through it, or have someone versed in these contraptions in the party. Luckily for the two, Roland could do this. Roland went down to his knees and looked at the first square tile. On it was a drawing of a dragon along with some runes. His fingers glowed with magical energy as he touched it. This task was not hard for a runesmith like him. He only needed to disable the runic structure to make the whole trap useless. If this was something like a pressure plate trap, then he would be unable to do anything. Luckily, it was magical in nature. Sir, Wayland, how did you do that? These runic traps? It's easy to disable them if you know rune smithing. He replied to the curious noble lady while moving forward slowly. I'll disable the traps now. This long and also wide corridor was covered in square tiles. Even with his large mana pool and high skill levels, it was hard to disable these many traps at once. His armor was also not made for crouching, but after about an hour they were through the corridor as he disabled the path in the middle. If I ever return here, I could reactivate them. Roland wanted to return here later as he was leaving a lot of precious metals behind. What better way to keep the secret stash hidden than leaving some traps behind? He could customize the traps so that no one could disable them, rendering this room a death trap for anyone that wasn't a runesmith. The designs of these runic traps were also different from the ones that he knew of. They were also etched onto these strange stones. If he could, he would take one to examine it later. Maybe he could stop using the scrolls for the mines and instead use this technology that was quite reusable. Alas, for now they needed to move forward. First, he needed to get out of here and rejoin his original party. After that, he could think about the treasure. He also would need to somehow get these two to not talk about the massive minerals. On the other side of the corridor was another door. After pushing it open, they came out in another section filled with long passages and more pathways. It took another couple of hours to get past this small labyrinth once more, only to end up at another exit. One that was hidden behind some runes and impossible to access without Roland's skills. I think we should take a break. Robert called out to Roland that was scanning the hidden door for runic traps. He nodded as the time spent would amount to almost a day. With the bad ventilation that this place had, the noble lady was not looking all too great. They were in a smaller lit area that looked somewhat safe. He nodded at Robert and a strange scene unfolded. 3 people were seated around a plate of metal that gave out refreshing air. This was not the strange part, as it was the ruby wolf that was sitting right next to it and acting as the room light. Robert was used as a pillow as Lucille placed her head in his lap. Roland could tell that his older brother cared for this young girl. It was a bit funny to look at his blushing face that was more awkward than cute. Robert was similar to his father and had a very masculine look to him. Thus such scenes came out quite comedic. "What are you doing?" Robert asked while glancing at Roland's hands. He had removed the scaly hide of the volcanic salamander, or at least a large chunk of it. Scribing some runes on it, it could be of use in the next room. He had his scribing kit with some magic ink with him, but some of his things remained with the porter. Some of his scrolls were in there as well, so it was good to prepare more firepower. The lack of proper scroll paper could be countered with monster hide, and a tier 2 monster would work. Robert looked in wonder at the magical ink seeping into the badly cut-out monster hide. Roland inserted it on the other side as he could not place the runes on the scales. After a few minutes of scribing, he glanced up to Robert for a moment before speaking out. "You should get some rest. You didn't sleep yesterday either. The next chamber might be dangerous." "What about you?" "I'm fine, I have sleep resistance. I'll be fine even if I don't sleep for a few days." Robert nodded at the answer, and the awkward silence between the two young men continued. Neither of them seemed to be good at talking, and Lucille was mostly the one that initiated the conversations with both of them. Now, with her fast asleep, these two introverts had to somehow cope with each other's presence. "Can I ask you a question?" "Go ahead," Roland answered while putting the finishing touches on the salamander pelt runic scroll. "Do you ever take that helmet off?" His hand twitched at the question, almost making him bring the scroll quality down by a grade. I have a rare skin condition. I need to keep it on at all times. Even more in this hot dungeon." "Rare skin condition. Is that some kind of illness?" "Something like that." Roland quickly evaded the question while Robert stared at his helmet. He wasn't sure what his old brother was thinking, but he needed to keep his identity hidden. If his father found him out, it would just add to his problems. Baron Wentworth was someone strong. He would not be able to resist him if he decided to drag him back to the Arden estate. He did not know what his dad would do. Put him under house arrest? Force him to craft armor for the noble families? He did not know, and he did not want to find out. "When the lady wakes up, we should contact Lord Percival. Tell them that we are doing fine, but it would be better to not tell them of this place. He might not appreciate us forcing the lady into this labyrinth. We shouldn't." Roland was still hoping to keep this place hidden. If they reported about the long corridors, the cave with the costly minerals would be revealed. Convincing Robert and the lady would be hard though, but they also needed to make reports. They also needed to know what was happening outside and when the rescue party would arrive. "I'll have to consult with the lady." "Yes." The awkward silence continued. How long they would be stuck here remained a mystery. For the time being, Roland showed off some of his bombs and scrolls to Robert while thinking that maybe later they might have to use them. Time continued to pass. How long these four would be stuck here remained unknown. "We have sent 2 of the adventurers along with 2 knights to deliver a message to the Adventurers Guild. Lady Lucille, I'll have to ask you to remain strong." Roland and Robert were to the side and looking at the crystal ball. In it was Lord Percival, who was now talking with Lady Lucille. 2 days have passed since they had become trapped in this series of underground caverns. They were all now before a hidden door that could lead into another trapped room. From what his mapping device told him, it looked to be quite an open space. It was even larger than what this device could show him. From his previous experiences, it could mean a few things. 1, it would be similar to the troglodyte cavern. When they entered, the doors would close and monsters would start piling on top of them. The second option was a more tame one. Could very well just be the exit into the larger volcanic dungeon. The large space that he could not map fully could be the lower dungeon. He did not believe that this was the case, as it would be far too easy. It could also be a room filled with more traps, maybe some puzzles, and then finally the thing that he was afraid of the most, a hidden boss chamber. He only had 2 party members that he was not very familiar with. They have also sheltered nobles that didn't have experience in fighting against monsters bigger and stronger than they were. Even though Robert had trained in a similar way as he did, there was a difference in fighting goblins than large hobgoblins that out-leveled a person. "Thank you, Lord Percival. Tell Charlene that I'm doing fine." After a bit, the magic sphere went out and the talk was over. Lucille didn't disclose much after Roland asked her not to tell the noble commander that they were moving deeper into the dungeon. Are you sure it was the right thing to do, sir? Wayland. It's better to not make them worry. They can't really help us here, and the rescue party won't be arriving for at least a few more days. Lucille was not a person that liked to lie. He had to convince her that it would be unwise to make her friends worry. After this, she changed her tune. Roland felt bad about using a person that had a more rosy outlook on life like this girl, but he needed to look at his own well-being. Lord Percival would have told us to return if he knew. I think you made the right decision, Lady Lucille. It seemed that Robert, on the other hand, saw it his way. He wasn't sure what his reason for it was, though. More than likely, he just didn't think that sitting around and twiddling their thumbs would help with anything. He had always been quite headstrong and someone that pushed on forward even when many things got in his way. What do you think is past that door, sir? Wayland. It could be another trapped room. Roland was a bit suspicious about this place, as after entering these corridors they had not come across any type of monster. Can your device ascertain such a thing? Lucille asked while glancing at Roland's orb that she did previously get the chance to use. Regretfully no, but I've been meaning to add that function. This item was still a work in progress. Getting it to detect monsters and other living beings was the most he could do for now. He had used part of the golem code that he had bought not that long ago. The golems came with a function of recognizing people, animals, and monsters, and that's why his device could do it as well. To come up with a trap analyzer, he would need to be a bit more original, but with the help of some of these new runic books that he studied recently, he had been given some new ideas. I won't lie to you, I have no idea what could be behind that door. It could be a swarm of volcanic monsters, or maybe just a room filled with treasure. We won't know until we enter it, and I won't force you to come with me. He wanted to move forward, as waiting for other people to help him was not really his style. Depending on others was something that Roland did not enjoy. Even though there was a noble lady here that everyone wanted to save, this didn't mean that he would be helped. The rescue party could very well climb down and only take Lucille with them. Then Robert would be next in line, while he, a regular adventurer, could very well be used as an expendable resource. They could even say that he died down in the cave and not bother with him. Thus he would rather try his luck in these unknown caves. His high level and gear gave him some confidence in being able to survive. Sir, Robert, what do you think we should do? Lucille looked to her knight. If she told him to stay, he would stay. It seemed that Robert did not know how to go against people in a higher position than he was. He just looked at Lucille with a confused look without knowing how to answer. If Lady Lucille thinks that we should wait, then I will remain with her here. Roland wondered if the years of subservience to his father had shaped Robert to be the perfect soldier, which was the one that didn't ask questions and followed orders while striving to be stronger. The girl pouted slightly after seeing that Robert wouldn't give her a straight answer. He was probably unsure which option was the safer one. Sir, Wayland, you'll continue without us if we stay behind. Yes, I think that this should lead to some kind of exit. The dungeon monsters should not pose a big threat to us. They were all at the Tier 2 level, and the lack of Tier 3 monsters was well documented. Even monsters above the 100th level were quite rare. With his prestigious class and an assortment of runic weapons, Roland did not think that he would suffer a defeat. I think we should follow Sir Wayland. He seems to know this dungeon. We would have already been dead if he wasn't here in the first place, the blue-haired lady proclaimed while looking at Roland with those big eyes. He was taken aback by how much faith this girl was putting in him. They met about a week ago, and now he was trusting him with her life. If the roles were reversed, he wasn't sure if he could do the same. Roland nodded while feeling a bit of pressure being put on his shoulders. This girl was putting her trust into him, and even his older brother that liked to bully him in their youth was somewhat doing the same. Even though he was putting on airs, if he really didn't trust him, he would probably say it. Endangering the noble lady that he fancied would come first. Okay. Check your equipment before going in. There could be monsters inside. The area is suspiciously spacious. Roland had his arming sword on his hip and the magical rod. He also possessed various spell scrolls and his magical armor. Robert was limited to the shield that he borrowed from his younger brother and an enchanted longsword. While they were talking yesterday, to break the silence he had asked his older brother to show him his sword. Regretfully, the enchantment on it was not a runic one, so he could not enhance it. It had the usual sharpening enchantment on it, which would have to be enough. Lucille only had her smaller magical rod, along with some magical trinkets that enhanced her mana regeneration and spell potency. She would remain in the back with Agni as her role was backline support. Robert would be in the very front along with Roland that would also use some spells to aid him. Let's go. The three humans nodded at each other while the only wolf in the party wiggled his tail. Robert pushed the door open and all of them glanced inside. The cavern was large with a lot of similar rock formations everywhere. There didn't seem to be any small openings in the walls through where the bug creatures could crawl from. There were also no lava pools through which lava-resistant ones like the volcanic salamander could go through either. It was a wide area with quite the high ceiling. It was actually hard for them to see it. Doesn't look that anything is in here? Roland thought to himself while they all inched inside. He even threw a sizable rock as far as he could to see if any traps or monsters would react. There was nothing here, so the party advanced while looking around. Look, Sir Wayland. Lucille pointed into the distance. There they all saw a larger closed gate. It was clearly the only way that was leading out of this large chamber. Roland could also not spot any secret doors, but his debugging skill had a limited range, so he would have to examine them quite closely. Is there really nothing here? Robert asked while they all slowly moved towards that large gate. Roland also didn't like it. It seemed strange for nothing to be here. Unless someone cleared this room out, there should be a trap or some monster to beat for them to advance. I've read that some dungeons have dummy rooms. They expand too fast and can't always fill them with traps or monsters. Maybe this is one of those. Lucille added some of the knowledge that she learned at the academy. Without seeing anything out of the ordinary, Roland would have to agree to this theory. Even after getting to the middle of the room and arriving at the larger gate, nothing was happening. Is it fine to open? Robert asked while glancing towards Roland and Lucille. I can feel magic around this area, but that could just be the dungeon. It was hard to make out magical traps in dungeons that were created through magic as well. Only when a trap was obvious, or when people had specialized skills for magic trap detection, would they be alerted to them. Roland used his ball to scan what was further inside, but this time around he was getting a lot of interference. It seemed that this door was blocking his sphere from scanning what was behind it. Robert slowly pulled on the large chain that was attached to the door while Lucille prepared a spell. A monster could be waiting for them on the other side, and with nowhere else to go they needed to open this large door. The door was about 4 meters in height and quite wide as well. Even Robert with his tier 2 strength had problems in pulling this door open. Hey! Watch out! As the gap in the door opened wider, Roland saw something. An elongated hand with 4 claw-like fingers extended while trying to claw whoever was there. Robert was lucky that he was opening the door while protecting his body with it at the same time. Roland was quick to fire off an ice arrow spell that connected with this hand. Robert quickly closed the door by pushing on it, which caused the now frozen monster hand to snap and fall to the ground. What was that? Lucille lost her composure slightly, but luckily they had Roland to pick up the slack. Why are those monsters so close to the door? Roland asked while finding this dungeon area a bit odd. Soon he would have his answer, as after closing the door they heard some kind of strange sound. This sound was coming from above. It was as if something was falling down. Then with a resounding roar it appeared. A monster fell down from the high ceiling, as if it was some kind of trap waiting to be triggered. The creature was quite large as well and was somewhat similar to a theropod. It had dark red scales covering its body. 2 rows of dark blue, bony plates running along its back, going from the eyes to the tail. It had a large mouth, very similar to the popular predator from the Jurassic World. The main feature of this dinosaur-like monster was its huge, sword-like tail. The moment it landed, it started swinging it around while trying to home in on its prey. This would be the blue-haired noble lady that at this moment was the closest person to it. Bladed volcanic Zornotaurus L123. My lady! Get behind me! Robert shouted out loud while also tapping his shield with his sword. This was enough to move the attention from the panicking ice mage. The monster gave out another loud scream as it charged towards its new target. Each time its large feet took a step, the whole cavern rumbled and pebbles rained down on them. Roland was not far behind. While the monster took the bait, he activated his magical rod. It gave out a chilling sensation before a large ball of ice was created. This ball traveled at high velocity and collided with the large monster's side. Crystals of ice started to appear on the monster the moment this spell connected. The monster turned its large T-Rex-looking head towards Roland while stopping its advance. Lucille had since recovered her composure and followed Roland's example by hitting the monster with one of her own ice spells. Frost Ball. They were lucky enough to be on the other side of the room as the beast fell right into the middle. Roland circled around it from one side while Lucille along with Robert stayed on the other. Both of the magic casters utilized their freezing spells to slow down this dinosaur-looking monster. Just like the other creatures in this dungeon, it didn't seem to be able to contend with the cold. Most of these monsters were cold-blooded. This meant that their temperature varied depending on the environment they were in. They required high temperatures to make their bodies operate. If these temperatures dropped, for some reason these creatures would start to slow down. Their metabolism would be halted and they would go into something similar to a coma or winter sleep. At that point, it would be easy to kill even a big creature like this that was unable to move. It's working. A cone of snow along with sharp ice crystals was released by Lucille as she followed Roland's instructions. The monster was slowing down, but it was also able to take quite some of this freezing energy. The icicles that would normally shred any normal skin were just bouncing off the Zornotaurus' hard plate-covered body. Roland could also see it. Without the freezing advantage, it would be hard to damage this monster. It outleveled everyone here, and it was even armored. Their swords would have a hard time piercing down to the fleshy bits. After freezing it, on the other hand, they would probably be able to jab them through its eye sockets to get to the brain. It was a bit strange that this monster appeared after they opened and then closed the door. Roland could only attribute this to the way they entered here. It almost seemed like they were going through a dungeon in reverse. That would explain why there were monsters in close proximity to the boss chamber. They were probably meant to kill them from the other side before going inside of here. Then the monster would come out after they closed the door. If they had that knowledge beforehand, it might have been better to not close that door. The monsters on the other side didn't seem to be as strong as this one here. Luckily, they had 2 ice mages working on disabling this monster, and it seemed to be over. Roland shivered slightly while looking at the giant ice statue before him. Most of this monster's body was covered in ice with just a part of its head sticking out. Its eyes were now closed and it was not moving. Did we do it? Good job, Lady Lucille. Robert and Lucille rejoiced while Roland slowly moved closer. He was the furthest from the creature while his brother and Lucille were a lot closer. Hey, what are you doing? Quickly kill it. Roland shouted as he felt something. This was all somewhat too easy. Was putting this monster on ice enough to kill it? He shouted at Robert to deliver the killing blow as he was too far away to sink his blade between those armored plates. Then, before Robert could realize, the monster opened its eyes and gave out a strange high-pitched screech. The whole party had to cover their ears while backing away. Arg! What is it doing? His vision became blurry for a moment, and when he looked up he could see a big cloud of steam. The monster started glowing red with energy, and the ice it was covered in started to thaw. Soon it burst free, now covered in red lava-like energy that slowly dripped down those thick-looking plates. The sword on its tail was ignited as it swung it towards the ground. This attack, after connecting with the hard rock, sent a barrage of flaming earth straight at Roland, who quickly activated a magical shield to protect himself. It didn't seem that the battle was over yet. It had only just begun. Roland looked at the monster that had gained an enraged status after it had been frozen. Some of its health had dropped, but it was now quickly regenerating back up. The monster started looking different than before. It switched to a deep red coloration. Its horns and dorsal spine increased in size. The largest difference was the sword-like tail, which was now burning up. It looked as if it was covered with magma, which was also radiating from some cracks in the armor-like plates the monster was covered in. While Lucille and Robert were stunned by the monster's second form, Roland raised his rod. The runes glowed in a chilling blue light before a large ball of ice formed in front of it. This ball was then shot off while spinning around. The monster was still slow as before, but this time around, when this ball of ice snow collided with it, it started to quickly melt. The Zornotaurus roared out and opened up its mouth. In it, Roland could see the flame-producing sac organ which this type of creature was known for. Shit! He quickly started running sideways. If he was a second late, he would have been charred. The concentrated flamethrower-like breath collided with the spot Roland was previously in. Even the hard rocks started to melt from the high temperature. The monster didn't stop with its magma-like projectile attack. It followed after its prey by swinging its head sideways and trying to hit Roland as he was running. His armor was lighting up in green as he switched on his agility-buffing runes to make a fast getaway. Without his runic shield in his hands, he was not confident in blocking this attack with a regular magic shield. Even though he had that runic program in his armor, it wasn't specialized for it. Don't worry, Sir Wayland. While feeling a burning inferno at his back, he heard a woman's voice from afar. It was Lucille shouting out. Robert was next to her with the shield raised and sword in one hand. The young ice mage started concentrating and gathering mana. She closed her eyes and chanted as fast as she could. The blue crystal on her magical rod started pulsating with energy, and slowly the spell started to take shape. It looked to be a large spire of ice. It was quite thick at the base and became thinner the further it went, culminating in quite the sharp top. Ice Lance. After completion, the girl shouted out and pointed her magical weapon at the monster in the distance. The large spear of ice flew forward. The added distance only gave it more time to gain speed. The attack headed right at the monster's side. Lucille hoped that even the monster's thick plates would not be able to resist such a heavy and fast-moving object. Regretfully, the monster would not allow this to be tested as it noticed this large human-sized icicle coming its way. It turned its body while swinging that giant sword tail at the incoming ice lance. It managed to slice it in two while only part of it collided with its heated-up plates. Due to the loss of size and momentum, the damage was minor. The monster now looked to Lucille and Robert while Roland was given a well-deserved breather. Agni appeared at his side and started whining. It was clear that the tamed beast would not be able to last even one hit. Agni, go and hide. The ruby wolf curled up its tail as it felt without use. He was smart enough to know that he would only get in the way, so it decided to bide its time for the moment that he could be useful. While Agni was moving away, Roland looked at the lava-covered ground that was melted by this creature. He did not think that his armor would offer him enough resistance against this monster's attack. Even if he pumped all of his mana into his ice shield, he would only last a few seconds before it gave out. This thing is resistant to ice. This was one of the worst possible outcomes. Previously, they enjoyed a rather easy time against the lesser monsters in this dungeon. It was enough to just lower their temperature slightly and they would just shut down. This one, on the other hand, had some kind of internal heating organ. Even when they brought its temperature below 0 degrees, it could just heat itself back up. The monster was also a large one, and they only had one-handed swords with not much weight behind them. Roland had brought things along as a large two-handed axe and hammer for such an occasion, but it was left behind with the porters. The bag that he had with him only had his runsmithing tools along with provisions. The spatial bag he had lacked the capacity, and carrying a backpack in the dungeon was too much of a hindrance while fighting. Thus he was only left with some bombs, spell scrolls, and what he had on himself. None of these things would probably be able to cause long-lasting damage to this monster. It was heavily armored and had quite thick legs. There was also the huge burning swordtail, which was a problem in itself. Would he be even able to resist it with his runic shield? Or would he be sliced in half with one swing? It didn't seem like he would have much time to reorganize his thoughts, though, as the monster gave out another giant scream. He expected it to fire another flaming breath or charge at Robert and Lucille. Instead of doing that, it took out a wider stance while arching its back. What is it doing? He could soon spot the tips of the backplate spikes glowing brighter than before. Roland took a step back before looking at Robert and Lucille. Don't just stand there. Scatter, both of you. Lucille was surprised at Roland's outburst while Robert furrowed his brows while looking at the monster. He seemed to understand the situation as he quickly sheathed his sword and lunged towards Lucille. "Sir Robert? What are you doing? Forgive me, my lady." The knight lifted up the noble lady with both his hands and started running. Almost at the same time, those glowing back spikes shot up into the air. They were clearly heated up and produced dark smoke. There were 4 large spikes that, at the apex of their trajectory, exploded. This produced many smaller red-hot embers that plummeted to the ground in various directions. Roland saw this and started dodging at max speed. The moment one of these glowing chunks collided with something on the ground, a small explosion occurred. They were slow-moving enough for Roland with his agility buff to react in time. On the other hand, Robert and Lucille weren't as lucky. Robert raised his shield while one of these projectiles collided with it. The explosion rattled his hand and tossed him along with the girl he was carrying to the side. The Arden Knight didn't let this be their demise, though. He firmly grasped the runic shield that he was given and activated its magical effect. A large shield of ice appeared while he held it in place. Roland could see the many explosive projectiles colliding with this shield while he was trying to evade them himself. The shield of ice was quickly faltering and only more mana could mend the holes back up. He was in no position to help them, though. From afar he tried casting a few runic spells, but there were far too many of those flaming balls coming down. It looked like a small meteor shower raining down from the sky. Robert was somehow able to defend himself and Lucille, but he was slowly reaching the limit of his mana. This shield was not designed for someone like him in mind. It would quickly drain a non-mage in a matter of moments. The monster was also there, and it could see the stationary targets. It opened up its maw once more. The target this time was Robert and the melting shield of ice that he was holding. The explosive rain was almost over, but it didn't seem that this monster would be letting up. It had clearly produced this attack to somehow tie its targets into one location. This time around it wasn't a breath of molten lava. The charge-up was not there. Before Roland could interrupt this attack, a large ball of fire traveled from the creature's mouth. "Watch out!" he shouted while Robert turned the shield to intercept this ball of flames. A loud explosion resounded through the area. There was a lot of dust created by the previous attack along with this one. Roland could not see what happened to his 2 party members. After raising his magic rod higher, he produced many frozen arrows. From the other side, he also activated his armor and created a few arrows made from hard rock. The magical attacks flew forward and successfully interrupted the monster's second flame attack. However, it also made it turn its massive head back towards Roland. Smoke and steam were pushed out into this room, raising the temperature to an uncomfortable point. Even with these frost runes turned on, he was starting to feel the heat. The monster opened up its mouth and started charging. This time it used a different tactic by firing off more concentrated flame balls. These were quite hard to evade. With the constant increase of smoke, it only made things harder for Roland. He found himself moving his hand forward and activating his shielding spells, just as one of the flame balls exploded next to him. This sent him flying into the nearby wall. His deep steel armor plates started rattling and bending out of shape before he fell back down to the ground. Roland felt a metallic taste in his mouth as his HP decreased by a large chunk. It seemed that fighting this monster at range was impossible. It had a wide range of attacks while also did not take much damage from any spells that he could cast. The earth spells bounced off while the ice ones melted almost instantly. Using fire spells and wind ones didn't feel advised as well, which left a few that could cause some damage. A T-Rex-like head emerged from the smoke. Its aim was his head. Roland quickly opened one of the pouches on his belt. A series of small cards were tossed out which quickly turned into balls of electricity. The monster, instead of biting through Roland's armor, got electrocuted. The lightning spell's energy seemed to be able to cause some harm to it as it was able to ignore the armored plates. Regretfully, it didn't seem to be packing up enough of a punch, as even when the monster was stopped in its tracks for a moment it quickly recovered. It turned around and instead of using its mouth, it utilized that giant flaming bladed tail. Roland's armor started glowing in green as he quickly backed away. He wasn't fast enough and he could only brace himself while protecting his head with both his sword and the thick magic rod. Even with both of these items and while also wearing deep steel gauntlets, the monster's tail shredded right through them. He was tossed back again with both of his weapons breaking. The mana stones on his gauntlets burst and the metal bent as he tumbled back while almost getting both of his hands broken. Gah! After rolling for a while, he ended up almost in the middle of the room. His gauntlets had the runic components needed for him to cast spells. After the attack, one of them became unusable, nothing more than scrap metal. The other one was badly damaged and the runic components were unusable. Thankfully, he had his runic mending skill, which he activated instantly. The runic mending caused his mana to drop further and give him a migraine. The gauntlet was not the only damaged runic part, as his back and chest plate had been damaged as well. Missing mana stones, arms that were bleeding, and a monster with over 60% of its HP was standing before him. He had barely enough time to stand up before the monster had charged at him again. With his injuries and his armor being mangled up, he now had a tougher time in evading the attacks. The monster was becoming slower as well, but it was clear that if this continued for longer that he would be the one losing. This was a clear difference in levels. This monster was resistant to most magic that he could throw at it. Even the electric spells only phased it for a moment. There was a big difference in levels as well as size, and the versatility that this monster showed didn't help either. Roland quickly found himself going through all of his spell scrolls. Various elemental magics rained down on the monster's thick hide, and he could see it losing its health points. It wasn't enough. It was clear that this monster was some kind of special evolution that might be comparable to his Runesmith Lord class's rarity. With not much else to do, he went for his trump card. He threw the previously created runic scroll that he made from the ruby salamander's hide. It was aimed at the ground while he retreated. The moment the Zornitoris approached, the trap was activated. Large thick vines sprung out from this spell scroll and attacked the enemy before it. The large monster was momentarily wrapped up, but even now Roland could see that it wouldn't hold it in place for long. In his spatial bag, he had a certain attachment. It looked like welded-together iron pipes that could connect to his working gauntlet's top part, which was closer to the vambrace. This attachment had mana stones placed on the rear sides of these deep steel pipes. Runes were clearly visible on the entire structure. He took aim. With this item on his forearm, he pointed with his right hand at the roaring monster. The armor accessory that looked like a circular row of pipes started shining. The mana stones lit up along with the runic components and sparks started flying. Roland could feel his mana reserves being drained rapidly as he tried keeping awake. This thing was something he created as a last-ditch effort, as it had many drawbacks. The armor he was wearing lit up in red as all the runes reacted. The monster started shaking around and the thick vines that were made from plant matter began to burn up. It looked at its small enemy. Roland at this moment was pointing with his right hand at it while holding the forearm with his left. His whole suit was radiating magical energy, and the monster's instincts were telling him that it was in danger. It opened up its mouth and got ready to burn its enemy to cinders, but before it could breathe out, Roland's magical attack was activated. It created a bright, multicolored beam of energy that flew forward and then collided with the mass of magma. The monster's attack was drilled into by this lance-wide attack and connected with the monster's head in almost a fraction of a second. A huge explosion followed the clash of these two ranged attacks and made everything hard to see. Did that do it? Roland's hands dropped down as he couldn't move a muscle. He had burned through almost all of his mana with that one attack and was unable to move. The magic beam clearly connected with the monster's head and pierced through it. He was even able to see it connecting with the chamber walls. HSSSSS. A strange hissing sound was suddenly heard by him and the smoke cleared. The creature was revealed with quite the slack jaw. It looked like the attack connected lower than he had anticipated, leaving it very much alive. It looked like it had somehow twisted its body and neck to the side at the last moment to evade this beam. Part of its neck was damaged, but its brain was still intact. Damn. Without a big chunk of its mouth, the monster slowly approached. It was quite injured and its HP was almost gone, but it could still move. This was not something that Roland could do. His legs felt like they were stuck in concrete. He could not move a muscle, and keeping his eyes open was the most he could do. The creature lumbered towards him at a slow pace, but the large strides quickly brought it over to where Roland was standing. This looked like it was the end. One swipe with its large claws or that swordtail and it would be over. Suddenly a howling sound could be heard, and from the side like a bolt of lightning, a certain ruby wolf came. He lunged himself on the monster's damaged mouth and started biting. He utilized his attacking skill that injected flames into its mouth, while also using his tail to pierce the monster's eye. The angry monster started shaking its massive body around while trying to dislodge the small wolf from its head. Its small raptor-like arms came into play as they were long enough to swipe at the intruder. A yelp was heard as Agni's body was slashed by the monster, and he was forced to let go. The ruby wolf's body tumbled to the side, while the enraged monster looked to the annoying opponent. This loss of focus was used by another person. As if he was waiting for the right moment, Robert came charging from the side and delivered a precise shield bash to the monster's side. Being already injured this much, this was enough to tip the beast over. This wasn't the end, as Roland heard Lucille's voice chanting a spell. When he glanced at her, he could see a massive ice spike hovering over her head. It was a lot larger than the ice spear she created before. The spell was released. The injured monster protected itself once more by swinging its giant tail at this glacial lance. The spell connected with the beast, which did quite some damage to the long sturdy tail, but it was not enough. Lucille was still only a low-leveled frost mage. She just didn't have enough magical energy to deliver the finishing blow. But this wasn't over. Roland saw an opportunity. With his hands shaking, he reached into his satchel once more, from which he pulled out some round orbs. This was the last remaining ammunition that he had, and he would need to trust his older brother with this. Robert, throw it into its mouth. With a last resort, he threw 3 orbs towards his half-brother. He instantly tumbled forward and collapsed on the ground while the items landed a few meters away from Robert. Robert was also in quite a bad condition. The previous monster attack blew away the shield with a chunk of his armor. His shoulder on the side that he held the shield had been broken along with his arm. He was still in better shape than his younger brother. The orbs that he saw before him were something he had seen before. Remembering the explanation that Roland had given him, he quickly took them into his good hand. The monster slowly stood up and glanced down at the person that rammed into it from the side. "Eat this, you overgrown salamander." Robert chucked the bundled-up spheres at the monster that lacked a lower jaw. With good aim, the 3 runic items made it into its mouth. Before the monster could realize what it had swallowed, it could feel its neck expanding. With a very characteristic sound, the neck of the monster exploded. Its head was tossed up into the air and landed close to the knight that tossed the runic grenades into its mouth. The battle was finally over. The 3 humans remained victorious, each one injured more than the other and still all trapped in this dungeon. The bladed volcanic Zornotaurus lay down on the ground, its large body missing a head that had rolled over to the side. The battle was over and Roland could hear the system giving him a message. You have gained 82,689 experience points. For dealing the most damage to a boss-type enemy more than 25 levels above your current level, you have achieved the Goliath Slayer title. You have leveled up. Roland dropped down onto his posterior and started panting. He soon collapsed onto his back while having a hard time breathing. His eyes started to close, but before he could pass out, he felt something slippery touch his face. It was Agni that had limped over from the side. His tamed beast had been knocked away and suffered some injuries after being clawed. He was bleeding and his side had a large gash. "Good boy." Agni received a weak pat on the head before Roland raised himself into a sitting position. The injured wolf's legs started giving out, but Roland was quick in catching his injured beast. With shaky hands, Roland reached into his satchel. During the hectic fight, he didn't even have time to drink one of these potions. Now they were needed to save Agni. He quickly brought out one of the healing potions and started pouring it over Agni's large wound. It started sizzling and slowly closing. Thanks to their connection, he could see Agni's status screen. After checking it, he could see the bleeding status slowly being grayed out before disappearing. Roland gave out a sigh of relief. His tamed beast would make it out alive while also gaining a couple of levels. He was next in line to drink some recovery potions, mana, health, and stamina potions quickly made it into his mouth as he recovered. He was preoccupied with his party members, but he could hear the system mention that he had gained multiple levels from gaining so much experience. Robert was holding onto his broken shoulder while also collapsing onto his back. He could tell that his older brother was quite tired. Lucille at this time was face down on the ground as well. She had probably passed out from using up all of her mana during that last spell. The experience in this world was somewhat shared, and depending on who did the most damage, they would receive most of it. Even though the two contributed less than him, they would also be receiving quite a lot. Robert would most likely be handsomely rewarded due to him landing the finishing blow. Goliath Slayer. Title. While in possession of this title, you deal 5% more damage to monsters that outlevel you by more than 25 levels. The title gave a flat boost to damage. He had also gained some levels after this fight. This one dead monster gave him the equivalent of fighting hundreds of those ruby salamanders. If he had to choose, he would rather fight hundreds of those smaller monsters one by one than face this thing alone again. Ugh. Wish these potions worked faster. Where is a priest when you need one? Priests and clerics like the woman that they brought along had various buffing magics. They would allow the party members to recover their mana and stamina at a quicker pace. It would have been nice if that healer they had taken along had fallen down here with them, but luckily he didn't lose any limbs. His right hand was in a world of hurt. He received a full hit from that monster that destroyed both his sword and rod. The pieces were still scattered around this large open cavern. This thing needs a rework. Roland looked at his right hand. On it was the melted attachment that he placed on his wrist. It had somewhat fused with his gauntlet at this point and rendered it nothing more than junk. With this, he had lost both of his hand protectors and would be unable to discharge spells through them. His armor was also barely holding together. The only lucky thing about this was that his helmet had stayed on his head for the entire battle. Thus Robert could not see his face even after all of this had happened. I need to give them the healing potions. Finally, Roland moved his tired and beat-up body in motion. Robert had a whole broken shoulder after holding steady and protecting Lucille as a proper knight. He had to give it to his older brother. He had some balls. He prioritized the woman's life over his own, even though he could have easily just abandoned her. Roland wasn't sure how deep of a relationship these two had, but he hoped that the girl would appreciate the gesture when she woke up. Are you awake? Barely. Robert gave Roland a weak smile while looking pale. Your shoulder. I'll have to. I know. Get it over with. Robert knew that the broken bone needed to be aligned before the healing potion was drunk. Roland was not a cleric, but he knew first aid and would be able to push the bone into the right place. Arg. Robert gave out a grunt while pushing the fingers from his good arm into the rocky ground. After the bones were somewhat set in place, Roland poured the red healing potion on the injury. Then the rest was given for drinking. These potions were high quality and would be even able to heal the broken bones within a few hours of being drunk. For faster healing, something like an elixir would be required or a powerful cleric spell. How do you feel? I'm fine, but Lady Lucille, you should think about your own health before worrying about others. Roland stood up and moved towards the passed-out frost mage. She had a magnificent face planted on the ground while making a T-pose. This was one of those times when he missed having a smartphone to document it for future generations. Before Robert could shout at him from the distance, he flipped the girl over. She was given a mana potion, healing potion, and a stamina potion. Lucille had the least amount of wounds besides a few scratches here and there. Robert had successfully managed to protect her life at his own expense. There didn't seem to be any monsters around for now. There was even a chest that popped up in the middle of this chamber. It was similar to the one at the boss room on the 10th level, with the biggest difference being that it was made of silver. My lady! Even before his arm could heal, Robert had dragged his body over to the passed-out Lucille. The group of three and the wolf were now sitting all together and resting. Finally, after a few minutes, Lucille awoke. The first thing she saw was Robert's concerned face that was quite close to her own. Sir Robert. She quickly raised her head out of panic, which made her forehead collide with Robert's nose. The two started holding their faces while Roland stared at the comedic duo. A small chuckle even escaped from his mouth that he quickly hid away by moving his helmet-covered face to the side. What happened? Where is the monster? Is Sir Wayland alive? I'm fine. Thanks for your concern, Lady Lucille. Sir Wayland, you are well. Relax. Breathe in. Sir Robert, can you explain to the lady and calm her down? Roland stood up after resting for a bit and let the knight talk to his lady. While he explained how the monster was defeated, Roland would go over to the treasure chest. Silver chest. Hi. It was quite the well-built chest that was somewhat a carbon copy of the bronze one he saw in the Ruby Golem boss chamber. It didn't seem to have any locks or traps on it, but Roland was not willing to risk it. He would rather not get shot by some strange spells or arrows when he opened it. He grabbed the bladed part of his broken arming sword that he finally found. With it, he slowly moved the chest lid open. Just like with the bronze chest, there was nothing out of the ordinary. When looking inside, he could see some items. Crescent axe. High. Enchanted STR +5. Well-kept old deep silver battle axe with a long hilt and a crescent-shaped blade. Deep silver, huh? Just like deep steel, there were other alloys similar to it. Even though this one was called deep silver, it didn't mean that it was less sturdy than steel. The silver counterpart was quite similar in that regard, but it had some other properties like having added damaging effects against undead creatures. Roland did not think the added price was worth the expenditure, so he continued using deep steel. Both of these metals had the same resistance to runic erosion, so it didn't matter that much to him. This will come in handy. Roland held the weapon out. It was a long two-handed weapon more in line with a halberd than an actual axe. He did not have his axe-related skills leveled up that much, but this was better than not having a weapon at all. The added strength would also boost his attacking power for when they entered the corridor filled with those monsters. Besides the weapon, there were 3 deep silver bars along with some silver coins. These dungeon coins could be used along with the minted kingdom coins, as everything was still being counted by this world system as the same. Roland felt like this reward was not that great. The monster trashed his armor and destroyed his deep steel weapons. It also put a big dent in his runic shield that he lent to his half-brother. All in all, this would probably barely cover the repair costs. There was also the problem of not being able to take the monster along with them for parts. This T-Rex look-alike would probably go for some gold coins. Its tail could probably be fashioned into a two-handed sword. He lacked a large enough spatial bag to fit it in. He would regretfully have to leave the monster there, but there was still one item that he could take, the mana stone. It was quite large, but also deep inside the monster's insides. This creature was over level 100 and halfway towards tier 3. It was a miracle that they were able to defeat it already. We should be safe for the time being. Sir Wayland, what about those monsters behind that large gate? Won't they enter this room? I don't think so. How so? Asked the blue-haired lady that was in the process of getting her hair in place. I have a theory about this hidden dungeon. Roland started to explain about finding this place odd. The moment that door was open, the boss appeared, but when they entered from the other side, nothing happened. This didn't make sense unless they entered the boss chamber from the wrong side. The correct path to this boss chamber was probably at another location. The path they took was a secret back door. The creatures behind those gates were just the usual mobs that were protecting the boss chamber. The room was more than likely created in a way that only when the door was opened and then closed did the boss monster spawn in. Fascinating. But doesn't that mean? Yes, if we follow that path, we should be able to come out at the intended entrance, which should probably take us to the main dungeon. Robert gave out a sigh while Lady Lucille clapped her hands together. She quickly moved her hand to the side to where her pouch was, or at least where it should be. Huh? Is something wrong, Lady Lucille? My items. I think my spatial pouch was destroyed during the monster attack. Lucille added while remembering something hitting her side. When a spatial item was damaged from the outside, whatever was inside of it became lost in the void. The bag itself would become nothing more than scrap leather. We can't contact Lord Percival now. They might think we are dead. That's regrettable. We won't be able to give them our location even when we leave this place. This was a setback that Roland could live with. If Robert or Lucille actually reported that he pulled 2 nobles into a boss fight, he might get the gallows for it. At that time, revealing his true heritage would be the only way to save his hide. The two didn't seem like they would reveal this secret if he asked them about it. His older brother had surprisingly mellowed down, but that could have been the effect of the woman next to him. He might have been holding back, unwilling to show his old violent tendencies. I'm not sure if we can stay here for too long. Why is that, Sir Wayland? Asked Lucille, and Roland started to explain to her how these boss chambers worked. So Sir Wayland is saying that if we stay here for too long that monster could appear again? Yes, we should not be in any danger for now. But I would not stay here for more than a day. Then there is that door. We might have to charge in through it and lock ourselves in with those monsters. If we retreat into this chamber, its boss might appear again. Roland didn't think he would be able to battle the monster with his broken armor. He might be able to set up a few traps, but the only real resource he had was the deep silver he just found, a few metal ores from that hidden chamber, and the boss monster's remains describe some scrolls. Is that so? Lucille looked at the dead monster that was in the process of being sniffed by a now recovered Agni. It was clear to Roland that his pooch was interested in the sizable mana stone that was still inside that dinosaur. Never thought I'd see one of these. You recognize this monster? Yes, I've consulted some books to see what kind of creatures inhabit volcanic dungeons like this. I never thought to see a variant of the volcanic Zornotaurus. Lucille's eyes sparkled a bit. The girl seemingly liked to read about beasts as well. Normally, the only version of this monster did not possess a bladed tail. It was also not able to heat itself up as much but still possessed the iconic flame breath. This type of monster could even evolve into a land dragon if it managed to reach Tier 3. It would be still a lesser form of a dragon, but still a monster that would require a whole party of Tier 3 adventurers to defeat it. You should try to regain as much strength as you can. We will have to leave soon, Roland said while standing up. He needed to pick up the scrap metal that was once his weapons and armor. Without his gauntlets, he could still somewhat use his feet to produce some magical effects, but he would need to change his fighting style. There was also the monster's remains. Just like with the salamander, he might be able to make some backup scrolls to blast those monsters in the corridors. Before he could walk away, he felt someone touch his side. Sir Wayland, I'll be sure to ask my father to give you a hefty reward when we return, Lucille shouted while Robert was quick to give some praise. Yes, the Arden estate will also provide a bonus for your services. If it wasn't for you, we all would have perished long ago. Would you perhaps be interested in moving? I'm sure my father will be glad to hire such a promising craftsman and adventurer. Hefty reward. Moving? He thought about how he would need to explain to a viscount why he endangered the life of his daughter. Then even the worst thing of having Robert somehow bring his pops into this predicament. Those won't be needed. But Sir Wayland, we have to give you some kind of reward. A reward? If you want to give me a reward, then how about... Yes? Anything you want. Lucille's big eyes started to shine brightly as she waited for Roland to speak. How about we keep this little accident between us? Huh. Both Robert and Lucille were surprised by the request, but soon Roland went further into the explanation. I fear that instead of being rewarded, I might be punished for putting a young lady's life in jeopardy. Ah! Lucille dropped her head and started thinking. Robert as well nodded, finding that what Roland was proposing made sense. Yes, the lady's father might not react kindly. Father is more reasonable than that, I think. Lucille was a bit taken aback by Roland's reaction, but after thinking for a moment she nodded as well. Soon they all reach a consensus. For Roland's sake, they would keep this boss battle secret. The party of 4 decided to rest a day in this boss chamber while keeping watch. Then they would attempt to break through the gate where the monster's arm appeared. If Roland's hunch was right, the path forward would get increasingly easier the further they went, but time would only tell. His armor needed repairing, the shield could be somewhat hammered back into shape. Robert still had his sword, and Lucille's magical rod was in working order as well. With the two-handed axe, all of them had some kind of weapon. If he was able to create some more scrolls from the monster's remains, he felt that he would be able to clear out the strongest enemies waiting for them inside. After that, their weapons and skills would need to suffice. First, I need to fix the shield. Roland nodded as he got to work. It was time to move forward and escape this trap. It was better when we had Wayland along. A rather sweaty half-elven girl in full leather gear was seen treading through a wide-open area filled with pools of lava. You need to come here more often and build up your heat resistance skill, and stop relying on magical contraptions. A man with a large frame and tan skin was walking in front of her. He was quite handsome. His upper arms weren't covered by any armor, but from his forearms and below, thick dark gauntlets could be seen. "Shut up, Armand. It would have been better if you fell into that hole instead of Wayland. You think I wouldn't want that blue-haired noble girl around with me instead? Damn. It would be a waste if anything happened to her. And that bastard is lucky enough to be with her for so long." Lobelia furrowed her eyebrows before giving a kick to Armand's shin guard. The large man didn't even flinch, as he was used to getting poked and prodded by his younger sister. The two had been tasked to go back to Albrook City. They had to run while mostly evading the monsters, while the 2 nights they were given were more of a burden than help. After a full day of going through the dungeon and not sleeping, they were able to arrive at the Adventurers Guild to give the report. Armand remembered it well, as the old guild master looked like he had laid an egg. He was really pale after hearing that his precious runesmith and the nobles were trapped in some unknown underground cave with no way of climbing back up. He could recall him blowing a fuse and shouting at everyone before scrambling back into his office. Armand looked back this fondly, as this was the first time he saw the old fart in so much distress. It made the whole fiasco of him losing his old post actually somewhat worthwhile. After losing his position, he was scolded by his family members. He also had to quit going to the red light district for the time being. The money had to go to his equipment and the orphanage, as the prices had increased. Luckily for him, the monster parts that they brought in were enough to cover the costs, and the other family members also pitched in. Even though he wasn't totally broke, it didn't change the fact that he still didn't like the person that caused this. Wayland the runesmith, he didn't think that he could get along with a stiff like that. Whenever he thought about his face that he rarely showed, he wanted to put his fist through it. His 2 stepsisters weren't helping either, always taking that guy's side over his for some reason. It was clear to him that he might have been able to handle things differently that time. He was still a work in progress, but it would be hard to change his boisterous ways. This is how he was, cocky and full of vigor. "Is that the only thing that you can think about?" Lobelia frowned even more after hearing Armand disclose his desires of being trapped in a room with the blue-haired noble. The noble lady was quite beautiful and had porcelain-like skin to match it. She didn't want to admit it, but she was defeated in a couple of places, but still thought that her face was much better than what the ice mage had. Continuing their report, a climbing specialist had to be rushed over to Albrook from another dungeon town. It took a couple of days to assemble the rescue team, and they headed back at the moment they arrived. Guild Master Orden and the mayor were rushing them all the way to the dungeon entrance. At one point, they even thought that the old man would join them on the expedition. They rushed back down past the 10th level that luckily had its boss killed beforehand. Now they were on the way towards the large lava lake that they passed by previously. The side passage had collapsed after the volcanic worms burst through the mountain. This was a dungeon, though, and they worked in mysterious ways. It wouldn't be odd for the cliff passage to have mended itself back to health. The holes that adventurers produced with their high-powered attacks tended to vanish after a week of time. It was as if the dungeon was some kind of huge organism that had a slow healing factor. They were traveling with 3 new adventurers. They were of a particular beastman race. They had short white beards, short tails, and long black horns. The most characteristic part about them were their rectangular eyes. These adventurers were part of a mountain goat beastman tribe that was famous for their climbing skills. Even without any ropes, they had certain skills that allowed them to cling to the walls for exorbitant amounts of time. The plan was for these 3 to climb down into the hole where the 3 people fell down. Each one would then attach a person to a harness that would allow them to carry them up without the need of holding on to them. They would become human-sized backpacks for these people while they climbed back up. Even with these specialists, it was dangerous. No one knew if those volcanic worms would not appear suddenly once more. They also didn't know how far down that hole was, nor how well they could use their climbing skills on the dungeon walls. "Okay, we are at the lake. It's not that far now." Lobelia said while waiting at the two knights that were as always lumbering behind the group of adventurers. The plan was for them to wait till the lava lake subsided. On the other side, the noble encampment was still in place. They would meet up with Lord Percival and the others and then head over to the cliff with a smaller team of knights. Everything was being kept on the down low for now. It was clear that neither the Adventurers Guild nor the nobles wished to disclose the fact that they let a magically gifted Viscount's daughter be trapped in a new dungeon. It wasn't the first time that an accident like this happened, but this didn't mean that there would not be repercussions later. Depending on how much pull the Viscount had, he could make it uncomfortable for the guild and the nobles. Wait, what's that? Huh? Where? Armand squinted with his eyes while looking in the direction that Lobelia was pointing at. The lava had subsided a few minutes ago, so they were waiting for it to cover up again. They would not risk attempting to cross it while it was uncovered, as they would lose precious time. Surprisingly, something appeared right in the middle of this lake. Wait, that red armor! His jaw almost dropped as Armand saw someone that he was very familiar with. Lobelia as well. With her enhanced archer vision, she could see a somewhat beat-up armored man emerge from the middle of this lake. The shiny crimson armor that was his calling card was all banged up. The gauntlets were missing, and it looked like the chest plate had been hit by a sledgehammer a couple of times. For some reason, the helmet looked in good shape. Is that Wayland? Wait, that blue. Is that the noble girl? Wayland was the first one to appear. Lobelia could see him looking around before turning. It seemed that he was leaning down to help someone up, and soon Lady Lucille was right next to him. Then Agni appeared seemingly out of nowhere, followed by a knight that she saw a couple of times before. What's going on? How are they all the way there? Didn't they fall into that hole? Before the two could process the information, they could see the group of three looking around. After realizing they were actually at, Lobelia could see the knight picking up the noble lady. They all took off sprinting towards where the group of adventurers was. Oh right! Lobelia realized what the problem was. The lake had been drained of lava for a few minutes. The timing that it would close up again had a certain pattern to it, but this only became clear after you watched it for an hour and got ready to cross. With no way of telling how much time they had, the group of 3 humans and 1 ruby wolf started running to safety. Will they make it? Lobelia cried out in shock as they were quite a ways away from where the two were now. It didn't seem that Wayland had the usual green light covering his armor, which didn't make him much faster than the knight that was carrying the lady in his arms. Armand along with Lobelia moved over to where the lake started but didn't enter. The 3 goat beast men that were there for the climbing mission followed after them without being sure what was going on. The group of adventurers had no way of helping, as they could just wait and hope for the best. Running up to meet them halfway made no sense, as none of them seemed injured. Oh no! Look! About a quarter way through, Lobelia spotted that the lava lake started expanding. Wayland was seen looking to the sides and shouting something to the knight next to him. The two started running slightly faster while the ruby wolf didn't trail that far behind. The 2 running men in their confusion lost their chance to take off the heavy armor they were wearing. If they stopped now, they would be losing more time than they would be gaining. It was a spring against time. The lava started closing in from the side, and soon the path behind them was closed. The lava lake sometimes became filled from the other side first, which also produced a somewhat larger wave going towards the end where Armand and Lobelia were standing. I don't think they are going to make it. This wave of burning death was approaching them. From what Armand and Lobelia were seeing, it didn't seem like the running speed was enough. It also didn't seem like Wayland's fancy armor was functioning correctly, as he was a lot slower than usual. Stand back! Armand shouted while jumping into the part of the lake that was not yet covered. Hey, what are you doing? Do you want to die with them? Just shut up and watch. Armand took up a wide fighting stance with his legs spread apart and knees bent. It somewhat looked like a traditional karate stance, but what he was up to, Lobelia had no idea. His tan body started turning red in a similar fashion as when he activated his body enhancement skill. There was a small difference, though. This crimson color started moving towards his right fist. Soon his whole forearm was glowing in red while his muscles contracted. He kept his eyes closed while concentrating. The veins on his hand looked like they were about to burst. Before he completed this technique, he opened up his eyes and shouted, "If you don't want to die, then dodge it to the side." Armin's booming voice traveled towards the two sprinting men that could not help but notice him in the distance. It was just in time to see him throwing his large fist forward. Following this, they saw something strange. They could hear something similar to a thunderclap. Suddenly, giant tiger head emerged before them and traveled their way. It caused the ground under it to crack and pushed everything to the side while increasing in speed. Roland could see Armin's strange pugilist skill approaching. It carried a wave of strange non-magical energy that was on par with a high-level Tier 2 attack spell. He quickly moved to one side while Robert did the same. Even when this attack passed by them, he could feel the wind pressure making his whole damaged armor rattle. He was almost pushed to the side by the residual wind pressure, while Agni was luckily spared from it as he used his master as a shield. Without looking back, he continued to sprint as he realized what was the purpose of this attack. Robert, on the other hand, did a quick glance back, just in time to see the tiger head colliding with the mass of lava and pushing it back. A giant explosion rocked the lava lake as the attack connected with the heavy mass of molten rock. This technique was strong enough to blast a large hole in the lake and also gave Robert and Roland precious time to escape, while getting some of their clothes singed by the splashing molten lava. With one last long jump, they managed to get to the other side. Roland had to grab Agni by the collar and throw him towards the exit while almost getting his feet burned. Luckily, he still had his fire-resistant boots on, so his feet didn't melt on the spot. He ended up rolling on the ground while trying to remove the boots that had lava stuck to them. With a little help from Lucille and a simple water spell, they were able to douse the fire. "Wayland, how did you end up in the middle of that lava lake? Weren't you stuck in that cavern?" Lobelia popped her head out from behind Armand. Her older brother looked a bit gassed after using that strange skill, but that didn't keep his sister from shoving him to the side to get the scoop. "Ah, it's a long story. We are tired. I need to rest." Roland was not really in the mood to talk about what transpired in the caverns below. The armor that he was wearing, or at least what was left from it, told part of the story. After getting through the boss chamber, they were rewarded by another array of dim-lit tunnels. There were many monsters there that started out from level 80 and down. It was just as he had theorized before. He had opened up the back entrance to a hidden section of the dungeon. The sword-tailed boss was clearly a bonus section that would reward people with some good gear. While they continued to travel, they encountered weaker and weaker monsters. Traps and fake passages that made them go around in circles were something they got used to after a couple more days down there. Then they finally arrived into a larger section. There were stairs going up and another runic lock that he was able to open. Considering it opened up a hole in the molten lake while it was empty from the lava, they could consider themselves lucky. Otherwise, they would have flooded the chamber below, then either died or got stuck. This part of the dungeon was clearly designed to be entered after the lake cleared itself out. Without that knowledge, it would be very deadly to exit. Knowing this, a party could easily get something to detect if the coast above was clear before going back out. Now he knew, so if he ever decided to go to that pocket with the precious metals, he would be sure to create a device that was able to detect the lava. It would probably take a while before he got back there. He was not capable of defeating that monster by himself. The spot where he nabbed the Ethereum or might have actually been able to replenish itself with time. This meant that if he managed to create a transport route for himself, he would be rich. He could sell the metals and crystals or use them for fuel. Even though he had his wind generators, they lacked portability. He had not been able to develop a working battery, yet with that pocket of crystallized mana fluid, he would be able to power items outside his workshop. After resting for a moment, he finally got his sari behind in gear. After standing up, the first thing that he saw was a smirking Armand. He was puffing out his chest like he was some kind of hero. Roland already knew what the man wanted from him, but the cocky attitude only made Roland incapable of thanking him. "Why so quiet? Don't you have something to say to your benefactor?" He was actually willing to tell him that he did a good job, but after the conceited tone, he changed his mind and a sigh escaped from his mouth. "I don't think we'll ever get along. Now move out of my way." "What's with that attitude? I saved your life." Yeah. Wish you saved some brain cells while you were at it. After spending a week down in the dark, Roland was quite done with this dungeon. He just wanted to get out of here and take a cold bath. Giving a thank you to Armand was the least of his concern. Why, you little? Stop shouting, you big idiot. Can't you see that they are injured? Lobelia finally spoke up. She could clearly see that Roland's stance was shaky and that Robert had passed out after carrying Lucille in his hands for the whole run. We need to get Sister Kasia here. Armand begrudgingly stopped yelling after looking at the beat-up group before him. It seemed like they needed to either get them to the night encampment or escort them out of the dungeon. Lucille, you are alive. Ah! Please calm down, Charlene. I'm fine. A smiling blue-haired noble lady was being hugged by a young blonde girl that went by the name Charlene. The two friends were now back together. The first thing this young earth mage did was toss herself at the ice mage's dirt-covered body. The other people around them were a bit surprised by the unlady way of acting. Most of the time Charlene was composed and acted as a proper noble lady of her status. Now, on the other hand, she was even sobbing slightly. Did those two have such a relationship with each other? Roland had to take a step back after watching the two girls hug it out. He had come across this Charlene person before. From his point of view, the girl was more in line with all the haughty nobles that he knew. Whenever she spotted him talking about runes with Lucille, she gave him that look. One that told him that he shouldn't associate with one of her friends. Most nobles did feel like the commoners were below them in any way, shape, or form. This wasn't anything out of the ordinary, as he was just not considered part of their group. People tended to create their own small or big cliques. If someone wasn't part of them, then they didn't belong. This was the same for these nobles. Only when accepted as part of their prestigious group they would start treating someone as a proper human being. They were now all gathered outside the lake area. The mountain goat beastmen were tasked to go grab the knights. With Roland, Robert, and Lucille being exhausted from the trip, they were in no condition to make it over the lake again. The knights had used the planned encampment and continued with their test even when Lucille was trapped. It seemed that accidents like this were somewhat included in the whole expedition. Losing one of the mages was not apparently a big enough reason to not get a passing grade. Now Roland was curious if they would not get any demerits, as the 3 people that fell down were able to return on their own accord. This depended on the instructor who was watching over this whole fiasco. He might even want to sweep it under the rug, as he was not able to react in time to save a viscount's daughter either. Knight Robert, please give me an explanation. How were you able to return here? The loud voice of Lord Percival moved Roland's attention away from the 2 young girls hugging each other. Robert and him had already drunk some healing and stamina potions, all given to them by Lobelia. Roland felt a bit ticked off by the tone of voice this noble was using. It was clear that he didn't think much of Robert, as he did not use this harsh way of speaking when talking to either of the noble ladies. Robert's facial expression that had gone milder after their experiences down in the dungeon reverted to its old stiff shape. His eyebrows went at an angle and he stood up straight while doing the usual knightly salute. The perfect knight that was starting to show some human traits was back to his old self, or at least that's how it seemed. Roland's only worry was him disclosing their run-in with the dangerous boss monster. He had given them the option of backing out, but not like a noble would see it like that. Roland could be held accountable for endangering nobles. This could bring various troubles his way, which he would like to avoid at all cost. Yes, Commander. I will make my report now. Ha! While standing up straight, Robert's eyes moved to the side and Roland could see him glancing at him for just a second. This took him a bit by surprise, but after Robert started to speak out, he realized why he was looking his way. After being trapped in the cave, we discovered a passage that led us to a series of corridors. With Wayland's help Wayland? Not the adventurer. It felt like Robert was finally treating him like a proper person. Before the fall, he mostly referred to him as adventurer. Roland continued to listen to this explanation, and to his surprise, any information about the room filled with metals and the boss chamber was kept out of it. Robert even downplayed the number of monsters they needed to face after leaving the boss chamber. The report that he gave informed Percival that they just found a series of underground corridors filled with bug-type monsters. Then at the end, They found an opening that led them to the middle of the lake. An exit from the tunnels? Yes, my lord, but after the lava flooded, I fear that the entrance has been sealed. This was another lie. After they went outside, the pathway closed itself automatically. Robert made it sound like the mechanism was a one-way exit. Good. At ease. Percival nodded with his head. He was not an adventurer, so he was not that interested if there were any treasures below the dungeon. He was more concerned about passing this mission and not having a precious noble lady that also possessed a rare class to die on his watch. Roland wasn't sure what to say. He wanted to thank his half-brother for keeping it a secret. Before he could do that, a certain nun from the Sun Church appeared before him. Her hands were already glowing with the holy light. Mr. Wayland, please don't move. I'll heal your wounds. A miracle of healing appeared before him. Sister Cascia's hands glowed in golden light. When this light touched his skin, he could feel a tingling feeling wash over him. He had drunk a healing potion beforehand, but healing spells were slightly different. They worked instantly. A Tier 3 priest could even recover lost limbs if their magic was high enough. There were even some rumors that Tier 4 healing classes were able to resurrect people with a loss to their experience and some memory loss. If those rumors were true or not was hard to confirm. Tier 4 healers were all candidates for the Pope position. It was a somewhat special class at Tier 5 that could be used only by one person per church. This left all the main churches with one pope, and only when they died would another pope be chosen. Roland wasn't aware of how this all worked, but the rumors said that the gods from these churches were involved in it. Thus, getting a Tier 4 healer in motion would require a lot of capital and power. Probably only high aristocrats of the Duke caliber and above could move someone like that into action. While the nobles were busy with Robert and Lucille, Roland was able to catch up with his adventurer group. You've seen better days. At least you can just repair that armor of yours. Lobelia was the first one to speak up while Silvio moved in from the side and gave Roland a pat on the back. Good job. Glad that you were able to make it out alive. You're tough for human. Next time no slip. Korgak chimed in with a one-liner. Then for some reason, after seeing Silvio patting Roland's back, he decided to come over and give one of his own. The half-orc was much larger than the tracker, so his pat was a full-time smack to his backplate. The already damaged armor rattled slightly while Roland had to take a step forward. Mr. Korgak, please be more gentle. Mr. Wayland has been through a lot. He must drink a lot of water and rest. Sister Cascia shook her head at the large half-orc that somewhat dropped his head down. He was not sure what happened during the stay at the camp, but he seemed to be afraid of her. Now then, Mr. Wayland, let me recite a passage of our holy gospel while you recover. Roland's mostly neutral-looking face that was still covered by the helmet showed a frown. It seemed that this was the problem, as the moment the gospel was mentioned, the other party members started inching away from the nun. I think I'll pass. Roland sidestepped Sister Cascia while she was reciting some strange passages from their version of the Bible. Lobelia and Armand also cleared out from around them while the cleric continued her speech. It seemed that she really let them hear it during the camp stay when he was done. After going through some awkward pleasantries with his party members, Roland headed over to Silvio. The party leader was glancing at the nobles that were in the process of looking over their own comrades. Lucille was the center of attention, but even Robert was greeted by the other knights. After spending some time with the two, he started thinking slightly differently about nobles. He was still convinced that the exception does not make the rule and that most nobles were still less than pleasant to be around. Silvio nodded at Roland while looking over his damaged armor but not commenting on it. Will we be returning now? Roland didn't beat around the bush with his question. He was tired and his armor was rendered useless. After going through a couple of runic mending skills, it barely was able to produce defensive spells. All of the mana stones had been broken during the scuffle with the boss, and he just wanted to go home. That depends on them. We are still contractually obligated to stay with them. The one that makes the decision is that High Knight. Silvio motioned with his chin towards the older armored knight. This was the academy instructor that they came with, and he would decide if this was over. The time they spent down here was over 2 weeks, and they would probably need a day or two to get back. Sir Berthold, this won't do. We must return this instant. There isn't even that much time left for the test. Lucille has been through enough to think she proved that she can handle herself here. Roland perked up as the blonde-haired noble lady started shouting. After she was done hugging Lucille, she strutted over to the high knight instructor by the name of Berthold. The old knight in question looked slightly troubled by this request. He was probably weighing the pros and cons of this decision. Finally, after a moment of silence, he spoke out. Lady Charlene, I would normally be inclined to let you off, but rules are rules. At first, the blonde lady started to smile, but her facial expression changed to a pout. Both she and also Percival were now talking with the High Knight. But Sir Berthold. Now, young lady, let me finish. This exercise was supposed to take a minimum of 3 weeks, and we are a few days short. May I propose a small compromise? The voices of the group of nobles started to become more silent as they discussed something with each other. From what Roland could tell, it was a positive proposition as the blonde lady's pout turned to a big bright smile. They decided on something. I guess we are packing up, Silvio commented while covering a smirk with his hand. Due to his enhanced hearing, he could clearly hear what the nobles were discussing even though they were standing far away. Soon everyone else was clued in by the knight commander, Lord Percival. Listen up, everyone. We will return to our encampment. The first sentence didn't sound right, but soon Roland knew why Silvio was smiling. Only half of our force will come with me while the rest remains with Lady Charlene and Lucille. We will only be returning to take the magic tents and the remaining provisions. From the order, it looked like they would be taking a smaller force to clear out the camp from what was left there. After hearing that Lucille was alive and well, half of them moved here while some people remained at the old encampment. We will then meet up with the adventurer party before the boss chamber, and then head up to the city where we will stay for the remainder of the week. Oh, aren't you glad, Wayland? Just relax. You'll be home soon enough. Isn't it great to have that Percival fellow on our side? He gave that old knight an offer that he couldn't refuse. An offer? Roland asked while not really sure of what Silvio was talking about. He did not hear any part of the conversation, but not like he was listening to the nobles from the start. Silvio, on the other hand, was quite sneaky about it. Use your imagination. What could an old knight like that be looking for at this point in his life? Silvio gave him another pat on the back while moving out to do a sweep of the area. He left Roland with more questions without explaining much, but he got the gist of it. The Tier 3 knight was already past his prime. This could mean that he was looking for a place to retire. Percival belonged to a count's estate. He might even be the heir of the whole estate. With a few good words here and there, he could propose a position at the count's side, maybe even let the Tier 3 knight become some kind of commander there. If it's like that, then maybe. The nobles were to return outside of this dungeon, but they would stay in the city for longer. It would look like the knight stayed for 3 weeks down in the dungeon, which would allow them to pass their test while also looking less suspicious when they returned. It seemed nice to have connections with high nobles, but why Percival used this card remained unknown to him. It didn't seem as if he would have failed either way. Was he really just being cordial towards the tired Lucille? If Roland had to be truly honest, he thought this was the wrong decision. This only showed the young nobles that if someone had connections, they could get away with murder. Even though they were trying to keep it hidden, probably some of the knights knew what was going on. Something like this would certainly not go down well during an actual war. While shaking his head about this deal, the rest of the people started moving. He was now separated from his 2 old companions while Agni remained. His ruby wolf had actually leveled up quite a bit thanks to the boss fight and then the many monster encounters after it. He would probably be evolving soon, as he was already level 46 at this point. Woof! Tamed beasts have it easy. Roland patted the wolf on the head while grumbling that Agni had it too easy while leveling up. Even with his debugging skill, he wasn't this fast. Let us head out. The knights seemed a lot more coordinated after the 2 weeks of being here. Now, without the 2 slow mages in the party, they were even able to get through the lake in one piece. While walking, he could only think about it finally being over and that his identity was safely kept hidden away. He had to commend himself on adding a few more attachments to this helmet and having Bernier almost welded in place. The helmet visor that he was using was also slightly different, and even when he opened it up, the top part of his face was covered. He had enough space to get food into his mouth without Robert noticing anything. Sometime later they arrived at the boss room exit. They had to make a temporary encampment there while waiting for the second part of the nights. They needed to spend one more day here till they moved back up. He noticed Robert and Lucille glancing his way from time to time, but now he was back to his old party. The adventurers had their own encampment while the nobles spend the time together. After not having much sleep for almost a whole week, he retired to his tent that he had to mostly set himself yet again. Armand had gotten the hang of setting these up, so he would not stay awake for that part. Even while being stuck with the talkative Sister Kasia in his room, he managed to fall asleep rather quickly. Unbeknownst to him, the woman prattled on for hours as due to his helmet she couldn't tell that he was dozing off. The rest went well and without a hitch. The High Knight and Percival returned without getting ambushed by over-leveled monsters, and they all headed up. All of the knights had leveled up while fighting the Tier 2 monsters in the lower levels, so they had no problem with these Tier 1 variants. Finally, I'm out. I'm not going into this stinky dungeon for at least another month. Lobelia sprinted up the dungeon stairs and was the first one outside. The other adventurers were quite interested in the large party of knights and adventurers that were coming out. There was one person in particular that stood up. The beat-up armor was making a lot of noise, and it looked like it was going to fall apart at any minute. It was finally over. Roland could feel the clear air, and even see the sunlight shining down into his visor. He had made it out in one piece and had gained a lot while doing it. What remained to do was to return home and count the coins. Woof! You sure are excited, aren't you, boy? Agni wiggled his ruby-tipped tail while running in front of his master. They were on the path towards his house. He had taken it multiple times since he had come here, and it was slowly taking shape. Roland didn't bother returning to Albrook City. For now, he needed to replace his armor before it totally fell apart. It was a miracle that he could keep his identity hidden away without his helmet falling off. All the rattling brought quite a bit of attention, and he knew that people were looking at him. Everyone was probably wondering why he didn't take the armor off, as they were already out of danger. Luckily, the nobles didn't say anything, and his party members stopped prodding after a while. After coming out of the dungeon, the adventurers went their own way. Silvio informed him that he would make a report while they could take a break. They were to meet up at the guild the next day to get their cut. He also informed Roland that he would probably be asked about his little cliff accident. Robert, Lucille along with Percival and Charlene headed to the city and the mayor's house. His older brother didn't get a chance to say goodbye as he was forced back into his old position by Percival. The noble commander didn't care for pleasantries, and he also didn't seem interested in having a chat with the adventurers. Roland didn't really mind, he just wanted to get this expedition behind him. The contract that he signed stated that after they left the dungeon, he was free to do what he wanted. He wouldn't even need to do a proper report, he was not compelled to. Due to this, he planned to not disclose the boss chamber or what was beyond it. Without getting a person that could feel out the runes and crack them, there was no way of entering the caverns. It was also in the middle of that lava lake, which would be a hard obstacle to pass. Not like I can get back there in this state, that monster will probably appear again. Or maybe something even more dangerous. Roland gave out a sigh while thinking about the large cave with all those resources. He wanted nothing more than to just repair his armor and get back in there with Bernier. With a large enough spatial bag and some mining tools, he would become rich. The problem was the boss monster along with the monsters guarding the boss chamber. He would need to get past them without much help. Bernier wasn't really a fighter, and the only thing he could use would be runic ammunition. Even with the runic grenade launcher, he felt that Bernier would be more of a hindrance. That monster was intelligent enough to release an area of attack to trap Robert and Lucille. He would probably go for the weakest link, which would force Roland to defend Bernier. Regretfully, he would need to postpone the mining expedition for another time. First, he needed to upgrade his armor and restock on his runic ammunition. He felt like waiting till he was at least at the 100th level wasn't such a bad idea. This was fine, as he would have things to keep himself busy. By having this mission end, he would be getting those crafting secrets. The inferior build that required him to place mana stones on the exterior of his armor would not hold him back anymore. During this dungeon run, it became clear that having mana stones attached to his wares would hold him back. Perhaps shields were the only items that could use the old crafting process, as he could stack many mana stones on the inside of them. I'll have to make a new smelter and then try mixing some batches of metals. The Ethereum that I managed to take should be enough for one set of armor. Should I make it from deep silver this time? Roland thought while now being almost at his home. He had a couple of bars of deep silver which he could melt. This was not quite enough for a full set of armor, but he could just get more at the market. This fantasy metal would allow him to keep the resistance of deep steel, but would also give him a buff against demons and undead-type creatures. It was something that paladin classes liked to utilize as it helped in resisting curse-type spells. Mhaha. Wished I had a runic shovel. Ha! His train of thought was broken after he heard Bernier's voice from afar. He was close to his home, but not that close. This meant that Bernier was still in the forest area. The closer he got, the more he heard the sound of digging. Woof! Agni ran forward and started acting more as a dog than a wolf as he barked at the half-dwarven assistant. What? Agni, is that you? What are you doing here? The ruby wolf jumped on the red-haired Bernier and took him down to the ground. He started licking his face while wagging his tail. Roland peeked out from around a tree while moving forward. He grasped his damaged helmet and started pulling it off. What he saw was his assistant digging up a large hole. Next to this hole were 4 sacks that were tied around the top. Even without asking, he could tell what was in there. The flies that were circling around the dark dried blood made things clear. What are you doing, Bernier? Roland called out while Bernier managed to finally push Agni away. Bernier had a confused look on his face, and it seemed that he needed a few seconds to process the situation. Boss, you are back? Why are you back so soon? I thought you would be in the dungeon for at least another week. That's not the problem here. Why are you burying bodies so close to my house? Roland pointed to the obvious remains in the tied sacks. This made Bernier look like some serial killer getting rid of the evidence. The grave was still shallow, so it seemed that he just got here. Oh, these for chumps? Haha. You won't believe me when I tell you. Chumps, huh? Roland raised an eyebrow. It didn't seem that Bernier was perturbed by the fact that he was digging a grave for 4 bodies. This made Roland think that their deaths were justified in some way or another. If not, then maybe his assistant had a screw loose. Listen, boss.
I'm listening.
A few days ago, these 4 idiots tried to rob us blind. Oh, did they? Roland listened to Bernier's explanation about the home invasion that he wasn't part of. Bernier gave him a very colorful tale of a heroic blacksmith that battled 4 thieves with his bare hands. It was a hard-fought battle that he somehow managed to win while shedding blood to protect the new home he lived in. You broke the last one's neck with your hands alone, huh? Yes, boss. He almost got me when I was tired, but he didn't account for a blacksmith's strength. Roland just gave out a sigh while moving closer. This doesn't explain why you are burying them in the woods. Ah well. I went to the city to report it to the guards. They came over to check it out, but they didn't care. The bastards told me to just bury the bodies myself. Why do we pay taxes if those leeches can't even take care of thieves? It seemed that the guardsmen didn't care for the dead robbers. They did take their adventurer cards, which the thieves possessed. They were apparently all low-leveled silver-ranked adventurers. Hee hee. I was sure that they would do that, so don't worry, boss. I grabbed anything that was worth something before I called the guards. Bernier gave Roland a thumbs up while grinning. He would need to check up on those items, but he didn't expect anything besides some daggers and maybe silver coins. Couldn't just leave them in the backyard. They were starting to reek. Bernier decided to bury these 4 in the forest and not too close to the house. That was the right decision. Roland nodded as this did make sense. Normally the guards would need to hire an undertaker to come get the bodies. This of course cost the city some good coin, which probably made them leave it up to Bernier. The death was not inside of the city, so they didn't care as much. Glad that we can always trust in the guards to avoid work. Roland didn't know what to say, so he just started walking towards his home. I'll leave you to it then. I need to get some rest. Leave it to me, boss. You can tell me about the expedition later, but Bernier trailed off at the end of the sentence while also turning his face away from Roland. Something the matter? Oh, nothing. Rest well, I'll just dig up this grave. Okay then. Roland was too tired to prod his assistant for the strange behavior. Soon he would realize why Bernier was acting sheepish. The moment he opened up the door at his fence, he saw it. The whole backyard looked like a blast zone. There were small and large holes everywhere. The grass that he grew to make it look somewhat presentable was all burned up. This made Roland realize what really transpired during the home invasion and how all of the traps must have gone off. There were also larger craters that probably came from the weapon that Bernier was handed. It was clear to him that his assistant exploded the attacker. This was probably why they were in tightly tied sacks. He could even see some patches of dried-up blood and chunks of human meat that were not properly cleaned out. I need to come up with something better than mines. By some miracle, the wind turbines were intact. Some had some damage, but they were in working condition. This could not be said for the wiring that was exposed to the elements. If Roland had gotten here back a week later, then maybe Bernier would have enough time to clean this mess up. I'm home. Roland moved to his house. The building was standing with no visible damage. It seemed that Bernier was successful in defending it. The backyard could be repaired later. First he needed to sleep and get cleaned. While going in, he tossed the miraculously intact helmet to the side. When this helmet collided with the floor, the visor flew off and slid to the side. Following this, he started undoing the straps from his chest plate, pauldrons, and all the rest. Some even snapped loose almost instantly. It was clear to him that this piece of equipment was not usable anymore. This armor had been one of his first works as a proper runesmith. It served him well for many months, but now it was time to retire it. The pieces of armor started littering the ground as Roland took them off. He was tired, but even then he was unwilling to just leave this on the floor. While grumbling, he picked the parts all up and descended into his workshop. The armor made it into the scrap box where he kept most of the pieces of metal that were cut up for later smelting. He did not have a replacement runic suit at the moment, at least not a full one. He had made some replacement gauntlets with which he could cast some spells, but that was it. After being free of his old suit, he felt a lot lighter. It was time to take a bath. Before leaving, though, he spotted a finished armor on display. It was not one that he made, nor did he remember buying one either. Did Bernier make it? He gave it a quick examination and could see that it was all at the intermediate level and made from deep steel. It looks like it will fit me. Without any spares, this new set of armor would do nicely for when he needed to report to the city. He could use the spare gauntlets that already had the runes, and he also could take a spare helmet. Roland still had to watch out for Robert as his brother, and the rest of the nobles were staying in town for another week. He didn't need it to be combat ready, just so that it would cover his face. Even though his brother seemed to have mellowed out with age, he wasn't sure how he would react if he knew Wayland the runesmith was his lost younger brother. It's almost over. They will be gone from here in a week. While heading back up, Roland thought about tomorrow. He needed to pay the Adventurers Guild a visit. Silvio would be there to make the report, but he needed to get what he was promised from the guildmaster. With that in mind, he prepared his bath. Even though he looked to be doing okay from the outside, he was really tired. While being down in the tunnels, he didn't get any sleep, and even after getting out, he was only able to take a small nap before they left. Now, while being submerged in his tub, he glanced at his status screen. His levels had gone up after killing all those monsters and that boss. Name: Roland Arden, L85. Classes: T2 Runesmith Lord, L10 Primary. T1 Mage, L25 Secondary. T1 Runic Mana Scribe, L25X. T1 Runic Blacksmith, L25 Tertiary. HP: 3024/3024. MP: 8141/8141. SP: 2082/4082. Strength: 81. Agility: 58. Dexterity: 110. Vitality: 81. Endurance: 90. Intelligence: 142. Willpower: 129. Charisma: 17. Luck: 10. Roland glanced at his mana numbers as well as his stamina numbers. The more he looked at them, the more he thought that the class that he received was a cheat. Even if Robert caught up in levels with him, he felt like he would be physically stronger than him even without the armor. Robert's class gained strength, vitality, and endurance somewhat equally, but even with that, it couldn't go against the Lord class 2-time multiplier. I wonder if other people have this class variant. Roland closed his eyes and started thinking. He was probably not the only one with a class like this. There were probably also variations of this class at Tier 3. What would be the multiplier then? 4 or 5? Would he be able to also get a prestige class when the time came, and would it force him into another troublesome trial? His thoughts started becoming hazy, but then drifted towards a new skill that he had learned after attaining the 10th level of Runesmith Lord. Basic Rune Overload. Skill. Allows the runesmith to boost the power of a runic spell temporarily. There is a chance of the rune breaking when this skill is used. The higher the rune's grade, the lesser the chance of the rune structure collapsing. He didn't get to test it as he feared that his armor would get damaged too much. He already used his runic mending skill a couple of times, and at the end, all of his runic gear fell to a level below intermediate. I'll test it out tomorrow. Hey boss, are you here? I took care of the bodies, but I'm sure you've seen the backyard. I didn't have time to. Bernier returned to the house after an hour of digging. His digging skill was quite high, so he was able to finish up quite fast. He wanted to apologize for how he didn't have time to get the backyard in better shape, but before he could, he saw something interesting. In front of the door to the bathroom, he spotted a dark crimson ball of fluff. This was Agni curled up and sleeping as if he was guarding the entrance to where his master was in. Did he fall asleep in the tub again? Bit early for that. The sun was going down, but it was not yet dark outside, so Bernier was a bit confused. Then he realized that Roland had just come back from a long dungeon expedition and was probably tired. With that in mind, he decided to remove himself from the house. This was not the first time his boss had fallen asleep in that bathroom, and most of the time he woke up during the night and found his way back to his bedroom. I guess I can try fixing those wires. Where was that magic dark liquid again? Bernier whistled to himself while closing the door to Roland's house. While his boss was resting, he would do some work and then follow it up with a nice drink. Ugh! A somewhat wrinkled Roland moved out of the bathroom. It was about 7 in the morning, and he had stayed inside the tub filled with water for the entire night. His body was kind of aching after resting against the metal tub that was clearly not meant for sleeping. I need to stop sleeping in that thing. Roland twitched a bit after feeling something press against the rear side of his knee. Agni was there to greet him, which almost caused him to tumble forward. Good morning, Agni. Woof! With only a tower around his waist, Roland moved towards his bedroom to get dressed. After finding a plain white shirt and some pants, he was ready to eat something. After looking inside the refrigerator, he luckily found it restocked. There was some cheese, eggs, and even meat in the form of sausages. There was also no lack of beer in here that Bernier was sure to buy. Here your share, you've earned it. Agni got a little pat on the head and also a bowl filled with meat. He had saved his hide back there in the monster chamber, which Roland would never forget. Roland started eating. The dried provisions that he had at the dungeon ran out quite fast. Afterward, he was stuck eating grilled monster meat, which got quite boring after 2 days. He wanted to relax and go to one of the more famous Albrook restaurants, but that would have to wait. The guild owed him some money and crafting knowledge. The guild master stated that he would have everything ready when he returned. This is the last time. Again, he was consumed by greed and fear. The only reason he took this job offer was that he didn't want to wait. With his profession, he would be able to make money even with the mana stone variant of the runic items. With time, he would have a chance to get that knowledge himself. He could even try going to different cities and hire some bodyguards with enough money. Yet he got scared of people moving in the background. There were the cultists and the assassin hired by someone from the Arden estate. Roland found it hard to relax, so he risked it all to get his hands on items that would help him build up his power. He was successful this time around, but he could have very well just fallen to his death during that volcanic worm event. It didn't seem that his family was aware of his existence. Even his older brother didn't notice that it was him. After so many years had passed, he didn't think that anyone was looking for him anymore. That would still leave him with the cultists, which were probably a more realistic adversary. Yet he didn't think they would bother sending anyone too powerful to find a young blacksmith. They probably never looked into his identity and were forced out of the city rather fast. It was more believable that they focused their eyes on his previous gnome boss and his Tier 3 bodyguards that fled the city around the same time as he did. It was hard to relax for someone like Roland that was trapped in his own mind. Only when he gained enough strength to face someone at the level of those cultists, he would not be able to relax fully. With that in mind, he was already planning his next move, which was a golem. After going through some of the runic theory books that Lucille lent him, he was closer to achieving this. He had also nabbed a nice big Elican crystal that could be used as a power source. With it, this automaton could move around freely. Still, this was a finite power source that could not be replenished. He was hoping to design a sort of runic battery that could be recharged with his wind turbines. For now, he had a lesser prototype that could store an excess, but it was not portable enough to insert into a human-sized golem. The easiest way would be to use some wires, but this would be an easy target for any opponent this golem faced. "Good morning, boss." Roland's thoughts came to a halt after his assistant appeared. Bernier looked somewhat different than before, as if he matured slightly. The little scuffle with the thieves had apparently given the half-dwarf some confidence. "Good morning. I've seen that you have been busy. That armor isn't bad." "Aye, so you've seen it. Wanted to give you a surprise, but then those thieving bastards appeared." "Yes, I've seen the backyard. Didn't know your punches could produce holes that big. Maybe you should become a pugilist instead." Roland smiled while Bernier turned his head to the side. His previous retelling stated that he battled the four with his bare hands, but Roland obviously knew that that wasn't true. "So, how was the weapon I gave you?" "Ah, the runic launcher? It was great, but the reloading mechanism could use some work." Roland rubbed his chin while Bernier told him the real story. He described how he fumbled during the reloading procedure and almost died. "The weapon is meant more for ranged support. Maybe a sidearm would do the trick." Instead of improving on the reloading mechanism, Roland contemplated creating a smaller backup weapon. Something closer to a regular handgun that people without combat classes could somewhat utilize. As before, instead of gunpowder runes would be used, the biggest problem would be the ammunition. He was not able to condense the runes into something small like a bullet. This would mean that, for now, the bullets would just be regular bullets. A regular gun was still a good weapon for someone without any skills. A powerful archer would still be better with a bow, and all the skills made them even deadlier than a modern-day sniper. This would be only a backup weapon meant for more of a surprise attack. Without knowing what to expect, the enemies would not be able to react to a bullet in time. The problem would be the design. Nothing like a revolver existed in this world. On the other hand, something like a musket wouldn't be hard. A small explosion rune or a pressurized wind rune would push the bullet outside. The reloading would be faster than a regular musket, as the person would not need to shove gunpowder into the muzzle. Instead, they could just insert a round bullet and then instantly take aim. A smaller handheld version could also be made before he figured out how to create a proper runic revolver. "So that's what happened. Good job. No need to thank me, boss. I'm sure the news spread through those thief guild circles. They will probably think twice before trying something like that again." Bernier commented while Roland nodded. He would also start working for the Adventurers Guild from this day forth. They would probably think twice before attacking someone affiliated with a giant organization as the Adventurers Guild. The possibility of getting robbed while they left on business was always there. Roland would need to prepare more defenses while also thinking about hiring some muscle from the guild. Just like any other merchant, he needed some help. For now, he didn't quite have the money to get himself competent protection. The most he could hope for is silver or maybe one gold-ranking adventurer. After having his breakfast and discussing some things with Bernier, Roland descended into his workshop. The armor was put on and his face was hidden yet again. This suit of armor looked a bit strange as the parts on the arms didn't match the rest of the set and were also in red color. "This will have to do. I didn't think you'd wear it yourself, boss. Isn't it a bit tight?" Bernier scratched his forehead while looking at Roland standing in the armor he made. He didn't show it, but he was quite happy that the item he made was already being used. It's fine. Surprisingly fits well. Did you use one of the old schematics? Yes, why do you ask, boss? I redid most of them to fit my size. Without knowing, Bernier apparently used one of the schematics that Roland previously customized for his own height. In reality, what Bernier was doing wasn't that profitable. Making a full set of armor required taking measurements of the person that would be using them. Roland was on the taller side, which would make this finished armor harder to sell. The best way to sell these was to make them at an average height so most men could use them. This is why Roland mostly only sold weapons, shields, and separate armor parts like gauntlets, arm guards, and shin protectors that could be used as replacements by almost anyone. He would need to talk with Bernier about these sorts of things in the future, as he did want to make more money. His assistant, on the other hand, had a less coin-focused mindset. He just wanted to craft items and have other people use them. Agni, stay here. I should be back in a few hours. Agni dropped his head a bit, but Bernier was quick to get his attention. While those two handled the backyard problem, he would go to the city. He was not in a hurry, so he just walked while taking in the sights. Good day, Mr. Wayland. He nodded at the guard that instantly let him through, even while keeping some other wanderers waiting. His fame was slowly growing. Being the only real runesmith in the city, he started to get some pull. Even now, after seeing the runic inscriptions on his arm guards, the people could tell that it was him. With his contract with the guild going into motion, he also would be getting free. He just hoped that no one would bother him at his home for custom wares. May the lady's blessing be upon you all. Before the Adventurers Guild, he witnessed a peculiar sight. It was Sister Kasia, all dressed up in a white nun's uniform with a golden sun pattern sewn in. She was not alone, as there were other members of the Sun Church with her. She was next to the Adventurers Guild, speaking out loudly. The adventurers could not evade her gaze, and almost everyone that got near got a little custom preach session. Glad that you made it, Wayland. Oh, hey there, Silvio. Silvio appeared from the side. He was wearing a large backpack and looked ready for another expedition. Was nice working with you. If you ever find yourself in Isgard, be sure to visit the guild. Think that cleric is staying here. Well, see ya around. Roland nodded while the party leader made his exit. It seemed that he had gotten his reward and completed his assignment. With nothing more to do, it was time for him to return to his own city. Isgard, huh? Isn't that the one closest to the super dungeon? Silvio was gone, but the nun remained. The church's presence in this city was low at the moment, but it seemed that this woman would try to change that. Even now he could see some people approaching her. Was it her beauty or charisma? He didn't know, but maybe soon the city would finally get its own grand cathedral. The tavern door swung open, and he was greeted by some familiar faces. Elodia, with her resting secretary face, was giving some coins to an adventurer that finished his quest. Armand and Korgak were there drinking while his younger sister was shouting at him and complaining. It seemed that, for once, he was late to the party. Everyone looked to had already gotten their rewards, and he was probably the only one left. Mr. Wayland, the guild master is waiting for you. While approaching the receptionist, Elodia called out to him. He looked at her and almost could spot a small smile that quickly vanished as she moved her attention back to the person at her counter. He was now more or less part of this guild. All of his items would be deposited here and sold at the stores affiliated with the guild. This was acceptable to him. He could earn more at the auction house, but the fees were much higher, which brought the all-around earning potential to around the same. There was also the guild master that promised him runic research. If he was able to procure the crafting knowledge now, he might be able to get some later. This time around he would not take any life-risking requests. At most he could fashion some custom items for some big shots. It felt a bit strange, but Roland started remembering his old job in Edelgard. The store he was working in was not as large as this guild, but it had a similar structure. Whenever the people saw him, they either greeted him or nodded their heads. It seemed that his runesmith title had already given him some respect from these guild workers. I'm coming in. Roland knocked on the door before opening them up. Inside he saw a grumpy-looking guild master. The muscular giant of the man looked somewhat tired, and it seemed that he had lost some weight. He was looking over some papers while not really paying attention to the man that just entered his office. Damn! Before Roland could ask about his rewards, he heard the large man smack that large desk of his with all his might. Damn nobles making demands! Can you believe this? Orden looked up to a fully armored Roland that didn't reply. Not like he knew what to say. This guild master here was somewhat hard to talk to. They want us to clear up the best hotel in Albrook and get them a servant per person. Do those little shits want to be found out or not? The desk was slammed again. From what Roland knew, the nobles were supposed to keep a low profile and not stand out for the remainder of the week. They could not return to the academy before a certain point, as it would just show that they failed in their mission. Ah, it's you, Wayland. Orden finally moved his head up and noticed that it was not one of the usual workers but a certain runesmith. You probably came for your cut. Good job. The large man smirked a bit while pointing with his finger to a sack on one of the bookshelves. Roland slowly walked up to it and grabbed it. Inside he found some books and money. That's the runic knowledge you wanted, and also a little bonus for keeping that last safe. I don't know how I would explain this to the Viscount. You saved my hide there, brat. Roland nodded while looking over the items. It seemed like everything that he wanted was indeed here. It's all here. Of course it is. I keep my promises. Don't forget that we have a contract now. Start sending those runic items when you can. Everything seems to be in order. I'll lead myself out then. The old man leaned back and gave out a sigh while waving his hand. Do you have to be so stiff all the time? Loosen up, kid, you won't find a nice girl if you're like that. Your looks are being wasted, and stop wearing that blasted armor everywhere. Okay. Roland just turned around without knowing how to reply. Now, with the notes and some change, he was ready to give the new smelting process a try. First, he would need to digest the new knowledge and see if he had the materials to fashion it. This should not be a problem, as the new runic forge would mostly look like the old one, just made in a specific way and with specific runes on it. With his debugging skill, it would be instantly upgraded into a high-quality tool that would probably last him for a while. The nobles were stuck in some hotel for now, but that was not his problem. His involvement with them was over. He could now take his sweet time in designing his new wares. Roland's most ambitious project would be on the way. Something that would cement him as a proper runesmith. That was to make a golem. After entering the large guild hall, he ignored all the adventurers and headed for the exit. It was finally over. With one push the door swung open and he was on the way back home. At least that is what he had hoped for, because as he was just about to leave, he heard a familiar voice behind him. Sir. Wayland. He stopped in his tracks and slowly turned his head around in a sort of mechanical way. There he saw a familiar-looking blue-haired woman, with someone closely resembling his half-brother. God damn it! What do those two want? Roland in his mismatched armor stood there. Before him was a smiling Lucille and a somewhat awkward-looking Robert. He was wearing a new knight half-plate armor that must have been a spare. Robert, just like Roland, had lost his previous armor during the dungeon expedition. Good day, Mr. Wayland. Ah. Good morning. He was wearing a different suit of armor, but the parts covering both his arms were clearly runic in nature. Through this, it was quite easy to tell him apart from regular warriors and knights that did not have enough mana to use gear like this. It's surprising how fate works. I was just looking for Sir Wayland, and he is here. Don't you think, sir? Robert. Yes, milady. Robert just nodded. Roland expected him to tip a fedora that would fit that reply. He was still acting very gentlemanly when around this young woman. Can I help you with something? Roland was still a bit apprehensive about being around his older brother. It was luck that kept his face hidden away for so long, but now he was slowly running out of excuses to wear body-covering armor. Yes, you can. You didn't think that we would forget about what you did for us down there. That's right. Robert nodded while keeping his arms crossed over and against his wide chest. Today the two were in lighter clothes. Lucille was wearing a full-blown dress that went all the way up to her ankles. She was even holding a parasol over her shoulder to keep the sun rays from hitting her pale face. Robert, on the other hand, had a blue tunic under that half-plate armor that made him look like some kind of beefy prince. His look was finished off with a long sword strapped to his hip. The two actually looked good together. Robert was quite the handsome man with somewhat different facial features than Roland, but some parts were quite similar. It was clear that their father's DNA was running in their veins, and if he took off the helmet, it would become even more apparent. "It's fine. You already thanked me when we were in the dungeon." Roland did remember that he was promised a reward, but he didn't care about it that much anymore. The access to that treasure trove was enough for him. He didn't want to be too greedy. His plan was to wait a year or two before going down there to face that boss. Maybe longer depending on how much time he would need to make a golem. That was the thing that he was missing during that fight, something or someone that could tank the hits from that monster. Even at this time, he would probably have enough firepower to pierce that monster's skin. The only problem would be to keep it in place to deliver a critical blow. For that, a tough golem made from fire-resistant metal and that could tie down a large creature like that was needed. I must insist. My father always told me to keep my promises. It would be shameful to the De Vere name if I didn't. The lady is right. We at the Arden estate have the same rule. Did we have something like that? Roland asked himself, as he didn't really recall things like that being mentioned. This could be due to the fact that he was mostly ignored by his father and the other servants. No one really treated him like a proper noble, and he himself was not interested in it. He spent most of his days training his basic skills and planning his escape after attending the Young Mage Academy. That, of course, fell through when he discovered his lack of elemental proficiencies. Even to this day, he did not even have a fraction of a percentage in any of them. It's really fine. The guild gave me a nice bonus for my troubles. And didn't Lady Lucille lose her purse while in the dungeon? Roland was sure that all of the girl's belongings went missing during the dungeon run. Even if she wanted to give him the money, she shouldn't be able to. This is unless she asked for some pocket change from one of the other nobles. That is true, but Albrook does have a bank. A bank? Roland thought for a second. He recalled hearing something like that being opened a month or two ago. In this kingdom, there was one main bank called the National Bank of Caldris, NBC for short. He never really used it as the price of admission was quite steep and also because most of his gold was in circulation. Roland constantly bought new metals and resources. Everything that he earned from selling runic gear was invested into his workshop almost instantly. There was no reason for him to make a bank account. That wasn't the main reason why he never used one. It always came down to his true identity. These banks had costly identification devices. The item that was enough to fool the guild's lower quality analyzing item would not work in the bank. While the Adventurers Guild didn't care that much about the true identities and criminal history of their adventurers, the bank did. Roland would need to subject himself to their scanning devices and they would probably see his true name on it. If this information would find its way to his enemies was up to debate. Supposedly the banks were very hush-hush. This didn't mean that his father would not get this information. He was probably safe from the cult with that, as they did not know his real name or association with the Arden estate. Yes. Luckily, I still have my bank card, Lucille proclaimed while holding out a dark-colored card with some strange inscriptions on it. Roland's eyes shone for a fraction of a second as he noticed that there were many tiny runes on it, but he also noticed something else that was a first. It's a runic item, but I can't debug it. Lucille was presenting the card right in front of his face as she stood there proudly. This allowed him to see everything quite well. Even then, when he strained his senses, his debugging skill did not show him the correct paths. It was clear that this was a runic item, but the runes were beyond small. If it wasn't for some larger ones sticking out, he would have a hard time telling that it was an actual runic item. This could mean two things. Either this was not a true runic item and thus his skill didn't work. The other possibility that he was more inclined to believe was that this item was above his skills level. That card, what is it? Ah, this? Did Sir Wayland never see an obsidian bank card? Lucille couldn't tell, but Roland was squinting with his eyes while trying to scan this item with his debugging skill. If he focused a lot of mana into his eyes, he could see a hazy image of the schematic. It was not complete and faded almost instantly even before he could make out anything insightful. Lady Lucille, that's a bit. Robert turned to the blue-haired girl with an awkward expression. Huh. Oh, I didn't mean it like that, Sir Wayland. Roland snapped back after burning through 30% of his mana while trying to analyze this black card. From the conversation, it seemed as if Lucille implied that he was not wealthy enough to get one of these cards, or even worse, to visit a bank. I'm sure the bank would accept Sir Wayland as a client. Besides the strenuous identification requirement, the bank always did a thorough background check. They sometimes even utilized magicians that could see into a person's past to see if they weren't someone in disguise. This, of course, only left people like nobles and merchants using the banking system. There was a consensus that only after getting a proper bank card could a merchant see themselves as being wealthy. It was far easier to get a card like that if someone was part of a noble household. The background checks were also a lot more lenient. Ah, no, that's fine. I have no use for a card like that, Roland replied while Lucille started flailing her arms around. It seemed that the girl had not yet been pushed through the ringer of the noble life. She seemed overly nice even to someone like him that would be considered a somewhat rare commoner but still only a commoner. What Lady Lucille would like to propose is that you come with us to the bank. To the bank? Ah yes, I might have lost my purse but I left this card at the mayor's house. Lucille quickly recovered while blushing a bit. It seemed that she did not take all of her possessions down into the dungeon. The card that she was holding would not be useful to anyone besides her as well, so it was even okay to lose it. I will need to buy more materials for this runic forge. Even though Roland did not wish to go with these two, he was in dire need of more funds. Even with the bonus he received from the guild, he still didn't have enough. There were far too many projects that he wanted to sink his time in but not enough gold to go around. Without the reward that he was promised from these two, he would probably need to spend months crafting runic items to sell before being able to invest his time in more important things, like his golem project. Also, please take this, Sir Wayland. What is this? He asked as Lucille handed him a rolled-up scroll. At first, he thought it was some kind of spell scroll, but the lady said otherwise. Those are the synchronization coordinates to my own magic crystal. With this, we will be able to exchange runic theories even when I leave here. In short, Lucille was giving Roland her phone number. Every mage had their own special crystal ball that they were attuned with. On the scroll, there was an encoded magical number that Roland could use. He was a Tier 1 mage, so he would be able to use any kind of crystal ball meant for communication with ease. Runic theories? Yes. Maybe I could even introduce you to the professor. Professor? Wait. You want me to call you when you leave? Can't I? Lucille pouted slightly after Roland posed the question. Robert raised his brow a little bit as it looked that the runesmith wasn't interested in staying in contact. In reality, this was a very favorable connection that Roland could grow. Most people would fight to have good relations with a promising Tier 2 mage. There were various lucrative opportunities waiting for him. He might even be able to get connections to the Magic Academy that probably had a whole section of runic scriptures. The only problem here was her relations with Robert. Even he could tell that the two had a somewhat deeper bond after venturing into the dungeon. Their future would be a rocky one as Robert did not have the status to go with his noble title. Being only the third son and coming from a commoner merchant side, he didn't have much leverage. The only realistic shot he had was if he gained a lot of military merit as his father before him. Do you have access to more runic knowledge? He asked as it did pique his interest. Even when he stayed in contact with Lucille, this didn't mean that Robert would be shadowing her every move. They both went to different academies and also lived in different cities. It wouldn't be strange if the two only had a relationship through letters and magic calls. Yes. We also have a knowledgeable runic mage at our institute. I'm sure the professor will love your take on crafting runes. Apparently, this professor was a runic mage. Some proper insight from a mage's perspective to help him with his research could hasten his progress by many years. This didn't seem like such a bad deal, mostly because he didn't have to do anything for it. There were no contracts and dangerous expeditions to the dungeon this time around. It looked to be safe. I'll think about it. Roland nodded while putting the scroll into his spatial bag. This would also be a good moment to get himself a communication crystal. Wonderful. Let us depart to the bank, Sir Wayland. After thinking it through, there was no real reason for him to refuse more money. He would not be the one using the bank card, and they would not be identifying him. This was also a good chance to see how the inside of such a bank looked like. They started walking. Lucille was quite the chatterbox, as always, while Robert just nodded his head and agreed with whatever she was saying. Surprisingly, the theme this time was not runes but remembering the times down in the dungeon. As always, Roland wasn't one to talk. He was more interested in the obsidian bank card that he could not use his debugging skill on. Even against the dark cult, he was able to see the runes in that device that trapped him in an illusion. When thinking back to that time, he was inexperienced, but now he could somewhat measure its worth. It was an item at the greater grade, which would put it along with Tier 3 classes. This meant that this card was above it, either an even higher greater item or one at the grand level. From what he knew, these bank cards were given to the nobles with a set sum encoded in them. The person that commissioned this card would deposit a large sum of gold into the bank. The bank would then take a slight cut from it and give the person this card. At other banks, these cards could be read and the client could take out cash. It was quite similar to debit cards from his old world, with the difference that there was no internet to keep track of the exchanges. After a use, the card would have the funds deducted from it at the bank, but there was no bank account that others could deposit their money to. It was just a way to safely keep money while traveling. No one could use the cards, and a person could always return to the bank that the card was created at. There they could recover their money if something ever happened to their card. This process could take months though, as someone needed to check with all the banks in the kingdom to see if the card was ever used and if the client wasn't a liar. Only after that would a new card be created with a new fee added to it. It was still safer to have it than to walk around with a large purse filled with gold coins. The cards could be hidden away in various ways, which also added to the safety. We are here. They stood before a large bank building. This building was pure white and made from sturdy stone. There were columns at the front of the large opening, which made this structure somewhat reminiscent of old Greek architecture. It also made it stick out like a sore thumb around the more medieval-looking buildings. In front of it there stood 4 guards. Even without identifying them, he could tell that they were quite skilled. As the group approached, the guards moved to close the path, but as the card was shown, they moved to the side. "Follow me." Lucille was quite cheerful for some reason as they entered. On the inside, he spotted a shiny marble floor. On the sides, instead of torches, there were some light crystals that were shining even now. The first thing he noticed were the large columns creating a path forward. Then on the sides, there was something that he was familiar with: iron golems. There were 4 of them in total, and this was probably the main line of defense that this bank was offering. While Lucille and Robert moved forward, he slowed down to look at these runic devices. This time around, his debugging skill worked just fine, and he could see all the external runic traces and large runes. They are similar but of better quality than of the worker golems I've seen before. I welcome you to the official Albrook Bank. I apologize for our lack of staff, but we are still in the process of building. They were met with a nicely dressed elven man. He was wearing a dark tailored suit that made him somewhat look like a high-class butler. "Good day. I would like to withdraw some coin." Lucille bowed politely while Robert nodded at the man as well. It seemed it was time to get his second payday. With so much cash in his possession, he could really start expanding his workshop. Roland glanced at his pouch that contained multiple golden coins. He even started looking over his shoulder, wondering if someone from the Thieves' Guild would mark him after he came out of the bank with both Robert and Lucille. Luckily, he did not see any shadowy figures looming in the dark. The guards that were standing around the bank made sure to remove any suspicious elements from the premises. This building was also in the innermost reaches of the city. To get in, a person needed to get past another gate that was surrounded by a large wall. This was recently created, and most of the rich merchants lived in this section of the city. This, of course, pushed any poor citizens that previously lived here out into the slums that, as always, were kept hidden away from the main roads. "Well then, I'll excuse myself. You two take care," Roland said while nodding slightly. With the money in his possession now, he could go prepare a list of materials that he needed. He didn't even have time to look through the new crafting schematics that he received from the guildmaster. There was also the problem with Robert being here for now. He was successful in keeping his identity hidden, but this could change. It didn't seem that Robert was suspecting anything. This was mostly thanks to Lucille being here. It was clear that he was love-struck and had a pile of roses inside his brain keeping him occupied. "Wait, sir. Wayland. Was there something else you needed?" Roland asked while stepping down into the road. "Yes, we have a request, but it isn't from me." Lucille looked to the side of the knight that was accompanying her. Roland turned his head towards his brother that instantly evaded his gaze. Why is he acting all shy all of a sudden? The suspicious behavior was quickly explained by Robert's next words. "Yes, I have a request. Could you create a runic shield like the one you lent me in the dungeon? I will of course cover all the cost of manufacturing it," he said while pulling out a sack filled with some coins. "You want me to make you a shield?" "Yes, we will be staying here for another 6 days. Is that not enough time to make one?" Robert asked while his brows were furrowed. The shield that he lent to Robert had mostly turned into scrap metal after they left the hidden dungeon part. He was given it back later, but the only thing he could do with it was to melt it down to get the deep steel back. 6 days were actually enough to create a shield from scratch. He just needed a thick enough slab of metal that he could cut into the shape of the shield, then shape it further with his hammer. Attaching the handle and some mana stones was probably the more strenuous process as it required more control. Then only the runesmithing would be left. This he could probably knock out in a day or two with his current skill levels. With his high mana reserves, he would probably be able to power through it without needing that many breaks. This also depended on the complexity of the runes, as some of the lesser runes he could fashion in a couple of hours. 6 days might be a bit. He lied, as he tried to refuse the offer. Even if he could do it, he still wanted to minimize the interactions with his brother. It was a half-lie, taking into consideration that he wanted to do some other projects first. Making a shield was not something on his radar. "It would be difficult." "Is that so? That's a shame." Robert didn't seem to even argue about it as he accepted the refusal, but before Roland could escape this predicament, an overzealous ice mage spoke up. "How about we just buy a good shield at the store and Sir Wayland just adds his runes to it? That should save a lot of time." Well." Roland twitched slightly as he couldn't deny that fact. "Would that be possible?" Robert's eyes lit up in anticipation as he looked at Lucille. "Yes, most runesmiths only focus on creating runes. There is no need for Sir Wayland to craft the whole shield. With his skills he shouldn't need more than a few days to finish. Isn't that right, Sir Wayland?" Lucille looked at Roland with a big smile as if she gave him great advice. She looked like a puppy that wanted to be petted, but he wanted to punt her instead. "I guess you are right." Not wanting to seem like a total bastard, he just agreed. He was still talking to a noble lady with high status. She was his ticket into the Magic Academy and more runic knowledge. It would be unwise to alienate her. She might seem all friendly now, but after she left that could change. "That's great. Do you know any good shops, Sir Wayland?" Lucille asked while Roland just thought about his next move and how to minimize his interactions with Robert. "Good shops? I mostly send my assistant to buy resources, and I also craft my own weapons." He did visit some of the blacksmithing shops just to see how the city was structured. This he did to see if he could borrow any new runic designs. "But there are a few large weapon and armor shops here. I'm not sure which one would be the best. We will need a deep steel shield at least." Roland turned to Robert and started asking questions. "What kind of runes would you like me to inscribe? Would you rather have a multipurpose item or one that focuses on something specific? Both have their pros and cons." "Multipurpose," Robert asked as he was not sure what Roland was talking about. Most of the magical equipment that people came across had 1 or 2 enchantments on it. A suit of armor would most of the time be given a buffing rune that, for instance, increased the user's strength. Then it would also have 1 active skill like a magical shield that could be activated on command. Roland's own armor could not be used by anyone that didn't possess a runecrafting skill. Without access to the runic code inside the item, it would be impossible to activate all of their features. This was why when Robert previously used his runic shield, he could only activate one of its effects that was set as default by Roland. "Yes, I could place activation runes at the shield's handles. You just need to focus your mana towards the activation rune to activate the spell. I wouldn't put too many runes though. The more there are, the quicker the shield will deteriorate. This explanation revealed some of his techniques. This was mostly learned by him when he was a runic blacksmith and when he had to be creative. There he just used spots in the weapons that when a person injected their mana into it would then activate the desired effect. Fascinating. A multipurpose runic structure. It sounds so elementary but also quite difficult if you take into consideration that the runesmith would have to customize the already created runic structure to fit the weapon. It shouldn't be that tough. You just have to alter the schematics slightly. Alter the schematics? Lucille's reaction to Roland's statement was a bit strange. The girl's eyes went wide and she looked like the first time she saw his runic armor. Did I overestimate the runic knowledge of the basic runesmiths in this world? Roland was self-taught, but this was not due to him wanting it. Due to this, he was still unaware of how other runesmiths operated. He thought back to all the schematics that he lifted from the stores. That time he only attributed it to not being able to enter the inner parts of the stores. He thought that these runes were just the basics that everyone used and then altered for more promising effects. By how Lucille was acting, this seemed not to be true. It looked like altering an already established rune was not an easy task. By Solaria, you must be a real prodigy, sir. Wayland, I just must inform the professor about this. I'm sure you'll have so much to teach each other. The girl started bouncing around like an overzealous slime monster. It took a few moments for her to calm down before the conversation could continue. How about we go to a store and pick out a shield for Sir Robert here? Ah yes, the shield. The group nodded and they finally moved towards the shopping district where most of the weapon and armor shops were at. As expected, most of them were run by dwarfs. That was when another problem arose. Welcome to Mulgud's armor shop. How can I help ye? A robust dwarf asked after seeing Robert coming in, but when he saw a peculiar-looking runesmith in runic armor, his expression changed.
Not doyerland.
Don't ye have your fancy smithy? Huh? Is there a problem? Sure is. Now get. The group was shooed away by the grumpy dwarf before they could even ask about any available shields. They attributed it to the dwarf having a bad attitude. Robert needed to be held back from going back inside. In his eyes, this was blatant disrespect towards his lady. Luckily, she was able to convince him otherwise. That was strange. Roland wondered if this dwarf just didn't like him or something. For now, they just continued to the next shop that was also run by another dwarf. This one reacted the same after seeing the intricate runic gauntlets that Roland was wearing. It was clear that they knew who he was by now and didn't appreciate it that he was coming into their shops. What's wrong with these dwarves? This is the third shop. Yes. They are extremely rude. Should we go complain to the mayor? Robert and Lucille weren't sure what was going on. But now Roland was sure about the reason. It's my fault. Your fault, sir. Wayland? But you didn't even do anything? That doesn't matter. I'm a human and I also signed a contract with the Adventurers Guild. The Dwarven Union had probably given an order to ban me from all of their stores. Roland had to give it to the Union. They were somewhat neutral with him when he was just an up-and-coming craftsman in the woods. Now, on the other hand, the moment he signed a contract with the guild, they decided to go to war with him. This also meant that he might have difficulty in getting good prices on the market. He would need to get in touch with some of the non-dwarven merchants. The Dwarven Union, why would they? Lucille managed to realize what this was all about and stomped her foot in indignation. Robert, on the other hand, wasn't that invested in runes or blacksmithing, so he wasn't aware of the Union's pull. After a quick explanation, he also looked maddened by this face. It's fine, this was bound to happen. It's just how the dwarves operate, but not all of them are like that. Roland didn't care that much as he had enough knowledge to get by already. There was also the guild that would probably supply him with well-priced materials if he really was banned from the market. Such an approach would have worked on a more inexperienced and unestablished craftsman, but he was now somewhat entrenched. Dwarves don't run all of the armor shops. Think there was one place that my assistant told me about. We could try there. If all fails, then Lady Lucille, you'll just have to buy the shield yourself without me. It would be better if Roland was with them so that he could pick up the best shield from the lineup, but if he couldn't then it was also fine. He was not really that interested in making this shield in the first place. Oh, a non-dwarven shop? That seems interesting. Yes, my assistant always told me to go there as the goods are pristine. Well, what are we waiting for? Let us depart. So they went towards this shop with the pristine goods. The journey took them away from the richer part of the city and more to where the regular people lived. The shop became visible soon, and it had a characteristic sign with a bull with large horns on it. This is the place, excuse me. Roland was the first one to enter as he was leading the way. Robert, on the other hand, held the door open for his noble lady that just giggled. The inside looked a bit dark, but it was certainly an armor shop with some shields on display. Greetings. What brings you to this tourist smithy? A peculiar bell sound resounded through the shop, and it was followed up by a womanly voice. When he turned around, he realized the meaning behind pristine goods that his assistant was talking about. So that's why that idiot was always blushing like a 13-year-old schoolgirl whenever he talked about this store. Before him stood a large beast woman. She was at least 2 meters tall and had large pointy horns on her head. Her hair was a mix of black and white. Her legs were covered by long black leather boots. For a moment he expected to see hooved legs, but by the shape that he was seeing she had regular feet. The woman before him had quite the assets that were barely being contained by a large smithing apron. Her skin was slightly darkened and looked similar to caramel. She was quite toned while also packing on a bit of muscle. It was clear that those hands were good at swinging a heavy hammer. The source of the bell sound was also revealed by a cowbell-type accessory around this woman's neck. Ah yes, my friend here would like to purchase a shield. Your friend. The large woman turned to Robert while intently looking at the young man's features. Not bad. I'll give you an 8. You'll find the shields over there handsome. Take your time. She pointed Robert in the right direction. The young man was clearly not used to women like this one, so he took a moment to process the information. His lady companion showed a cute pout before both of them left to look at the goods. The beast woman then turned to Roland. She rested one hand on her hip while using the other one to rub her chin. You have a nice deep voice. But without seeing your face, I'll have to give you a 6 for now. Okay? Roland wasn't really sure what to say. The woman just laughed while standing behind the store counter. She then leaned forward, which caused a certain bouncy place to be more visible. You must be Wayland the runesmith. You're becoming famous around here. But maybe infamous would be the better word for it. So I have heard. It doesn't seem that you care for the Union's ban that much though. Ha, those dwarfs can go screw a wild boar. They think that they own the whole market. Speaking of dwarfs, you didn't bring that red-haired fellow with you, did you? Bernir. No. Did he do something? It seemed that people were already aware of him and Bernir living in the woods. This was a good thing as it would get people to think twice before attacking his assistant again. Heh! I guess the weasel didn't tell you. Roland wondered what this was all about. He did remember Bernir coming back with a black eye one day. He just told him that he got into a scuffle with some drunks at the bar. But maybe someone else was responsible for it. Ah, I must apologize for my worker's behavior. Did he cause any damage to your shop? To the shop? No, to my pride on the other hand. Are you sure you want to take responsibility for that? The woman licked her lips as she replied. Roland was slightly startled by the change in the atmosphere. Before any harassment from either side could take place, Robert returned with a shield in his hand. This shield looks fine. What do you think of it, Wayland? Roland's head did a quick side turn. As he moved his attention to Robert, he could have sworn that he heard the woman clicking her tongue. Looks fine. The shield was a large kite shield that was in the shape of a teardrop. It was made from deep steel and was actually of high quality. Great, we shall take it. I see that you have a good eye for quality, sugar. Do you want me to wrap it up? The woman poked some fun at Robert, who was still confused. Soon the party left the shop. The lady blacksmith sent them away with a bright smile, though this smile was mostly directed at the hand filled with shiny coins that she was now holding. I should get this over with first. Roland was back home with the shield in hand. After coming back, he reprimanded his assistant for being a pervert. Bernier just explained that he just gave the woman from the shop a little tap on the posterior as she was bending down in front of him. He started fearing for Bernier's safety, as that beast woman would probably be able to crush Bernier's neck like a ripe melon if she wanted. He had glanced at her classes, and he noticed that she had leveled a warrior class at Tier 1 together with the blacksmith class. She had a bit of unique class distribution, as she had gone through 25 levels of weaponsmith and was now an armorsmith with 20 levels to her. This meant that at level 100 she would be able to switch classes again, to what he could only speculate. She seemed open to doing business with him and might have had some ties to non-union merchants that could help him. It seemed that he was universally disliked by the dwarves in this city. There were some good blacksmiths that outranked him. Some might have even been Tier 3, but there were no runesmiths besides him. This would normally give him a big boost to his wares, as he had the first adapter privileges here. The problem was the Dwarven Union that controlled a big chunk of the market. Most of this could be counteracted by him having a deal with the Adventurers Guild. Even the Union could not go against them, as they required adventurers as bodyguards to protect their merchants and more. This didn't mean that Roland wanted to procure everything through the guild. It felt a bit constricting. Being reliant on just one source was always an unwanted turn of events. It feels as if I was gone for a year. Roland opened up his workshop and was greeted by the usual stuffy air. This was quickly alleviated by pressing a button on the wall. One to turn on the light while the other turned on special runes that purified the air. What you can do with some frost and wind runes. He took a deep breath and could feel the fresh air entering his lungs. This rune that he developed would make any AC manufacturer jealous. It only used up renewable energy and was actually good for the environment. This also brought an idea to Roland's mind. If he had a contract with the guild, he could probably convince the guildmaster to use some of his runes. From his conversation with Lucille and after going through actual runic knowledge, he realized something. The runesmiths here weren't very flexible. They stuck to the old schematics and didn't even try to innovate. All the runes on the weapons were all the same type, and they just varied by grades. There was so much a runesmith could do to affect the runic structures. They could still make a highest-rated rune but turn down the output for someone that had low mana reserves. They could also do the exact opposite and crank it up. This would allow people to pick and choose items to fit their builds more. Ones liked to spam many attacking skills, while others aimed for that one big attack that hit at that one right moment for maximum damage. This could be done with the basic sharpness rune. Could turn a blade into a one-hit kill skill by using up most of the user's mana. The regular rune, on the other hand, only used a small fraction to keep the blade in working condition and the rune from breaking. With that in mind, he could burst out onto the market with new innovative weapons. Weapons tailored to specific classes that took into account their unique characteristics. Ones that had multiple features for every occasion, and even ones that abandoned all safety for that one last-ditch attack. Everything could be done, but it would take some time till he gets a feel for the market. Time to get to work. Roland placed 2 books on his workbench. One looked more like a binder with strings tied through old scrolls. This book showed him how to build the runic furnace in which he would be able to melt the mana stones. The other one was a lot thinner, as it had the recipes for some alloys. These magic alloys would work as if they had an implanted mana stone in them. Thanks to them being a mix, the runic structures would actually work much better. He would also save a lot of space, as making the specific runic structure for the mana stone socket would not be needed. This would also allow him to make runic items of smaller weapons like throwing knives or throwing stars. Those kinds of disposable weapons could turn into deadly bombs while also benefiting from their users' throwing and aiming skills. He could also add paralyzing effects and even poison ones that didn't require the thief to dip the knives into any liquid. Thanks to this, it would be quite safe to handle them even by someone that was not particularly dexterous. Making this smelter will take some time. Roland gave out a sigh while closing the books filled with crafting knowledge. Instead of the smelter, he needed to get this shield up and running. He placed it on the same workbench and examined it again first. Heavy kite shield. A heavy shield made from deep steel. It gives a bonus against staggering to its user but requires a minimum of 55 strength to use. The user suffers a penalty to their mobility if the requirement isn't met. His analyzing skill had gotten a lot better. Thanks to it, he could even tell the strength requirements of holding it. Tier 1 classes would have a hard time holding it in place as it was quite thick and bulky. Thanks to this bulkiness, he would have something that would hold the runic structures for quite some time. Also thanks to this, he could insert the mana stones into the rear side of the shield by just drilling into it. The holes would be shallow, but it would be enough to place the mana stones in strategic positions. Thanks to the glue made by the alchemists from this world, it would stay in place. Previously he needed to wedge it inside and have it physically stick in, but now it was much easier. With that in mind, he got to work. First, he needed to design the runic structure to fit this shield. His brother liked the idea of having a multi-purpose elemental runic shield. With how large this one was, there was enough place to allow Roland to do this. He drew 4 circles around the handle that would be then drilled out to house the mana stones. Each mana stone would come from a specific elemental creature, which would add a boost to the elemental runic structure. There was no end to red mana stones, as the dungeon was fire-based, and the brown earth mana stones were also plentiful. The rarest kind would be the ice one, which he had to take out from his mana stone safe. The spell trigger points would be placed by the shield handle. Depending on which digit Robert used, it would activate the corresponding spell effect. Besides these 4, there would be another special effect that would be activated by injecting the mana through all 4 points at once. Roland learned a few special ways that he could activate the spells which didn't require all separate trigger points. Thanks to this, he saved up on space while being able to make more combinations without running out of finger space. For people without the mana sense skill, it was a bit hard to learn to control these types of items. Everyone was able to inject their mana into runic items, but it took some time to be able to do it with their fingers and not the entire hand. Within a few hours, he had the schematic drawn up on a large piece of parchment. Even without his debugging skill, it was at the intermediate level. Bringing it up to the highest level gave him more experience as always, but at his current level, this wasn't much. Soon the shield found its way on the drilling table. It was clamped down in place for safety reasons and was ready to be drilled in. The drilling table that he created was still utilizing his old drill. It possessed a crank on the side with which he could lower the drill down. With a couple of movements, the drill bit descended to the previously sketched-on hole. Soon 4 identical openings that were in the shape of a tilted square were around the handle. With those now in place, it was time for some hammering. Before he could move to runesmithing, the shield needed to be heated up. Even with his enhanced skills, it would be hard to force the runic structures in without previously softening this shield up a bit. The heated-up shield was grasped by Roland. He did not use any tongs, as he had made special fire-resistant gloves for himself. With them on, he would not be afraid to stick his hand into a burning fire. His grip was as strong as a vice, which meant that he did not have to worry about the shield moving out of place as he hammered it. Soon the workshop was filled with the noise of the face of his hammer hitting the deep steel shield. The traces slowly took shape while glowing bright red before settling down and becoming hard to see. Roland's mana started being drained at a staggering pace, but it took a while before it dropped below 50%. At this point, he needed to take a breather or suffer the onset of the mana debuffs. This will probably take 2 or 3 days to make. Even when my skills increase, if the material gets better, the time it takes stays about the same. While Roland was busy with crafting this runic shield, time continued to pass. The nobles mostly remained in the better part of the city, with not many of them wandering outside. This was not due to Percival not allowing it, but by their own volition. There were not many nobles like Lucille de Vere that were interested in the way the commoners lived. With her knight, she was seen going around the city, which caused problems for the mayor and guild master. This was also why, when they came to Roland's luxurious home out in the boonies, they were together with 2 familiar faces. "Why are you here?" "Hey Wayland, how's it hanging? Do you wear that armor even at your home? Isn't it hard to work in?" An extroverted half-elf called out to Roland from behind Lucille. For some reason, Lobelia was together with these 2 nobles, and to her side was his favorite idiot. "I'm not here because I want to blast that old fart," Armand complained while frowning. It was clear that the guild master had forced him to be a bodyguard for this pair of nobles. This was probably the right call. Having a noble be snatched up for ransom would be not something that he would want. Good morning, sir. Wayland. I must say, this wall and that barbed wire look imposing. Lucille curtsied a little bit while hiding in the shade of her umbrella. Can those two stay outside? Roland pointed to Armand and Lobelia that frowned. Hey, Wayland. What is this favorable treatment? Let me see your house. Don't be stingy. She protested while Armand didn't seem to care. If Sir Wayland is against it. Lucille looked over to Robert, who just nodded, and then to her two bodyguards. Lobelia just pouted and stomped her foot on the ground while Armand decided to squat down. Great. Come in then. Roland moved to the side and let Robert and Lucille enter through the gate. He was sure to close it afterward and also gave Agni something to do. Watch the entrance. If those idiots try to come in, bite their ankles. Woof! Agni stood up proudly while guarding the entrance. Lucille chuckled while giving the older puppy a few pets. I'm going to miss you, Agni, here. From inside her pouch, she pulled out a large meaty sausage that she promptly gave to the tamed beast. Don't overfeed him. Roland grumbled while moving towards his house. Robert and Lucille started looking around. They could see the open log cabin with a red-haired half-dwarf in it. The moment he saw the girl, he was quick to get up and run over. Greetings, milady. This Bernier is at your service. He bowed his head quite low. Unbeknownst to Lucille, he was checking her out. The girl was wearing a long dress, but this didn't keep the horny dwarf from licking his lips. Roland was aware of this and hoped that Robert would not be. Bernier, go fetch the shield. Ah, sure. I'll go get it. Bernier straightened out and went back into the wooden shed. In a minute he was back with a runic version of the shield that Robert picked out for himself. Here, try it on. Roland took the shield from Bernier and then handed it to Robert. The knight clutched it tightly while trying to get a good feel for it. Robert could see that the shield's rear side had changed and now had 4 mana stones around the handle. It fits my hand well. Great. Let me explain the runic structure to you. How about we move here? Roland pointed to the side as he wanted Robert to activate some of the spell effects. Doing it right next to his house could cause some damage, so they all moved to the backyard. Sir Wayland, what are those? Windmills? Lucille pointed to the 2 large wind turbines that were spinning around in his backyard. After a week of work, they managed to clean the backyard out from the debris and all the wires were placed back into the ground. Ah, it's something similar. Let's test the shield though. Roland moved his head towards Robert as he didn't want to have Lucille snooping around those turbines. He feared that she might start asking him more questions which would prolong their stay here. His plan was to just hand them the shield, take the money, and wish them good luck in their life. He wasn't even sure if he would ever contact Lucille with the magic crystal ball. This runic professor sounded like an interesting person, but this would mean that he would need to get involved with nobles yet again. Good. Now try infusing your mana into the shield with your index finger. Robert nodded, and while gripping the shield tightly, he tried to infuse the shield with his mana. The runes on it started glowing for a moment, but then the light faded away without anything happening. Not like that, just your index finger. You are still using your whole hand. Give me the shield for a moment, I'll show you. Robert's brows furrowed a bit, but he gave the shield away. Roland held it out in such a way that his brother could see how he was gripping it. When he used his index finger to inject mana, now the shield started glowing red, and soon a red shield of flames appeared. Then, to show off the features, he used his middle finger, which changed the shield into one made from green wind energy. While this shield was active, a lot of wind was produced. While it wasn't as solid as the other shields, it could be used to blow things like poison and smoke away. Can you see? Robert looked at the magical shields that were created and his eyes seemed to lit up. While he was focused on Roland holding the shield, Lucille was seen walking away from the two. Roland turned his head towards this blue-haired noble girl. She was clearly going towards one of the wind turbines that were further in the backyard. These turbines were about in the middle of the backyard, the same one that had mine runes buried in it. What is that idiot doing? His lovely assistant was nowhere to be seen, as he could hear sounds of hammering in the log shed. Roland was far too busy with his work to pay much attention to the backyard. Bernier knew how to restock the mines and Agni would not set them off at this point. The mines were refilled after the fiasco with the thieves, but before letting Robert and Lucille in he did have Bernier tie a rope to block the path further towards the backyard. He even hung up a "Don't Enter" sign there. Lucille apparently ignored this sign and slipped past the rope while Roland was showing Robert the new shield. "Stop! Don't move, you idiot!" His voice was loud, but this didn't stop the girl from moving forward. The only thing he could do was to activate a somewhat unfinished agility boost that was only crafted into the armor covering his arms. Robert was stunned for a moment as he saw Roland run towards Lucille at full speed, as if he wanted to ram into her. Almost at the same time of Lucille stepping into one of the mines, Roland managed to arrive next to her. The runic shield was still in his hand, so he protected the ice mage from the explosion while holding her closer towards his own body. The explosion was somewhat mild, but if Lucille stepped into it, her foot would have been gone. "What do you think you are doing? Didn't you see the rope and sign?" I'm sorry, sir. Wayland, I just saw the runic symbols and couldn't can't." "Ha! Eh? What?" Robert was closely behind Roland, but instead of helping Lucille up, he was looking at Roland's face. While unsure what was happening, Roland noticed something. He could feel that something was missing, something that was previously on his head. There it was, down on the ground. A helmet made from metal with small openings for the eyes and a somewhat wider bottom for easy fitting. This was Roland's spare helmet that didn't really fit Bernier's armor that he had made. It was also not fastened to Roland's face as it was back down in the dungeon. During his rescue sprint, he had forgotten about this part. He did not think that he needed to fasten his helmet tightly to his body. This was supposed to take around 10 minutes before Robert and Lucille left. He had not foreseen that the runic groupie would be attracted by his wind turbines so much that she would ignore the warning signs. "Sir. Wayland. Your face." Lucille was the first one to speak up. She looked at Roland's face and then slowly moved her gaze towards Robert. This turned to a back and forth. It was clear that the two young men had similar facial features. A similar jawline, a similar head shape, and hair color, even their noses were somewhat the same. There were enough differences to keep them apart, but also many similarities for people that were familiar with one of them to notice it. Lucille was a person like that. She knew Robert's face quite well and could see the resemblance. "Roland? Is that really you?" Robert broke the silence before Lucille could ask a question. Just like Roland was able to recognize his brother at a glance, Robert was able to do the same. "Roland? Not Wayland?" Lucille asked while still being confused. "Roland? Never heard of him." Roland, after moving away from Lucille, quickly turned around and grabbed the helmet that fell off from his head. Without turning around, he tried to place it back on his head. Maybe if he played it off, he could get Robert to think that he just resembled his long-lost brother. Before he could place the helmet on his head, though, he felt a firm hand grasp his shoulder and yanking him back. "Stop pretending. Do you think I'm stupid? I can recognize my own brother." Seemed that it was over. The secret was out. Roland didn't know what to say. He froze. Many thoughts went through his head. He remembered his old life back at the Arden estate. He did not want to go back. He was just about to build his life back up in this city. This was supposed to be a new start for him with no shackles binding him. His own little life that he was fully responsible for and that he could shape in the way that he wanted to. Would running away be the only way? Would he need to escape to a different country to be free of his noble title? His mind raced, old memories of his old life where he spent whole days slaving away at his job making money for others. Then they were replaced by more recent memories of the fencer that had attacked him about 6 years ago. He still did not know who from the Arden estate had bribed that man to go kill him. The only person that he could exclude was his father. The rest, even Robert here, could have been the perpetrator. "Ha!" Before he could utter a word, Robert did something strange. Roland expected his half-brother to be mad or stunned, but instead, he moved in closer. He was charged, and at first, he thought that he was being attacked, but that was just Robert's way of hugging. "By the gods, you are alive." Instead of any hits, he received a big hug from his brother. "Oh my!" Lucille moved her hand towards her mouth and was unsure what to do. She watched as two armored men embraced each other, at least one of them. Roland had his hands spread apart in an awkward fashion, as he did not expect this act of affection from his half-brother that bullied him in their youthful days. Hobbitchi. After a moment he gently tapped his half-brother's shoulder, which somehow brought him back to his senses. He moved away and the bear hug came to an end. You were alive. I guess. You were alive. Robert's face switched from one of joy to one of rage. Before he knew it, Roland could see a large fist coming his way. This was an unexpected turn of events, so even though his class multiplier gave him higher physical stats than Robert, he was unable to dodge this punch. Hey, what's the commotion about? Bernier stormed out of the workshop to witness his boss being punched. He flew for a few meters and even tumbled once from the force of this hit. Is everything okay in there? What was that explosion? Yi? What's going on in there? Let us in. The voices of Armand and Lobelia could also be heard. The knocks on the gate turned into loud thumps as it was clear that someone was trying to ram it open. Sir. Robert. Please calm down. Lucille tried shouting, but for the first time. Robert ignored her calls and charged towards Roland that was slowly getting off the ground. Damn! Roland spit out some blood after being sucker-punched. The world was slightly spinning as he tried to recover. His half-brother wouldn't give him a chance, though. This didn't mean that he would just let himself be beaten up. Back on his feet, he put his guard up. Both men were wearing metal armor, so even when Robert punched Roland's arm guards, he wasn't hurting his fingers. After taking a couple more blows, Roland finally caught Robert's fist with his hand. The second fist was also caught by Roland, which turned the fistfight into a battle of strength. This competition would go to the younger brother that had a higher combined strength stat. Robert didn't seem to want to give up, though. As his hands were trembling and being pushed back, he moved in for a headbutt. A clean hit on Roland's nose sent blood splashing everywhere. Roland didn't falter, though. His grip was kept on Robert's fists. His head flew back, but it quickly returned as he smashed his forehead into his brother's nose himself. Robert's nose made a cracking sound as he rebounded from the hit. Both of them moved a step back, their noses bleeding and brows crinkled. It didn't seem that the fight was over, but for Roland, it was time to get serious. The two moved forward, both of them going into hand-to-hand combat positions. Before the brotherly fight could continue, a large ball of snow landed between them. It exploded into chunks of ice that caused the two to jump back. Sir. Robert, sir. Wayland, please get a hold of yourselves. It was an ice-type spell used by Lucille. It caused its targets to be covered in a thin layer of ice without causing much damage. She quickly ran between the two, and it was clear that she would not allow another altercation to happen. Don't worry, boss. I'll help you. After Lucille's spell, Bernier appeared with his trusty runic launcher in hand. He had the weapon up and ready, pointing it at the man that attacked Roland. Hey! Get this thing off me. No, don't hurt Agni. He is a good boy. In the back, at the gate where he left Agni, Armand started shouting. The ruby wolf followed the instructions his master gave him. He was in the process of chomping down on Armand's ankle after the pugilist forced himself through the gate. Lobelia, on the other hand, was clinging to one of Armand's arms and trying to keep him from punching Agni. Her protests seemed to be working as Armand found himself not delivering any blows to the guard wolf. Roland gave out a sigh before straightening himself out. He moved his hand to his nose, which was dripping blood. He looked to Robert, who was doing the same. The only difference was that he had managed to break Robert's while his own was still mostly in one piece. We should talk. I agree. The two brothers nodded at each other while Lucille gave out a sigh of relief. Put that thing away, Bernier. Agni let go of that idiot's leg. Roland called out to his two allies that followed his order. It was time to move the conversation inside of the hose where the nosy guild members couldn't hear them. Here. Thank you. I'll be outside if you need me, boss. Bernier passed some tea over to Roland and Robert while the two sat opposite each other. Lucille looked between the two and followed the half-dwarf outside. The door to the house was closed and the two half-brothers were finally left alone. Robert. Roland. The two men looked at each other without talking. After the emotional outburst, It seemed that none of them knew how to follow it up. Their wounds had been healed by some healing potions, so talking was not a problem. That was a nice right hook. You've become quite strong as well. Well, why did you do it? Robert asked. Why did I do what? Yes, why did you not come back to the estate? Everyone thinks that you are dead. Father went away to look for you. That old man did? Impossible. Why would he care about someone like me? Roland replied in a mocking tone. He could believe a lot of things, but not that his daddy was concerned with him that much. What do you mean? Father. That old man only cares about how he and the Arden estate look. Let us not talk about him. Roland started becoming irritated when the theme changed to his father. He wasn't sure why, but he disliked that man. He could not see him as a proper fatherly figure, but as a tyrant that was mostly interested in upholding his family name. He was also the reason that the original Roland had died. What do you intend to do? What do you mean? You must return home with me. We must inform the family that you are alive. Robert smacked his palm into the table as he shouted. I don't think that would be a good idea. Why? Why do you reject the Arden name? Do you wish to spend your life as a commoner? Yes, that is my intention. There is nothing that you or anyone from that estate can offer me. Robert looked a bit stupefied. It was as if he could not fathom why anyone would reject the title of a noble. For someone whose main goal in life was to prove that he was worthy of the noble title, this was a hard pill to swallow. It was as if Roland was denying the path that Robert had chosen for himself. It can't offer you anything? You jest. Listen, Roland. I know that I have not been kind to you when we were younger, but bonds between family cannot be broken this easily. Return with me. I'm sure Father will understand. Roland was a bit surprised that Robert actually apologized to him for being a little shit when they were younger. The second part, where he still intended to bring him home, still bothered him though. It didn't seem that Robert would let this go, and there weren't many things that Roland could do to stop him. Killing him was thrown out of the window. There was no way that Roland would go through with something like that. Begging and convincing him would not work either. There was a moment of weakness in Roland's mind in which he thought that holding Lucille hostage and making Robert sign a contract of silence would be a good idea. Making more enemies with the nobles that were from Lucille's side was a big problem. Then there was the last option, telling him the truth. Stop. I can't return to the estate, at least not before I'm strong enough. Can't return? Strong enough? What do you mean? Roland gave out a sigh before leaning back in his chair. Fine, I'll tell you the truth. It started when our father allowed me to leave the estate when I was 10 years old. Robert was given the real reason why Roland was skeptical about returning home. There was someone trying to kill him, and that someone was probably in the Arden estate. He told him about the man that he killed together with the 3 adventurers and how he then fled the city without disclosing their real identities. That's what happened. I never knew. But who would want to do such a thing to a member of the Arden estate? Your mother, Francine? Rainer? Edwin? Should I list out the entire family? If we weren't talking now, I'd still consider you as well. Mother? She would never. Robert slammed his fist into the table once more, but soon started thinking. She would not. Wouldn't she? Roland asked while Robert leaned back some more. It seemed that even the son wasn't sure if the mother wouldn't pull a stunt like that. She never liked me. No one ever did. Not even you. You know how they all are. Being the son of a commoner is reason enough, but you seem to have realized it by now. Roland shrugged. He could already tell that Robert had been discriminated against by the other nobles and that he knew how it worked. He would need to gain many merits before his status could be on equal footing with the pure-breed nobles. I can't imagine our elder brothers being behind this. Can't you? Robert crossed his hands over one another while lowering his head as he started thinking. Their older brothers were different. They were real full-blown nobles. They had no stigma of being born from a commoner mother behind them. Rainer was the firstborn and Edwin was the second. Even though they came from the same mother, it was known that they didn't like each other that much. Wentworth, their father, didn't care about anything like age, so it was an open contest to which one of them would be the heir. Even Roland and Robert could be seen as potential threats to their success. Thus Roland did not think it would be that strange for one of them to take a chance on eliminating him. Roland also knew that the two were also cold towards Robert as well as him. The two were older, so they were already out working as squires or trainee knights even when he was younger. Neither he nor Robert probably knew what those two were doing or thinking. You are correct, I can't say that they would be above it. Brother Rainer and Edwin were always busy with their training. It seemed that Robert also agreed with him. He as well didn't really know the true character between these two. This is why I must implore you to not say any of this to any of our family members. But I'm sure we can trust our father. If we bring it up with him, he will help us find the culprit. You really do trust our father, don't you? Roland leaned back while replying in a mocking tone. He knew that Robert was trying to get into the good graces of their father and placed him up on a pedestal. What if it's Edwin? What if it's your mother? Would he choose them over me? There was a clear hierarchy between nobles, and Roland was right on the bottom. Even if one of the culprits was revealed, they might not even be punished. Roland expected nothing more than a slap on the wrist, maybe house arrest, and Robert also knew this. Also, why would I want to leave? I like it here. You want to remain in this small town in the middle of nowhere as a simple blacksmith? Simple blacksmith? Could a simple blacksmith overpower a trained knight that is older than him? Overpower? If we continued, I would have. You would have what? Did you forget about these? Roland replied while moving his hand up. He was still wearing his runic gauntlets, and as he injected mana into them, the runic traces lit up. During the fight, he was not trying to kill his brother, which would be quite easy to do if he activated his runic attack spells. You changed. Robert quieted down after seeing the glowing magic gauntlet. From his previous experiences in the dungeon, he knew that he would not stand a chance in an all-out fight with Roland. Even less if he was wearing a full set of runic gear. Can I trust you to keep my secret? Do you truly not wish to return home? Not now. Maybe in the future I will. Roland replied he would have to put his trust in his older brother. Since adventuring with him down in the dungeons, he could tell that he wasn't a bad person. If he gave him his word, he would most likely follow through. I can make that promise, but under one condition. You'll have to stay in contact. Stay in contact? Yes, we can use Lady Lucille's crystal. You can use it, correct? Yes. I do have the mage skills required for it. Roland was a bit surprised. His older brother seemed more concerned with his well-being than he had previously thought. When he arrived here, he looked to be more of a pompous prick, but he was showing clear concern for a family member. If it's just that. Roland nodded at the request. If it was just what he wanted, then it was fine. So, you and Lucille? Planning to get married? Huh, what? Me and the lady? That's preposterous. Robert was surprised at the quick change of theme that he almost fell down from his chair. Really? It seems like she likes you. She does. Roland narrowed his eyes at his older brother. He wasn't sure if he was just dense or the barrier in status was keeping him from committing. Well, I wish you both luck. You'll probably need it. The two brothers continued to converse for a while longer, which left the group of 4 people and 1 wolf in the dark. What do you think they are talking about? I don't know. Maybe about their unyielding love for heavy plate armor? Lobelia replied to Armin's question while he inched towards Roland's house. The moment he did, though, a growling sound was heard. This sound was coming from a certain young ruby wolf that was guarding the entrance. Can't I just kick this thing? It's getting on my nerves. Armand scoffed at Agni, but Lobelia was quick to kick the back of his leg in protest. He is not a thing, he is Agni, and he is a good boy. He is just protecting his home, and if you tried, I bet Wayland would just beat you up. Beat me up? Yeah, like last time. Why you, that was... While the two were arguing, Lucille was to the side. She was sitting in a wooden chair that Bernier lent her from his workshop. The two were looking at the comedy routine that these two were performing. They really are close with each other. She giggled while hiding her mouth behind her hand. Roland's assistant just nodded, but he did not reply. He was far too scared to do anything. With a genuine noble next to him, he was not sure what to do. After hearing stories of people being thrown into slavery for being rude to nobles, he was somewhat scared. They certainly are a lively bunch. Bernier was not sure what this was about, but after taking a look at that Robert fellow, he noticed the resemblance. He wasn't the sharpest tool in the shed, but even he realized it. Together with the conversation at the beginning, it looked like his boss was connected with the nobles. This could spell disaster while also being lucrative depending on what this connection was. From the quick fight, it seemed that the two were related. Was his boss some kind of noble bastard? They are really taking a while. I hope everything is all right. Mr. Bernier, maybe we should go take a look. Lucille commented after having drunk her tea that was made when Robert and Roland started talking. It should be fine. I don't reckon they will start another fight. I think. Bernier did not know how to reply to this question at all. The history between his boss and the noble was a big unknown. They did manage to calm down for the time being, so it was looking fine. You are right. It's better to give them some space. Oh? So she still remembers me? Surprisingly, yes. This must be because of Lucien's mage class. At least she has her elemental affinities. Roland leaned back in his chair as he had discussed a few things with his older brother. The conversation switched to the family members and Robert informed him about everything he knew. There weren't really that many people from the Arden family that he cared about. Lucienne, his little sister that used to follow him around, had recently turned 10. With this came her ascension ritual, and surprisingly she had gained the same class as he did. Lucienne was Robert's full sister, as she and Roland were only half-siblings. Francine, the second wife, was quite ecstatic as her standing in the family was cemented. Having a rare mage in the noble house was always seen as a boon. There were many paths she could follow, but it seemed that her fire affinity was the highest. Apparently, this matched her fiery nature, as Robert stated that his mother had trouble controlling the little squirt. So she still remembers me? Yes. She has an astonishingly good memory and she learns really fast. Robert was smiling. It seemed that he was a doting big brother that was proud of his little sister. Apparently, like most mages, her learning capabilities were above average. She found reading and learning quite easy. There was a small problem due to this. Lucienne was able to vaguely remember her older brother named Roland. This brother had gone missing almost 7 years ago. Thus, the little girl had put it upon herself to find this missing brother. I hope no one is taking her seriously. Just send her to the Mage Academy. She will forget about me soon enough. I don't think it will be that easy. Robert painted a picture. Lucienne, for one reason or another, was very adamant in her beliefs. She was sure that her older brother was alive somewhere and that everyone should keep looking. Wait, she was sure that I was alive? Yes. For some reason she was convinced, and not even Mother could talk her out of it. It turns out that Lucienne was right. How about I tell? No, don't tell her. I can't trust a child to keep a secret. Robert frowned while Roland started thinking. Lucien's fixation on him was something that he was not counting on. He also had a little theory about why his half-sister was so sure about her claims. There might have been a reason why she was convinced, as one class in particular in this world had such skills. She might have the talent to be an oracle. Oracles were one of the main classes boasting capabilities to predict the future. Diviners, seers, there were a few types, but they all were under the umbrella of the magic classes. To get one of these classes, a person would need to start out as a priest or a mage, then also gain a rare talent to go with it. Lucien's belief in Roland being alive might not have just been a feeling, it could be something backed by a magical skill. This skill might have not shown itself into the open yet, or the girl might not have mentioned it to her parents for one reason or another. It would not be strange if her fixation on him somehow activated this skill and let her confirm his status. These classes were rarer than the usual magical classes. Her worth would skyrocket if she managed to get one. If this was the truth, the people at the Magical Academy would probably find this out sooner or later. Lucienne would need to reach Tier 2 to unlock one of those classes, which would leave Roland with a limited time frame before his younger sister discovers his whereabouts. It feels like hiding was never an option. He was already discovered by Robert, but there was still a chance to reason with him. The younger sister, on the other hand, sounded a bit more emotional. It could still be a red herring and she might never get the class. Roland then steered the conversation in a different direction. Rainer and Edwin had left the Knight Academy a long time ago. They were busy working in the kingdom's army and gaining merits. They were 2 years apart, which caused them to butt heads together, but Robert's info was limited. They apparently never interacted with him that much, and so he did not really know what they were up to. Their father Wentworth has been a mystery as well. Robert could count the one-on-one encounters with him on one hand. It didn't seem that Wentworth interacted with his family much besides forcing them to eat at the table together whenever they were all at the estate. The oldest sister Sophia had apparently married a viscount not so long ago. Diana, who was a bit younger, was approaching that age as well, and as always they were planning to marry her off to someone rich or influential. Roland did not really remember his older sisters that much. Most of the time he tried to keep to himself while being trapped in the Arden estate. With a lack of interest from him, the others didn't seem to open up either. Then the last one was Martha, his old maid that had tended to him in his youth. Robert could not tell him much besides seeing her sweeping around the estate. Hearing that she was still alive and well would have to be enough for now. Roland was not the only one that was asking questions though. Robert started grilling him as his turn came. Roland had to explain his class, but he only mentioned being a runesmith, but he was not sure if his older brother bought it. Haven being bested in a strength contest by a runesmith was a hard pill to swallow. "Can I trust you to keep it a secret?" Robert started thinking. There was a lot of information to process, but after a moment he finally looked at Roland and nodded. "On the Arden name, I shall make a vow to not disclose this information to anyone." He was a bit surprised that he was able to get a vow out of his thickhead brother. He knew that the man took being a knight very seriously. Vows like this were not just spoken words. For someone that had a knight class, a broken vow could cause them to lose the requirements for higher classes. Though if he switched to something else, then it wouldn't matter. The moment the vow was pronounced, Robert's body began to shine. This light was something akin to a written contract. If Robert broke it, he would suffer a debuff. "I didn't think that you would go this far." Roland was a bit stunned that he got this man to agree to his request this easily. Through their long conversation, he did figure out why Robert was acting this way. It was mostly due to Roland going missing and Robert maturing enough to feel bad about his younger days. His conscience seemed to have weighed down on him. The days that he bullied his younger brother came back to haunt his dreams after he disappeared. This was also probably the reason why Robert had an emotional outburst earlier. Going through close to 7 years of regret only to find out that the brother he was worrying about was still alive was enough to trigger rage. "You are still my brother," Robert commented while standing up. Roland, on the other hand, didn't know how to feel about this. The attachment to this family had withered with time. The man before him felt more like a stranger to him than a family member. Still, he had to give it to him. He had earned some brotherly points for that vow he made. Even though Roland could never see himself as a true Arden, this didn't mean he could not be friendly with some of the members. "The blood of the covenant is thicker than the water of the womb" was an old misquoted saying. He was someone that believed in it, as the bonds people made along the way were sometimes stronger than family bonds. "I see. I'm surprised that you are the same Robert that I used to know. Are you sure you're not some kind of changing in disguise?" Roland replied while being surprised that this young man before him was the same young brat that he thought of a nuisance. Thanks to his mind being of an adult, he never held the things against the young man. It was mostly an annoyance that he hoped to leave behind after he escaped the estate. "Hey, what's that supposed to mean?" Their conversation was then brought to a stop as Agni's growls started getting louder. "I think we are done here." "Yes, remember to contact me." Robert gave Roland his current address to send letters. He would also await contact through Lucille's magical crystal. This would really force him to buy one. With it, Robert could even buy the services of other mages to call him. He would just need to right number to reach him. "What's all this noise?" Roland opened up the door to the outside. There he saw a maddened Armand shaking his fist at Agni. His ruby wolf was quite menacing. His teeth were out on display. Lobelia was also there, clinging to Armand's waist as she tried to pull him away from Agni. Woof! The moment Agni noticed Roland, he snorted at Armand and turned around. His hind legs did a digging motion as if he was burying some excrement that he made. He then slowly moved to the side of his master while leaving Armand with a red face. Stop bothering my wolf or I'll tell the guild master that you weren't doing your job properly. Teach that mutt some manners first. Armand was clearly mad about Agni nibbling on his ankle. Oh right, you're going to pay for that, right? Ha! Roland pointed to his busted gate that Armand's shoulder tackled into scrap wood and metal. Hey, that was an emergency, you can't fault me for it. Of course I can. I can also report it to the guild. Armand was clearly mad, but he couldn't do much about it. The gate was trashed, and after he arrived inside, the fight was already over. Mr. Armand was only doing his job. Don't worry, I'll cover the costs of your gate, sir. Sir. Wayland. Lucille had to stretch out after standing. Robert had already walked over to her after removing himself from Roland's house. She was already aware of his true name as she was given the short version. She also knew that he didn't want the people in the town to know that he was the son of a baron. Luckily, Armand was a bit late to the party, and neither he nor Lobelia were able to hear the previous conversation. Roland was also back to wearing his helmet, also that his face could not be compared to Robert's. Armand wasn't really the problem here. Lobelia, on the other hand, had enough brain matter to figure things out. All right. I didn't get to show you how the shield works. Bernier moved over with the runic shield that was made for Robert. Before they could leave, he would need to show the last trick of this shield. It's not much, but it could help you push a troublesome enemy away from you. Also, please don't go past the rope. I won't. Lucille shook her head and flailed her hands around as she was the main reason that Roland's secret got out. Roland moved over to the backyard that had a new hole in it. With now the shield back in his hand, he demonstrated its fifth function. With a firm grip, he injected his mana into all of the runes. This caused the shield to light up again while sending out a burst of condensed energy. This was a magic that would push anyone in front of the user away. It had enough magical energy to even force the larger beasts away. This spell had no elemental affinity and was more akin to a physical pushback. This spell is called repulsion. Don't confuse it with wind-based spells. A repulsion spell, how interesting, Lucille commented while Robert got his shield. With a bit of training, he would learn how to handle this item. With this test product, Roland had also gotten a bit of an insight into the market. It would be hard to sell an item like this, as most adventurers would not be willing to take the time to train with a multipurpose tool like this. While in combat it would be hard to concentrate, a blunder that could activate the wrong spell effect could cost someone their life. Finally, it was time to say goodbye to his long-lost brother. Just before the exit that was ruined by Armand, Robert decided to turn around. He held out his hand towards Roland for a handshake. While feeling slightly awkward, Roland took the hand of his half-brother. They shook on it while nodding. He wasn't sure what Robert was implying, but he nodded his head as their hands parted. Soon Roland and Bernier were left to their own devices. He would probably need to explain a few things to his assistant now, but before he could speak up, Bernier was first. You don't need to tell me anything, boss. I don't care who you really are. You could be the reincarnation of Solaria for all I care. He laughed out loud while Roland just took down his helmet. With no Robert here anymore, there was no real reason for him to go around in heavy armor. Roland looked down at the red-bearded Bernier and nodded. Thank you. Now let's fix this gate before it gets dark. I'll go get the nails. Woof. You want to get the nails, Agni? Bernier laughed at the ruby wolf that started wagging his tail, and the two made their way towards the shed. It seemed that it was finally over. In 2 days the nobles would be gone, and he could finally continue with his life. There they go. It was about 10 in the morning, and a group of knights was moving out from Albrook City. He could see a nice-looking carriage in which his new noble friend was occupying. This was clear by how close his half-brother was sticking to the carriage. What do I do now? Roland had a decision to make. It didn't seem like Robert would be betraying him. The vow was made. By how seriously Robert took this whole night business, it didn't look like he would go back on it. There were of course ways to break such vows, ones that didn't result in the vow-taker getting any debuffs and curses, though they were extremely costly as they required the help of rare items or people with rare classes to remove. Thus being betrayed by his brother wasn't out of the picture just yet. Then there was the problem with his younger sister Lucienne that could find him when she got older. Her being an oracle or diviner was not a sure thing yet. Many events could transpire during one's life which could take his sister in a totally different direction. Does it even matter at this point? Roland turned around while heading back into the Adventurer Guild. There was a new thought going through his head, one that would end this all. It was just to go tell his father everything and be done with it. At this point, his class path was already cemented. It would be hard for his father to salvage this situation and force him to turn into a knight at this point. His class was also special, so it would probably be seen as a boon for the whole Arden estate. The problem with that was that his money-making capabilities were too high. He could very well see himself being locked away in the estate smithy working the whole day just to make money for the family. Then there was the whole assassination attempt. He didn't expect his father to do much about it, as the only witness was eaten by a bunch of dungeon monsters. Assassination attempts and nobles went hand in hand. Unless the heir was set in stone, there would be tension between the siblings. Some even saw it as a trial between the youths. The one that remained would have proven themselves as the best person for the position. He was not a knight or a mage. If he proclaimed that he did not wish to inherit the estate, then there was a possibility that his siblings would just leave him alone. After talking with Robert, he saw that there was a possibility of coexisting with his family members, even though he might be able to somehow move past that assassination attempt. This didn't mean that he wanted to be involved in noble affairs. It would still be a big pain in his posterior to have his overbearing father looming above him. I'll just wait. No use getting involved just yet. He decided to not reveal all of his cards. There was still a lot of time for him to build up his operation. Even if his sister came looking for him, it would probably be at least 5 or even 10 years from now. If she was even allowed to travel was also up to debate. She was still a woman, and in this world noble women had one main purpose: to produce heirs for the man of the house. Would this special class be enough to save her from this fate remained to be seen. Even with that, girls of noble birth were still expected to be married by the age of 30. It was seen as strange if a woman by that age wasn't able to produce at least one child. There were a few exceptions as always, but this required a lot of personal strength. Something like this existed for the commoners as well, but mostly for the farmer and laborer side. The lady adventurers didn't adhere to these norms and could more or less do what they wished. It was actually quite a common occurrence for the women adventurers to be girls that run away from a forced marriage. The Adventurers Guild offered them an escape, but they needed to take a big risk. Not all of them ended up in a favorable position after the years. Some even returned back home to live an easier life. Glad I wasn't stuck in a girl's body when I came to this world. The doors of the Adventurers Guild opened up and a Roland in a set of armor walked in. Now, with no nobles remaining in the city, he didn't care about being seen. His brother that he was hiding from had also seen through his disguise. The only thing he would try to avoid is being recognized as a noble. His resemblance to Robert was there, but there were enough differences for most people not to notice. Even Lobelia wasn't able to piece it together, so it would probably be fine. "Welcome, Mr. Wayland." "Good morning," Elodia called out to Roland while moving out from behind the counter. "The guild master has informed me about everything. I'll be showing you around today." Today was a somewhat special day. His contract was signed and he needed to start his work. Elodia here was to show him the way towards all the affiliated adventure stores. Some of them were directly here while others were sprinkled through the city. "Let's start with the shops inside the guild." "Yes, I'll be in your care." Roland nodded while Elodia took out some kind of file. In it were probably all of the information about each shop. The first one was built to the side of the Adventurers Guild and could be accessed by one of the doors in the back corridor. This was also the side that Roland and Elodia made their way in. On the inside, he could see various bladed weapons and armors alike. This was the back of the shop, so they weren't as neatly placed or organized. He could see a few people carrying these items from here to the front of the shop where they would probably be presented to the buyers. This is the main guild shop. You can come here and take any wares for enchanting. Good day. A rough-looking man looked at them. He was wearing a bandana over his head and had a scruffy beard to go with it. Good morning, Mr. Russell. Let me introduce you to Mr. Wayland. Roland looked to the old man that was clearly checking him out. This is the runesmith? Isn't he a bit young? It was clear that his age would be a problem. Most craftsmen started out after getting their first Tier 2 class. This mostly happened in their early 20s, while at about 30 they would start becoming proper masters at the craft. Don't worry, Mr. Russell. When it comes to runecraft, then Mr. Wayland is very distinguished. Distinguished? The old man glanced at the runic gauntlets that Roland was wearing and just nodded. It does look runic. It was clear that this man here would not really be able to appraise the runes for their worth. He was more of a normal worker that just hung around in the shop. Mr. Wayland is free to take the items from here, so be sure to accommodate him. If it's the order from the top, then I can't do much about it. Russell just shrugged and finally left to go tend to the shop. I must apologize for Mr. Russell's behavior. It's fine. Roland didn't care much. Respect had to be earned and not given freely. After the runesmithing goods started popping up, he would probably change his tune. While they were here, Roland picked up one of the blades and looked over it. With his appraisal skill, he was able to see the grade and the materials that the items here were made from. Would it be enough for me to make a list of requirements and someone picking them up for me later? There were quite a bit of weapon and armor parts in here. It would be quite troublesome if he needed to go through each one by himself. He was not willing to enchant blades of lower quality or that were made with non-magic resistant metals. Someone would need to go through all of these and pick out the ones that were worth investing time into. That wouldn't be a problem. Great, my assistant will bring you the list and you can also give him the goods. Or perhaps you could just send someone to deliver them to my house directly. Bernier would be utilized as an errand boy to his fullest potential. Though now, after he also became a Tier 2 armorsmith, Roland was feeling bad about making him do such tasks. It would be much better for Bernier to practice his craft and not waste time by constantly going on fetch missions into the city. House delivery? Think that wouldn't be a problem. Elodia nodded while also writing something down. Soon they left the Adventurer Guild and headed towards the city. There he visited a couple of shops and smithies. After going through a few, he noticed something. Not a dwarf in sight. The craftsmen and craftswomen were all from other races. He wasn't sure if this was a coincidence, or if the guild master was just trying to usurp the Union's grasp on this city. Albrook was still young. It would probably take a few more years for everyone to entrench themselves. This was something only a big company like the Adventurers Guild could do. Not even the Dwarven Union could just outright ban anyone involved with the guild. They would go bankrupt. The dwarves were dependent on the adventurers, who went through weapons fast. The armors also needed constant repairing. Not that this meant that there weren't ways that they could make it difficult for the guild-run shops. Dropping down the prices and offering discounts for everything would quickly spell disaster for the guild-owned shops. The other revenue stream would be the nobles and their military organizations. They were quite large, but with so many dungeons everywhere, the adventurers took up quite the bulk of their operation. Unless there was some kind of war effort in the background, the Union depended on adventurers to sell their wares. Finally, they were at the last store. After this, Roland would be finally able to go home and resume his work. This will be the last spot. The person inside is also both an armorsmith and a weaponsmith. This is... Oh, does Mr. Wayland know this shop? Roland was standing in front of the store that he visited a few days ago. It was the same one that he picked the shield up for Robert. I've been here once. Soon the two entered the store and were met with a lack of customers. This was also something that was the same in all the other stores. It was clear that the Dwarven Union was making it hard for all the other craftsmen to make a living. From what Roland could tell, this was a basic tactic to get rid of their competition. The Union had vast resources. With this, it was easy to undercut the other craftsmen that needed to make a living to survive. Through this, it was also clear to him how the guild master managed to get this many stores to sign a contract with him. They had no other choice and probably had no love for the union's tactics. Be right with you. After entering the store, he could hear a dinging sound. It was the sound of metal hitting metal. This shop had its own smithy on the other side, and it was clear that someone was working. After a few minutes of waiting, the store owner that he saw a few days ago finally showed up. Oh? Well, isn't it Mr. Runesmith? The large woman looked a bit sweaty. She stopped for the moment as she saw Roland before her. This time around he was not wearing a helmet. Not bad. I'll give you an 8.5. Maybe in a few years you'll be a 9, but you'd need to be taller to get a 10. His previous score of 6 was raised after his face was seen. He was already quite tall, but the woman was still a few centimeters over him. Roland didn't think that he would be able to grow any more than this, which would leave him as a 9. This is Ms. Diana. She is one of the blacksmiths working with the guild. Some of her wares were on display at the main guild store. I see that you are already acquainted with Mr. Wayland here. He will be working with us. Oh, he will. Diana got closer to where Roland and Elodia were and quickly delivered a smack to Roland's back. Luckily for Roland, he had enough strength to tank this hit without falling down on his face. Great. Maybe some enchantments can make me sell something. I'll be counting on you, handsome. Ah, sure. He just nodded while the large woman became more handsy. Roland could even feel something soft press into his side as the woman got closer. So what do you need? Swords? Axes? Maybe spears or armor? I can make it all. The woman possessed both the armorsmith and weaponsmith classes and was close to level 100. By the looks of the wares here, he would have to agree that she was a better blacksmith than he was. I would need items made from deep steel or similar metals that can resist mana degradation in the runes. Mana degradation, huh? The woman finally let Roland go while she started thinking. Most regular smiths didn't really care about things like that, as they just used the best available metal. It didn't particularly need to be good for enchanting as long as the weapon could kill monsters. How about these? Diana handed Roland a long sword, which he then quickly checked with his analyzing skill. High sword made by a competent craftsman. He could even see the dimensions. The whole sword was 120 centimeters long, while the bladed part was at 105. It will do for now. Roland mumbled while looking at this sword, but his words were taken a bit more seriously than he had thought. Hey kid, what do you mean it will do for now? When he looked up to the woman that was all smiles previously, he could see her maddened face. It seemed that she took his comment badly, as if he was mocking her craft. Craftsmen that were proud of their work certainly were not good at taking criticism. I apologize, this is a fine sword. I didn't mean it like that. Then how did you mean it? It's made from materials that are limiting to my craft. Have you ever heard of a rune forge? Rune forge? Isn't that something that those midgets like to use to get their alloys? Yes, something like that. Roland quickly started explaining. This was a guild-run store, and he had already discussed a few things with the guildmaster. What he was getting here at is that he wanted to produce special ingots for the blacksmiths that were working with him. They would then produce wares from these fantasy metals that wouldn't require external mana stones like the sword that Diana gave him here. Ha ha! I see now. Should have said that sooner. Sorry about that. Diana laughed some more and started vigorously patting Roland's back. He was really forced to tank those heavy hits, but thankfully Elodia was here with him. Ms. Diana, please stop. Mr. Wayland looks uncomfortable. Oh, does he now? He looked happy just a minute ago. The two women started glaring at each other for some reason while he was left standing in the middle. He coughed into his hand to get their attention. I'll be sending a list over to the guild to gather some equipment for the initial runesmithing. The first batch of runic weapons would be made with his traditional mana stone technique that left them on the outside. Then, if they are successful in selling them, they could introduce the improved version that would also cost more. With that, his visit to the shops was over. A lot of work awaited him and his assistant. With so much to do, it might soon be time to expand his business to the next level. Deep inside of a sandstorm, two vague figures could be spotted. The surrounding area was nothing but sand with no vegetation or water anywhere. Suddenly, a monstrous sandworm burst from beneath the ground, charging at the two cloaked figures. The monster opened up its toothy mouth that would easily be able to devour a full-grown man. The creature descended at one of these figures, but suddenly the larger person's arm started twitching. It expanded in size while turning into something resembling a blade. As the monster descended, it was promptly sliced in two pieces by this monstrous sword arm that this person produced. The sandworm creature fell down to the ground before these two strange figures stopped. "I hate this place. I have sand in my underwear. How much longer will we be here?" A female voice could be heard from the smaller figure, while the other one that changed their arm into a sword remained silent. "The high priest was graceful enough to give us another chance. We must prove ourselves. Yee. The high priest, blah blah. This all because of some stupid kid. I hope he suffered a painful death." "I agree. That child dared to desecrate the holy artifact. He deserves to suffer. His death was not certain." "Not certain? What are you on about? There is no way he could have survived a stab from my blade." The woman screamed out in a maddened rage which was mostly silenced by the continuous sandstorm. "Calm yourself and focus on the task at hand." The woman gave out a sigh while walking through these sandstorms. Even though the winds were strong enough to fell a tree, these two seemed to be just fine. Soon the monster core was swept away by the sands as the two vanished within the desert storm. That should do it. Roland and Bernier were standing in a somewhat enlarged underground workshop. Due to the need of creating a new smelter, they had to dig up some more space. This was not such an easy task, as the more they dug up, the shakier the foundation above became. Everything required support columns and beams. Without Roland wanting others to get involved, he was stuck doing this himself with his assistant. Luckily, Bernier was quite proficient at this. The material they used was special flame-resistant wood that was easy to come by. The dungeon here in the lower area had ash-like trees that could be carried outside. They were very resistant, not much worse than rock, but it was still wood which was lighter. It took them 2 weeks to expand the workshop to accommodate the building of the new smelter. Roland was also thinking about future endeavors, thus, he made it a bit larger than he really needed it. "Finally we can start. Let's bring it over." This would not be a regular smelter. Normally a smelter was used to extract metals from ores. This was not an easy process, and most regular smelters would only produce metals with lots of impurities. The smithing equipment in this world went in a different direction than in his original world. There, techniques implementing chemical reducing agents to decompose the ore were used to drive off other elements as gases or slag. Only then was the metal base left behind. Here, on the other hand, instead of more scientific solutions, magic ones were implemented. Anyone that had a class had a little bit of mana in them. A person didn't need to be a mage to run equipment like this, as the lack of it could be counteracted by Elikin's fluid. This smelter that they would be setting up here was the same. In the schematics, there was even a little side section for the fluid tank. This would be something that Roland intended to modify. If it was just sitting in his workshop, he could implement his wind turbines that didn't require him to spend more money. The smelter was cylindrical in shape, with the top part being wider than the bottom part. On the top, there would be a bowl-shaped center with 6 smaller areas around it. The middle part was reserved for the metals. This type of smelter would require Roland to already have a ready ingot to be placed there. Could not smelt ores or purify them. The 6 spots around the main one were for the mana stones. There they would be melted into a liquid state, and then through small passages they would flow into the middle. All of this would be done by specific runes that he would need to runecraft into this thick slab. Under the middle part, there would be an opening that would be closed at first. With a crank on the side, it would be opened by the blacksmith, and the concoction would flow into the middle part of the smelter. Inside, the bonding process of the metal and mana stone would take place. After going through some of the recipes that he received, this process could take up to several days. This thing would burn through mana. The heat needed to be constant, and the magical runes needed to change the structure of the mana stones and metals they bonded to. When it was done, the smoldering magical metal could be removed from the bottom. Under the smelter, he could place some kind of mold. This could take the shape of a regular ingot or something else. Thanks to this, he could even use one of the older bronze weapon forging techniques. Most of the time he would go with the ingot route, as he had to deliver these metals to the other blacksmiths in the city. They would be the ones forging the weapons and then returning them to him for the finishing touches. He would of course save some for his own crafting sessions, but he wanted to focus his talents on other things. Crafting old-styled armor and weapons was not the only way to go for a runesmith. There were far too many magical devices that he could create. One of those were the golems that he had an itch to create. The runic books that Lucille had lent him were gone now, but he had memorized all the parts that were important. With their help, he was finally able to move forward with his golem program. Now the only thing was to build a basic body for his golem and start working the bugs out. I need to get that crystal ball and contact Lucille soon. While he and Bernier were assembling the new smelter together, he thought back to the promise that he made with Robert. He was required to stay in contact. His brother would probably show up or go back on his vow if he ignored this request. There! Bernier wiped some sweat from his brow after hammering the last rivet into place. The prototype smelter was now in place and it only needed the runes to go with it. Due to it being made from separate parts, it was better to leave the rune crafting for later. The smelter was made from very thick specialized magical steel. It also cost Roland a small fortune to buy the resources. The all-around shape wasn't hard to make, but it would take some time till he got his money back. This sure is a strange-looking smelter. Well, it doesn't require any exhaust vents. The runes take care of everything. Bernier just chuckled, as he had already given up on ever understanding how magic and runes worked. Soon he headed outside and Roland was left here alone. Soon the slow process of runesmithing was started, which he needed a whole week to finish. The smelter was extremely thick and the rune traces needed to be deeply ingrained into the metallic structure. If they were too thin, the smelter would not be able to function for too long. It would require some maintenance later on, but with this, it would be able to last for a few good years. Roland took a step back to behold his newest creation. The whole thing looked like a boiler on 4 legs with a very thick bowl on the top. 2 circular cranks, one closer to the bowl part and one below the middle part, were also there. Everything was made from dark-looking thick metal that was not very shiny. In the back, there was one thick black cable that was attached to the bottom of this smelter. Roland was inspired by his old-world electrical sockets, which he now used with all of his runic tools. After connecting everything, he could see the runic structures lighting up. Now it was time to test this thing out. Let's try half load for now. He placed 3 tier 1 mana stones on one side of the upper bowl area. In the middle, he placed some scrap deep steel that could be melted down into the new magical ingots. Just as previously stated, the smelter lit up. There were several runes on the side that started glowing brightly as the process was started. The mana stones started melting and the deep steel in the middle as well. Then the first problem arose, as the mana stones were liquefying at a faster pace than the metal in the middle. At first, he thought that this was fine, but as the metal continued to melt, he could see it. With the help of his mana sense and his runesmithing eyes, he could see the mana dissipating into the surroundings. If the mana stones melt before the metal, there will be a big loss to the quality. Roland stopped the process, as he could tell that if he continued, he would only receive a lower product. His mistake was using cheap lesser mana stones along with higher graded deep steel, which had a higher melting point. This problem could be easily alleviated by either placing the mana stones in later or adding a little runic program. Thanks to his current knowledge, injecting a timer into the smelter structure was not a problem. He was actually planning on doing this after going through some tests. His biggest advantage against other runesmiths was his high degree of customization. While others stuck to the pre-made runes to a fault, he always looked into them and tried to make them more efficient. The problem here was that the smelter was really large and thick. It would take too much mana to change the runic program each time he found another magical metal. That's why he came up with another solution: plates or cartridges. These would look like cards with runes on them. Each one would have a pre-programmed timer for every metal that he tests. Roland didn't know much about other runesmiths and their techniques, but he had a theory with this smelter. Probably the runesmith or their assistant would need to place the mana stones at the right places and at the right time. This would mean that either he or Bernier would need to watch over this process and lose hours of their time if he did it the old way. With these cards, his assistant could just slide it in and go on his merry way. The cards would be small and easy to alter as well. First, I'll need to test out these recipes that I have. The recipes that he was given gave him the timing of when he needed to place the mana stones on the smelter. The time that was required for the metal to stay inside the middle part was also included. Some of them required him to get other magical ingredients to sprinkle before the first crank was turned. This will take a while to figure out. Roland brought out a notebook to take some notes. It was time to test the limitations of this smelter. Later in the day, Roland finally turned the lower crank and looked at the hot red metal in liquid form pouring down into his ingot tray. There it was, his first creation. Every metal that went through this process had the ether prefix. It seemed that the process was successful, but how well this compared to an item imbued with mana stones the old-fashioned way only time would tell. His analyzing skill was not yet fully matured. If it was, he could tell at a glance how high the mana saturation of this metal was. The only thing he could go off was the lesser part. I guess this will be enough. It was time for a test, and for that he called Bernier over. It was not required for them to make nice-looking weapons like a dagger from this, a paddle would do. Reminiscent of his old days, he had Bernier hammer a similar deep steel ingot into a paddle wand shape. He did the same to the new etheric ingot. After making sure that the two were of the same weight and shape, he began the runecrafting process. When it was finished, he was left with almost two identical wands with the wind arrow spell on them. The only difference was that one of the wands had a spot for a mana stone on it while the other didn't. Back on the outside, it was time to give these two a test. First would be the mana usage, which would be easily tested. Roland took aim into the sky and fired off a couple of wind arrows. The birds were spooked by the green bolts of energy and quickly scattered to the sides. Soon he discovered that the mana usage was around the same. Surprisingly, the paddle with the mana stone lost out by about 10%. The ether wand is probably better saturated. If I placed another mana stone on the other one, it would equal out. Roland was sure that the reason for this was the mana stone in question. If he added another one or a tier 2 one, then the mana stone wand would probably edge the ether one out. It seemed that even with this technological improvement, there was still use for the old models. While the ether metals could be further improved and didn't suffer from the exposed gems that could be destroyed, the mana stone variant could be customized a lot more. The ingot that was made also took on the qualities of the mana stones. If he combined mana stones from fire-based monsters, it would gain bonuses towards that element. It was locked to this bonus and would actually work worse on opposite elements like ice. This was not really much of a drawback, as most weapons stuck to one theme. There weren't that many crazy people like him that infused their weapons with multiple elemental spells. The armor that he had made would mostly be considered a failed item, as no one besides him could use it. He was someone who lacked any elemental affinities but made up for it with a large pool of mana. Thus he didn't really care if the mana stones contradicted with each other too much. There was always a base quality to each tier of mana stone, which should be the same with these ether metals. Great! Now comes the boring part. With the first test being successful, it was time to go through it again. He would need to start mixing metals, mana stones, and everything else to create the best ratios. He already felt bad about selling a lesser ether item, but not like he had enough knowledge and resources to get a higher tier just yet. Starting off with lesser mana stones and slowly building up to the common ones. On these, he would probably remain for quite some time. This smelter was a tier 2 item. It was only made from common runes and he would need to study it. Then in time, he hoped to achieve a breakthrough. When he was younger, he managed to create common grade runes even when he only had a tier 1 class. This gave him hopes for doing the same here. The time continued to pass and Roland continued experimenting with the new smelter and his favorite alloy, deep steel. With time, he was managing to improve on the lesser type of ether deep steel. This would also be his main experimentation resource. With a lot of scrap metal in his workshop, this smelter was the perfect tool to produce recycled parts. While the young runesmith was working hard on improving himself, other forces were working in the background. At a certain place, a group of short-bearded men was discussing some business. So, how bad do ye think it be? I am nae sure. This human runesmith is not known to me and this. There was a large wooden table next to these four dwarves. On it there were a couple of bladed weapons, some looked to have mana stone attachments. Bammer, Yurtich magic expert air. What do ye think? I am an enchantsmith, not a runesmith, Dunan. How should I know? Just look at it, you old fart. The two dwarves started fighting and finally, the one named Bammer picked up a longsword. It was a runic item with a characteristic blue mana stone attached to the bottom of the hilt. Craftsmanship is amateur at best. My apprentice could make a better sword than this. We know that, how a boot to runes? Runes on the other hand, to mana flow, is a very unfitting combination. What kind of idiot would put such pristine runecraft on a failed product like this? The old man shook his head while placing the weapon on the side. It was clear that this group of dwarves was discussing the new competition that came to the city. Aye, that's what I feared. We might have to ask for some help from the Union, but for now we shall wait. Here it is. Roland found himself outside of a small shop. The building was squeezed between two others and the entrance was hidden in an alleyway. It looked like the owner of this shop was trying to not sell anything. The sign depicted a magical staff along with some potions around him. He was not sure why, but all the shops in this world had such banners. It made him think of the old RPG games that he used to play when he was still in his old world. In them, all the stores always had a characteristic sign to show the player what was inside. He took a step forward. Once he opened the door, it triggered a bell that was above it, expecting someone to call out and greet him, but there was no response. It seemed that the person running this shop was probably in the back room, thus he decided to take a look around. The first thing he noticed was that how cramped the place was. His head almost touched the ceiling and the shelves were crammed with various strange items and potions. With the help of his debugging skill, he could even spot some runic items. Is anyone here? Roland called out while approaching the shop counter. On it, he spotted a little bell that looked similar to the bells at hotels. He gave it a ring and finally someone called out from behind. Hold your horses. I'm coming. There was a strange rumbling sound followed by something falling down. The voice seemed to be somewhat high-pitched yet also old. After a minute, the cloth that was covering the entrance to the back room finally moved and the owner of this shop emerged. My apologies. Must have forgotten the time. An old gnome popped his head out. He looked really old and had a very characteristic pointy black hat on his head. This was accompanied by a black robe which made him look like a stereotypical black mage. Roland had to wait until the small gnome slowly walked over. The store counter also had a little step ladder that he had to climb. How can I help you, young man? Do you want to buy some health potions? Maybe some herbs for a bad back? Ah, no. I'm looking for a crystal ball, one meant for communication. I heard that I could get one here at a good price. Magical items still weren't that widespread in this city. The dungeon was here, but without having tier 3 monsters inside, it would not attract the wealthier people. All the strongest adventurers were close to the S-class dungeon in the middle of the island, while Albrook could attract at most tier 2 ones. A promising adventurer party would not remain in an area where the monsters were a tier below them. They would just not be able to progress further. The experience gained would be too minuscule. Besides the dungeon, there weren't really any natural resources to attract people here. Roland, on the other hand, knew that there was some potential sleeping deep inside that dungeon. That spot with the rare metals and mithril or deposits was proof. Dungeon mines were sought after for one reason: the ore deposits would respawn just like the monsters did. The area he found could be farmed for resources repeatedly. The time of respawning was mostly set and could range from weeks to months. A crystal ball? Well, you came to the right place. I think I still have one lying around here. Give me a moment. The old gnome called out and slowly moved down from the stepladder. He vanished behind that dark piece of cloth. Roland could hear something like pots falling down, maybe some crates. It sounded like the old man was tripping over everything. After about 5 minutes, he emerged back with a round object in his hand. His hat was now turned to the other side and his robe was full of dust. Sorry about that, lad. The old man laughed and placed the object on the counter. Roland looked at it and thanks to his mage skills could tell that this was the item in question. Huh? So those came in runic form as well. Surprisingly, this magic crystal orb had runic inscriptions on it. They were not visible to the naked eye. Without his debugging skill, he would also not be able to notice it. The item looked like a clear orb made from crystal. How someone forced the runes into it was the biggest question. Roland was quite knowledgeable about runecrafting when scrolls and metals were concerned. There were far more materials out there that would not be able to sustain regular runesmithing. He would not be able to make a flying carpet as the runecraft would burn through the fabrics. The only explanation was that such a crystal ball required a somewhat different approach similar to the scrolls. There was still a big hole in his knowledge. While he was light years ahead in some places like runecrafting, there were many basic things he did not know. Just like the magic ink, there were various other concoctions that could be applied in various ways. What he needed is more knowledge, and this here crystal ball could help him with that. For this, he needed access to the magic knowledge that was being held behind closed doors. Lucille, his new acquaintance, could help him with that. The only real problem would be asking for some help. Due to Roland's character, he found it hard requesting help from others. Normally, he would try to figure it out by himself, but a promise was made. If he didn't contact her, his brother might come looking for him, this time with his father in tow. Yes, this looks like the right item. How much will it be? You have a keen eye for such a young lad. Just for that you can have it for 20 small gold coins. 20. Roland almost keeled over as the price was mentioned. This was more money than he was given by his old adventurer party. He was able to survive half a year on that while also crafting scrolls, and now this crystal ball cost more than that. You might not know it, lad, but this crystal ball was made by a powerful runic mage. Runic mage? Not a runesmith. A runesmith making a crystal ball? You must be joking, young man. How could those brutes make something intricate like a crystal ball? They are better off making clunky golems. Roland was surprised by the revelation. If this old man was right, then this item was quite rare, as it was made by the unpopular class of runic mage. From what Lucille explained to him, they were not proficient at crafting runic items but only using them. Instead, they were supposed to alter the program inside that was crafted by a proper runesmith. There could be some exceptions to the rule. Most of the regular crystal balls were enchanted items. These could also be made by enchanters instead of enchant smiths that just clobbered metals till the enchantments fit in. There might be some special spells that the mages use for permanent enchantments, which would make this feasible. From what Roland knew, regular mage enchantments were temporary. They would last a few hours or days at most before the enchantment faded away. Thus, the services of these mages were more like a trial which some adventurers used before entering a specific dungeon. Even though they were not permanent, they had their uses. If there was a particular boss that was weak to a certain spell, it was cheaper to go with an enchantment. There was no reason to buy a full set of fire-resistant armor to fight a flame dragon if a mage could produce the same effect for a fraction of the price. 20 too much? Well, this is a rather old model. The old gnome started thinking really hard. Roland knew that this crystal ball was probably not something that would sell. There was no real reason to get a more pricey runic variant when the enchanted version cost less. The gnome also didn't know that a person like Roland would probably pay that price just to get his hands on a new rune. How about 10? Before the old man could answer, Roland started bartering himself. 10? Do you want to rob this old gnome, young man? 18. 18? Can you even sell that crystal ball to anyone? New enchanted ones cost 10. 12. Soon they went back and forth, and finally Roland was able to barter down to 14.5. Luckily, he still had some found, and with the guild promoting him, he was getting some materials at a discount or even for free. Bah! No respect for their elders. The old man was given the money, and Roland now had a new item to test. If he figured out how these crystal balls worked, he might be able to set up his own communication network. The ones that the mages used were similar to old phones. The lesser models, like the one Lucille had, required magical rituals that boosted their communication range. Other ones could use Elikin's fluid as a power source instead, or be implanted in other devices that hasten the process. With how scarce the runic orbs were, Roland believed it to be an untapped market. The problem would be how to reproduce this without the help of a runic mage. There was apparently one at the magical academy that Lucille hailed from. Maybe if he asked nicely, that person could help him do it himself. His class was a rare variant. Maybe with some luck, he would be able to learn the rune mage skills as well. The bell sounded once more as he went outside the shop and removed himself from the back alley. What people saw was not a man in red armor that was covering his face. Roland finally decided to quit hiding his appearance. After his conversation with Robert, he realized that he could not live like this forever. Sooner or later his past would come back to bite him in the behind. What he was wearing was mostly lighter leather with a couple of runic armor add-ons. He switched to darker colors and covered both his hands with runic gauntlets and arm guards. On his chest, he only had a breastplate, and then his shins were protected by leg guards. There were no pauldrons or even a set of half-plate armor. This would be enough for protection, as he did not think that people would attack him in the city. With the runic equipment he was wearing, he would be able to utilize various Tier 2 spells which no normal person would be able to contend with. People clearly noticed him as the armor parts were brand spanking new. It was clear that he stood out from the general public, and not because of his armor. After now reaching the age of 17, Roland started noticing people turning their heads towards him. Even now, as he continued to walk, he was getting these looks as well. This was due to one thing: his face and his charisma stat. Even though it was not at the level of mind control, it was above the norm. Roland found himself with something he was not very familiar with: being attractive in the eye of the opposite sex. When he was out, the women were taking second glances at his face. His large stature only added to his all-around looks. "Why isn't it my favorite runesmith? What can I help you with, handsome? Please stop calling me that. Just call me Wayland." He had entered the store where Diana worked. She was one of the more promising blacksmiths in the city and was young, considering she was close to level 100. Due to Bernier having been a little pervert, he needed to come here instead. It seemed Diana didn't like him that much and would give him a good thrashing if he ever entered her store again. This left him to do the dirty work for the time being. Even though the woman had that look, she was still a professional. When the time was right, she would revert to a true craftsman. First name basis already? You sure know how to make this young girl's heart flutter. He wanted to comment on the age part, but he was afraid to receive a knuckle sandwich if he prodded too much. Instead, he brought out some of the ether ingots that he had produced earlier. "Oh, what is this? A present?" Roland rolled his eyes and placed 4 ingots on the store counter. Diana grasped one of them and started looking over it with much interest. This isn't regular deep steel, is it?" "No, it's ether deep steel. I've smelled a few samples. What do you think? Can you make something that will sell with these?" After looking one of the ingots over, she placed it back down on the counter before commenting. "Doesn't look much different than regular steel. It should be enough for a long sword." "What about the hilt?" "Doesn't really matter. I can place the runes in after the whole sword is finished." With the help of the ethereal pathways, he didn't need to runecraft before the hilt was attached to the body of the blade. He would need to exert some more mana, but it was possible for him to force the runes in there without hammering it too hard. Ether metals? Never worked with them before. This will be interesting. Diana smiled while turning back to Roland. A moment of silence fell between the two as she looked down at him. "How about we?" Before the woman could continue, though, Roland cut her off. "I should be going. I have a lot of work to do." His chores were not over yet. As the two spoke, Bernier was delivering the other ingot samples to the other affiliated blacksmiths. He hoped that within a week they would have one of these ether weapons on the display. For now, he stuck to the weapons, as a full set of armor would be hard to produce. Even when the smelter was used for the whole day, there would not be enough resources to cover all the stores. He was already thinking about building another one after he had worked the kinks out. Even now he was getting mixed results, and the programming process wasn't that fast. It only took a little mistake to change the outcome of the end product. "Leaving already? Won't stay over for a drink." A drink! The moment drinking was mentioned, he recalled himself at 10. The long-buried memories of being forced by certain 3 idiots to get drunk and pass out came back. I don't really drink alcohol. Alcohol? Why would I offer you alcohol? If not alcohol, then what else, tea? Milk, of course. Roland narrowed his eyes and glanced at Diana's horns. Then the hair was partially white and partially black. Going down, he saw the large bell around her neck that was supposed to be used for cows and not people. Then, without thinking much, he glanced down at a pair of large mounds. Of course it's milk. While having trouble with keeping his eyes on Diana's face, he shook his head around. Yeah. I think I'll have to have a rain check on that one. Rain check? I don't think it's raining outside. Roland just inched out of the store and finally got out of there. The last thing he saw was Diana's very saucy facial expression. He was sure that the older woman was having her fun harassing a young man such as him. What she didn't know was that he knew what game she was playing. That was close. Roland's heart rate increased as he handled the situation. Even if he knew what was going on, it didn't mean that he wasn't affected. He was still in a young man's body that was in his prime. It was quite hard to fight with the bottled-up hormones. This was no time to relax. He had a business to build up. With the onset of his runic items that would be in proper stores, his name would be known. Previously, he used the auction house, so no one really cared that much to look at his little crafter's emblem. Now, on the other hand, there would be a name to go with it. Things were looking good for Roland, but he knew that he could not relax. Just like previously, he knew that, if he didn't prepare enough, things could easily turn sour.